Section 15 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Memoir of Thomas Pendleton Burnett, Part 3. The next day, July 26th, Mr. Burnett reported, quote, "Sir, in obedience to your order of yesterday, I set out from this place in a bark canoe late last evening to visit the Winnebagoes, supposed to be encamped 25 or 30 miles above Prairie du Chien. This morning before day, the steamboat Enterprise, with a military command, came by my encampment and took myself and crew on board. Before arriving at the place where the Indians had been encamped, we found that they had been gone for several days and had removed some distance above. We therefore continued on up a considerable distance, passing several lodges at different points until we came to the principal camp on the east side of the river, supposed to be 60 miles above Prairie du Chien. I communicated your message to all the Indians I saw on the way, who readily promised to obey your instructions. At the principal camp, I found Washington Decory with a considerable part of the tribe from the Wisconsin and Kickapoo rivers. I immediately informed them of your request and desired them to get ready as soon as possible and go to the agency. They manifested entire willingness to do so, but said some of their party were out hunting and would be in at night, for whom they wished to wait, so that all might come together. They promised very positively that they would start as soon as the hunters should arrive and would certainly see you by the middle of the afternoon tomorrow. After some conversation about their starting this evening and their still objecting to do so until the hunters came in, Lieutenant Abercrombie told them that he would wait until sunset for them to get ready, and if they did not start by that time, he would take all their canoes and bring them down with a steamboat. About 2 hours after this, they concluded to start and let the hunters come on after them. And after seeing all their canoes move off, we started on our return and reached this place at 9 o'clock this evening. The Indians whom I saw will be here tomorrow by 12 o'clock. They had not heard of the battle on the Wisconsin, but appeared to be highly gratified and pleased at the news." End quote. The next day, July 27th, General Street ordered Mr. Burnett to, quote, "proceed with Washington Decory to La Crosse and such other points as you may deem important, and tell the Winnebagoes I wish to see them at the agency. I wish Winneshiek certainly to come. Much must be left to your own judgment in the case. The object is to get what information you can relative to the Sauks and Foxes, and to draw all the Winnebagoes from the upper Mississippi, and with them the means of passing the river. If you can, extend the news to the Sioux." End quote. The following day, Mr. Burnett reported to General Street, quote, "In obedience to your order of yesterday, I went on board the steamer Enterprise last evening and started for La Crosse. We arrived early this morning at the entrance of the lower mouth of Black River and found the Winnebagoes encamped on the shore. I took Weekon Decory and went on shore immediately to see the Indians. I found the One-Eyed Decory and the Little Thunder at the lodges, but found that most of the band had left the village some time since. Winneshiek and Winmar-Narsar, with about 15 men and their families, have been gone near a month to hunt and dry meat about 50 miles up La Crosse and Black Rivers. The rest of the band were in the camp. I told them that you wished to see them immediately, that the Americans under General Dodge had defeated the Sauks and Foxes on the Wisconsin, and after killing a great many had driven them across the river, that the defeated Indians were endeavoring to make their escape to the Mississippi for the purpose of crossing it and regaining their own country, and that it was probable they would attempt to reach that point, that they might get the Winnebago canoes to cross in, and that they must get away from that place before the Sauks and Foxes arrived. They said they would come down immediately on the return of the absent party, that they were afraid of the Sauks and did not wish to leave a small part of their band behind, who were too few to resist if they should meet them. I then told them to send 2 of their best young men on horseback to bring in the hunting party. They very promptly complied, and in a short time the young men were mounted and on their way. I charged the express to carry to the absent Indians the message I had delivered, and to tell Winneshiek especially that his presence was required at the agency. The chiefs present told me that they thought they would all be here certainly in 6 days, and probably sooner. I told them it was of great importance to them to come as soon as possible and bring all their canoes on the river, that if the Sacs should come to that point, they were not strong enough to prevent them from taking their canoes if they did not kill them and crossing over the river, that should they effect a passage to the west side of the river at any point above this place within their country, they would be suspected of assisting them, and if it should be known that they had done so, they would lose their annuities and be treated as allies of the Sacs and Foxes. They promised to start for this place on the return of the absent party and bring all their canoes with them. From their apparent anxiety, I think they will be here in 3 or 4 days at the farthest, though they said it might be 6. The Sioux chief, Lienhart, who left this place on the evening of the 25th inst., passed Black River this morning before our arrival, and will reach his people with the news, which he received from here today. Having done all we could, we left La Crosse at 10 a.m. and reached this place at 3 p.m., end quote, making 90 miles in 5 hours. It was but a few days after this, the 2nd of August, 1832, that General Atkinson overhauled the broken fragments of Black Hawk's army, fatigued, hungry, and dispirited, and attacked them on the bottoms of the Mississippi, a few miles below the mouth of Bad Axe River, about 45 miles above Prairie du Chien, and totally defeated and scattered them. Black Hawk succeeded in crossing the river by some means, probably on a raft of driftwood, but was soon after taken prisoner by a company of Winnebagoes. Mr. Burnett was with them or met them soon after the capture, to whom Black Hawk gave a piece of red ribbon which was tied to his hair. Note: this piece of ribbon is now, January 18, 1856, in my possession and will, with this memoir, be sent to the State Historical Society for preservation. A.B. End note. Thus ended the most fearful Indian war that has ever occurred on the soil of Wisconsin. We have noticed before that Mr. Burnett, being a lawyer and having but a small salary, one not equal to the duties performed and the expenses of the place in which he lived, claimed the right which was exercised by others of his profession to practice at the bar. But in doing so he involved himself in a difficulty with an officer of the army, which was not settled for several years. The affair itself is an item of history and is life worthy of note, but it assumes a higher degree of importance in this connection than mere history, because it involves an important legal question, and possibly will cast some light upon the rights, privileges, and duties of public agents, as to whether they must abandon all other means of support when in the public employ, though the pay, therefore, is insufficient for their support, or less than an equivalent for the services rendered. The groundwork of this matter was laid during the first year of his agency, 1830, but was suffered to slumber till 1832, and was continued under advisement or something else until 1833. But to give the whole matter in one view, I shall here place it in one connection, which cannot be done to better advantage than by copying some of the proceedings. On the 3rd of November, 1830, Captain R.B. Mason preferred the following charge against Mr. Burnett to Colonel Willoughby Morgan, who, as we have seen, had no jurisdiction or control over the agency or its incumbents, it being a separate and distinct branch of the government. The colonel, as we have already seen, was at this date commanding officer of the garrison, not of the Indian Department. Quote, Sir, I beg leave to state to you and request that you will lay the case before the Secretary of War that while the officers of the Army at this post are striving to prevent drunkenness among the soldiers and are prosecuting before the civil courts various persons for selling spirituous liquors to them contrary to the law of the territory, that Mr. Burnett, the sub-Indian agent, an officer of another department of the government, is throwing his weight in the opposite scale by appearing before the courts and defending the persons who thus offend against the laws and who have annoyed us so much. This conduct on the part of Mr. Burnett is the more surprising as his duties are somewhat connected with the military, and from his intercourse with the garrison, it must be known to him how exceedingly we are annoyed by the grog shop keepers, and how much the works at this place have been retarded in consequence of the drunkenness of the men. The government, I presume, in giving Mr. Burnett the appointment of sub-Indian agent and sending him to this place to perform the duties of that office, little expected that he would be aiding the whiskey sellers and thereby opposing the exertions of the officers of the garrison in endeavoring to keep their men sober." End quote. At this time, Mr. Burnett was absent at Fort Winnebago on official business and had no knowledge of what was brewing until his return about the 1st of December. On the 18th of November, while Mr. Burnett was still absent, Colonel Morgan, without waiting for his return or giving him any notice of the complaint, wrote to General Street that, quote, "A communication from Captain Mason was yesterday forwarded to headquarters of the Western Department, with a view to be transmitted to the War Department, complaining of the course taken by Mr. Burnett, your subagent, in defending before the courts here persons accused of selling spirituous liquors without license. I have deemed it my duty to forward this communication in obedience to the request of Captain Mason, though I believe Mr. Burnett, in the course complained of, is actuated more by a sense of duty than inclination. I am certain he is as anxious to put down the grog shops, which have sprung up here to our great annoyance, as any other person. He is the drafter of a petition to prevent the sale of whiskey to soldiers within the limits of the county, which is now circulating for signers. Mr. Burnett being absent is the reason I have addressed you this communication." End quote. On the 30th of November, Mr. Burnett having returned from Fort Winnebago, General Street wrote him, quote, "I avail myself of the earliest moment after your return to hand you the enclosed letter from Colonel W. Morgan to me. Not being favored with Captain Mason's complaint, I am ignorant of the particulars objected against you, yet I am desirous that you may be apprised of what has been doing here during your short absence, with a view, it would seem, to operate on you as an officer of the Indian Department. I could not feel that such a communication, to one so intimately acquainted with your whole course of conduct since your arrival here, required an answer from me." In handing over Colonel Morgan's letter, which bears date November 18th, I will inform you that there is evidently a mistake in the date. On the 19th of November, about 10 a.m., I was in Colonel Morgan's quarters. He informed me that he had received a complaint from Colonel Mason against you the day before, the 18th, and that he was about to write to you. I told him you had left for Fort Winnebago 2 days previous, the 17th November. Colonel Morgan then said he would address me on the subject, as you were absent. I replied, quote, "It will be useless, as I cannot get a letter to him before he returns." End quote. I then left his quarters. On the next day I received a letter on other business from him, properly dated the 20th November by his servant, and on the 25th November the enclosed letter, bearing date the 18th November, was handed to my son in the village. The mail started before 10 a.m. on the 19th, and Colonel Morgan says in his letter, dated the 18th, that he forwarded Captain Mason's complaint yesterday, which would have made the departure of the mail the 17th instead of the 19th. Consequently, Colonel Morgan must have written this letter after 10 o'clock a.m. on the 19th of November. The date, I presume, has been a mistake." End quote. Such confusion in dates casts a gloomy appearance on the matter and tends to create suspicions that here were some misgivings of mind as to the propriety of the course being pursued. First, on the 19th November, General Street was in Colonel Morgan's quarters when the colonel informed the general that he received Captain Mason's complaint against Mr. Burnett the day before, and yet the complaint is dated November 3rd. It further appears that Mr. Burnett left for Fort Winnebago on the 17th, so that the complaint of Captain Mason must have lain in his hands 2 weeks after it was written, before it was forwarded to Colonel Morgan, and that the complaint was not presented to the colonel until the day Mr. Burnett left, and as Mr. Burnett, in going such a distance through the then wilderness, would start early in the morning, the complaint was not probably presented till after his departure. And secondly, it seems that Colonel Morgan sent off the complaint to headquarters on the day following its reception, Mr. Burnett yet being absent, and yet Colonel Morgan seems to have been ignorant, or at least professes to have been so, of Mr. Burnett's absence from the place. Thirdly, in the midst of this delay in one case, hot haste is seen in another, and confused dates and statements in the whole, all casting a blur over the proceedings as an honorable, open-handed matter. We can but notice the want of jurisdiction in the case, for Captain Mason calls Mr. Burnett, quote, an officer of another department of the government, end quote, and being of another department, he was not responsible to the military officers. A military officer, or a citizen, if he had so wished, could have preferred charges against Mr. Burnett directly to the Secretary of War, or through the agent and general superintendent, which would have been the usual and proper way. But to complain of a civil officer to a military one, or to arraign a civil officer before a military tribunal, is in violation of the spirit of our American institutions and placing the civil under the control of the military powers. On the 1st of December, Mr. Burnett addressed Captain Mason, requesting a copy of the complaint, which, being furnished, is placed first in this series. From this letter it appears that Mr. Burnett and Captain Mason had conversed on this subject on the 3rd of November, and the captain promised a copy of the complaint, but had failed to furnish it. As the complaint was written at the time of its date, November 3rd, it is strange that as between gentlemen, the captain should neglect to give a copy of it as he had promised, and keep it in his possession for 2 weeks before presenting it to Colonel Morgan, and then to present it after Mr. Burnett's departure for a distant post on official duties. The point at issue was whether Mr. Burnett, as sub-Indian agent, had a right to practice law in any case where an officer of the Army was in any way interested. In cases before alluded to, in which the United States were interested through their agents, he defended the interest of the government, and after a long delay was paid his fee for so doing. No complaint was made for this, but when an officer of the Army, on his own responsibility, had brought suit against citizens for selling whiskey without license, because soldiers were the purchasers thereof, for defending them as a lawyer, complaint is made. To prepare for the worst, Mr. Burnett addressed a note each to General Street, Colonel Morgan, the judges, and clerk of the court, inquiring as to his conduct in his professional duties, as well as his general deportment in his official course, to which he received the most satisfactory and flattering answers. General Street, under date of December 2nd, 1832, says, quote, I received yours of today, and cannot resist the opportunity presented to assure you of the high estimation in which I hold you as an amiable, intelligent, and honorable man, and most cheerfully do I bear testimony to the correct, prompt, and vigilant discharge of your duties as an officer of the government. As the sub-agent of Indian Affairs at the agency, your official duties, when not performed in obedience to orders emanating directly from me, have mostly passed under my notice or been submitted for my advice. The duties of this agency have been greatly increased within the last 2 years by wars and murders among the adjacent tribes, and subsequent attempts on the part of the government to produce a general peace amongst all the Indian nations on this frontier. The reckless course of one of the nations at war, in having wantonly killed 2 Indians belonging to the tribes under the care of this agency, as well as the assembling of the council at Prairie du Chien, cast upon the officers of this agency new and additional duties, tedious, difficult, and laborious. But notwithstanding the personal inconvenience, the new and peculiar duties you were thus subjected to, they were performed faithfully, and I have every reason to believe to the entire satisfaction of the commissioners. The Indians under the care of this agency have been fully and completely conciliated, and from being the most savage, warlike, and ferocious on the northern frontier, have become the most gentle and harmless. Since you arrived at the agency, I feel a high gratification in saying that every official duty has been discharged by you with a faithful and untiring vigilance that demands my most unqualified approbation. No duty has been neglected or attempted to be evaded from personal indulgence or professional pursuits, but a peculiar devotion to the best interests of the government has stamped a character on your official course that needs only to be examined to be appreciated in its proper light. Nor have your labors been in vain, but success has crowned them in several instances, bearing strong testimony to the faithful exercise of official duty. Residing with me as a member of my family, I am enabled to speak of you more fully as a private friend and public officer. As a man, I have found you amiable, friendly, and decisive. As a member of the bar, open, candid, liberal, independent, and manly. In regard to the particular matter of complaint, as made through Colonel Morgan, if I rightly comprehend it, Captain Mason complains of your successful defense of citizens charged with having sold spirituous liquors contrary to the laws of Michigan Territory, not for any exceptional management or sinister intrigue. This, Captain Mason or any other person, I presume, would not venture to attribute to you, but for defending them as a lawyer. He conceives, I understand, that in accepting the office of sub-Indian agent, you had deprived yourself of the privilege of pursuing your profession as a lawyer, or at least of defending any citizen charged with a breach of the laws. In this, I can only remark, we differ widely in opinion. You early applied for obtaining my consent to practice law, unless it should interfere with your official duties. As yet, no such interference has occurred. In relation to the particular complaint, feeling no particular interest in attending the session of a county court held by two unlearned men, I was in the house only a few minutes during the term. From what I saw in the subsequent representations of the most reputable individuals, I feel no reluctance in declaring that your course as an advocate was polite and deferential, though uncompromising, bold, and energetic." End quote. Colonel Morgan, December 3, 1830, says, quote, "In answer to yours of yesterday, I have the honor to say to you that your course at the late treaty here and since has been entirely satisfactory to me, both as it respects your official duties and private deportment. I have not heard any complaint of either. The point in controversy between you and Captain Mason seems to be whether you have a right to practice your profession or not. That matter can easily be adjusted by higher authority." End quote. The judges, clerk, and prosecuting attorney all testified that the course pursued by Mr. Burnett in the cases in question, as well as generally, quote, "was open, fair, and honorable, and such as could give offense to no man whatever," end quote, as they should suppose. Mr. Burnett made out and forwarded to the War Department his defense against these charges, with the letters and certificates alluded to above, but heard no more from them till near 2 years after. In the meantime, the demeanor of Mr. Burnett towards Captain Mason was such as to show the contempt he felt for the course pursued by him, at which Mason took exceptions, and sent him the following challenge, dated January 9, 1831. Quote, "Sir, I presume from your manner on Sunday last, when I met you at Mr. Brisboy's, that you feel yourself injured or aggrieved by some conduct of mine. If so, it will afford me pleasure to give you honorable satisfaction at any time you think proper to call for it. You cannot, of course, mistake my meaning." End quote. Were it not for the last sentence in the above, it might be easily construed to mean the amend honorable, such as ought to be rendered by one gentleman to another. But this diplomatic double meaning so plainly shows its murderous intent in the last sentence that no mistake could be made. But to the honor of Mr. Burnett, he treated the challenge, as every man of high moral courage will, with silent contempt. Hearing nothing from the complaint for nearly a year, Mr. Burnett wrote to his friend, Honorable W.T. Berry, to ascertain the result, in answer to which he was informed that no charges had been preferred against him, though his answer to the charges had been nearly a year in the Office of Indian Affairs. Here the matter rested, in statu quo, and probably would have remained so, the officer to whom it was sent at headquarters most likely thinking the matter unworthy of notice. But Captain Mason would not yield the point so easily, and accordingly on the 8th of July, 1832, wrote from St. Louis to Major John Garland, then at Washington, to, quote, "have a talk with the Secretary of War on the subject," end quote. And Mr. Garland, himself having some private pique at Mr. Burnett, appears to have been glad of the opportunity to do him an injury, and accordingly on the 31st of July, 1832, wrote to the Secretary of War, endorsing Captain Mason's letter to him, which greatly enlarged the complaint, affirming that the charges were true and urging that they might be investigated. Upon this, Mr. Robb, acting Secretary of War, wrote to General Clark, Superintendent of Indian Affairs. It seems that the original complaint was entirely lost, not having reached the War Department, being most probably deemed unworthy of notice. But now Major Garland's urging the investigation so earnestly, and yet leaving nothing to go upon but the letter of Captain Mason, the Major added what was not true, that, quote, the work on the new garrison was retarded by the drunkenness of the soldiers, which drunkenness occurred in consequence of Mr. Burnett's defending the whiskey sellers, end quote. The complaint was now made, in fact, de novo, this being the first knowledge of the matter at the War Department, and Mr. Robb gave it its proper direction by sending it to the Superintendent of Indian Affairs, who in turn sent it to General Street for investigation, nearly 2 years after the cause of complaint had occurred. No evidence was presented to sustain the complaint, except the bare assertions of Captain Mason and Major Garland, both ex parte, and in reply to these had been filed in the office the letters and certificates heretofore mentioned. Mr. Burnett did not deny the defending of those who were prosecuted for selling liquor without license, but denied that his holding the office of sub-Indian agent cut him off from his professional privileges, and he denied that his defending those men was the cause of the drunkenness of the soldiers, or that the work of the garrison was retarded on that account. The defense of Mr. Burnett, addressed to General Street, is lengthy, but as it gives items in his history of which we have no other means of knowing, and at the same time embodies an able legal argument and defense with a correct history of the case, it is given here entire. Quote, Sir, in the investigation which you are making under the orders of the Department of War of the charges against me as sub-Indian agent preferred by Captain Mason, November 3, 1830, and in his letter to Major Garland of the 8th of July last, and Major Garland's letter to the Acting Secretary of War of the 31st of July last, endorsing the charges, I beg leave most respectfully to submit the following response. Before going into a particular examination of the case, I will say, without hesitation or fear of contradiction, and challenge a reference to all or any who have been acquainted with me in public or private, from my boyhood to the present time, that to those who have known and understood my conduct, official or otherwise, and who have no personal feeling to gratify, it needs not the formal ceremony of an investigation and the production of testimony to satisfy them of its general correctness, and of my disposition faithfully to discharge any duty with which I may be charged. In this case, I am highly gratified that after so tedious a delay since the origin of the charges, an investigation has taken place that will lay the whole truth of the matter before the Honorable Secretary, confident that when he knows the whole truth, a correct decision will be given. The appointment of sub-Indian agent was given me on the 15th of October, 1829, and although the salary is a mere pittance, it was accepted in consideration of recent misfortunes and with the expectation of being able to render a situation in this country ultimately advantageous. On the night of the 2nd of that month, I was badly crippled by the falling of the wall of a burning house in Paris, Kentucky, from which I shall never entirely recover, and so great was the injury received that my life was despaired of. This, too, was the result of my exertions to save the property of my fellow citizens, when the whole town was threatened with immediate destruction, and where I had not a dollar in jeopardy from the flames. It was upwards of 7 months before I was able to resume my business, which was now broken up from my protracted inability to attend to it. I might perhaps in time have regained it, but the necessity produced by my misfortune required an immediate supply of means, and within 5 days after I could walk without a crutch, I started for this place. End of section 15. Section 16 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Memoir of Thomas Pendleton Burnett, Part 4. Quote, "Upon my arrival here, you were so fully sensible of the inadequacy of my salary to the services to be performed that I received your cordial consent to pursue the practice of my profession when public duty did not require my attention. I have continued to do so under the sanction of that permission until the present period, at no time neglecting in the slightest degree any official duty which devolved upon me. In this way I have been able to render the office acceptable, which could not have been so from the salary alone. The first term of the county court of this county, after my arrival, commenced the first day of November, 1830. At that term, the grand jury found bills against Samuel Griffin, a licensed tavern keeper, for selling spirituous liquors on Sunday, against Charles Lapointe, Jr., and several others for selling in less quantities than 1 quart without licenses, and against John Dowling, a licensed tavern keeper, for keeping a disorderly house. In the most of these cases, if not all, I believe that Captain Mason was the prosecutor. There was no attorney attending the court except Mr. Dallum, the prosecuting attorney, and myself. I was employed by Griffin and Dowling to defend them, and the court assigned me as counsel for Lapointe in consideration of his circumstances. These were all the prosecutions that I defended at that or any other term of the court, and I have never been concerned in any way in the defense of any other prosecutions of the kind before any tribunal in this county, except a single case before a justice of the peace near a year afterwards. There was nothing in any of these indictments or in the proof upon the trials which rendered my appearance in the cases incompatible with my duties as an agent of the government. They were charges of simple offenses against the laws of the territory, without the remotest connection with the laws of the United States or any order or usage of the department to which I am attached. It is true that Captain Mason attended the court daily for the purpose of prosecuting the poor and ignorant inhabitants of the place, with a host, as he would probably say, of soldiers attending his call as witnesses, aided by the vigilance and faithful attention of the prosecuting attorney, and that in most, if not all, of the cases, it came out in proof upon the trial that some soldier had participated in the act for which the defendant was prosecuted. But I know of no law, I understand no duty, which will require me to keep silence in a court of justice because Captain Mason or any other officer of the Army may think proper to come forward and charge a citizen with an offense against the laws of the country, wholly disconnected with my official station. The first intimation that I received that the slightest exceptions were taken to my conduct in this matter was on the evening of the 3rd day of the court after adjournment, when Captain Mason showed me his communication to Colonel Morgan of that date, November 3rd, 1830, which he did, as he said, to satisfy me that he had no personal feeling. I thought it strange that anyone who comprehended my duties should entertain the views of the subject which he expressed, and requested him to furnish me with a copy of his communication, which he promised to do on the next day. At the meeting of the court on the next day, I called on him for the promised copy, and he promised it that day. That was the last I heard from him on the subject for several weeks. I left for Fort Winnebago on the 17th, under the impression that the charges had been abandoned, as a copy had not been furnished, and as Colonel Morgan had told me that he did not agree with Captain Mason upon the subject. On my return, I was surprised to learn that the charges had been preferred and forwarded to the department. I obtained from my accuser a copy of the complaint nearly a month after it had been promised and 2 weeks after it had been forwarded in my absence. I lost no time in preparing and forwarding my defense to Washington. I also sent a copy of the charges, lest they should be lost on the way. I heard no more of the matter till I visited Washington in December 1831, when I found that no charges had been filed in the office against me. I remained in Washington till the 20th of February, 1832, and during a portion of my stay, Major Garland was in the city. Yet while I was there, and my defense supported by documents not to be refuted, and on file in the Indian office, no move was made against me in the case, and a few days before I left the city, I withdrew my defense, considering it unnecessarily there. Captain Mason, I believe, visited Washington in the spring, but took no steps to call up the investigation while there. But on his return to the frontier, he wrote from St. Louis to Major Garland to revive the matter. This brought the matter before the Secretary of War, July 31st, 1832, for the first time. This revival of the matter, it will be recollected, after so long a time had elapsed, and opportunities for a full and fair investigation had passed, took place when the Indian War was raging in the vicinity of this place, and the whole of both your time and mine was incessantly engaged, often in the night as well as in the day, in the discharge of paramount public duties, while Major Garland, snugly seated in his bureau, could manage the charges secure from the dangers or toils incident to a frontier station. From a subsequent letter from the acting secretary of the 25th of September, 1832, it appears that the original communication of Captain Mason to Colonel Morgan has at length made its appearance at the department, and the charges therein contained can now be met. This I shall do fully and fairly, and while I shall endeavor to correct any unjust inferences which may possibly be drawn from the very general nature of his statements, I shall not deny, evade, or palliate anything that I have done. It will be perceived that Captain Mason does not charge me with a breach of any law of the United States or of the territory. He does not charge me with disobedience of any order or instruction emanating from any authority I was bound to obey. He does not charge me with a breach of any custom or usage of the department, nor does he charge me with any malpractices in my profession. It is not pretended that any act of this kind has occurred. He makes a general charge that cannot be referred to any law or precedent, order or custom with which I am acquainted for decision. He says only, quote, that whilst the officers of the army at this post are striving to prevent drunkenness among the soldiers and are prosecuting before the civil courts various persons for selling spirituous liquors to the soldiers contrary to the laws of the territory, that Mr. Burnett, sub-Indian agent, an officer of another department of the government, is throwing his weight in the opposite scale by appearing before the courts and defending the persons who thus offend against the law and who have annoyed us so much, end quote. He concludes with a general charge of aiding the whiskey sellers and thereby opposing the exertions of the officers of the garrison in endeavoring to keep the men sober. When the facts upon which the charge is founded are understood, it amounts simply to the question, have I a right, holding the appointment of sub-Indian agent, to practice the profession of the law? This is the view which Colonel Morgan took of the subject at the time, and gave it as his decided opinion that I had the right. Captain Mason represents that the prosecutions were, quote, for selling spirituous liquors to the soldiers contrary to a law of the territory, end quote. Now the truth is, there was no law of the territory in existence at that time, which prohibited the selling of spirituous liquors to soldiers any more than to other persons, as a reference to the statutes then in force will prove. Captain Mason was himself the individual and only prosecutor in the cases in question. No other officers of the army at this post were known to me in that attitude, nor do the records of the court show it. The whole of my practice, which he considers a breach of my public duty, took place in the Crawford County Court, and at one term only of the court, and not before the civil courts of the country, and the various persons whom I had defended at that time consisted of two individuals only, Griffin and Lapointe, and to one of them, Lapointe, the court assigned me as counsel. The indictment against Griffin charged him as an innkeeper with selling different liquors on Sunday to diverse persons whose names were unknown to the grand jury, the selling on that particular day being made an offense in a tavern keeper by the laws of the territory. The indictment against Lapointe was for selling spirituous liquors without a license, and that against Dowling was for keeping a disorderly house. In neither indictment was a word said about selling to soldiers. Dowling's case came on the day after the charge was made out, the 4th, so that Griffin and Lapointe were the only ones whom I had defended at the date of the complaint. Captain Mason makes a further general charge of defeating the expectations of the government in conferring upon me the small office which I hold, and with aiding the whiskey sellers, etc. How far I may have fulfilled, in the discharge of my public duties, all reasonable expectations of the government or citizens, I shall not pretend to say. I leave that for you to decide, because all my official acts, both before and since these charges, have been made under your own observation, and I am perfectly satisfied that you would not have sanctioned or tolerated in me a course that could be construed into a dereliction of duty. As to the charge of aiding the whiskey sellers, a criminal law advocate who had defended one on his trial for murder could with as much justice, truth, and propriety be charged with being the aider of the murder. It was evident in all these cases that they did not involve in any way our Indian relations. If they had, if Indians had obtained the liquor, or had they been riotous in Dowling's house, I should have had nothing to do with them, or either of them. To know this for a certainty, I inquired of the prosecuting attorney if any testimony connecting either case with the Indians or Indian affairs had been or would be presented. He said there would not. It has been before stated that Mr. Dallam, the prosecuting attorney, and myself were the only members of the bar in attendance at that term of the court. It would therefore seem to have been the wish of Captain Mason that those whom he saw fit to prosecute should not have the benefit of counsel to defend them. But the Constitution of the country guarantees to everyone accused the right of counsel to defend him. The people of this place, however poor and ignorant, have not forfeited their constitutional privileges. This is their right as well as the highest in the land. I do not pretend that the absence of all other attorneys from the court, or even the assignment of myself by the court as counsel, would have justified me in a positive breach of duty. I do not expect or wish to shelter myself under any such plea, but I do contend that when law, order, regulations, customs, and instructions are all silent upon the subject, or so far as they do exist, favor the exercise of my profession in the manner that it was exercised, that the circumstances of the case form a strong reason why I should act as I did. In support of the facts herein above stated, I beg leave to submit the documents which I once before forwarded to the department upon the same subject, and which were on file there about 14 months. The testimony here offered will sustain every material fact I have stated, and is of a character not to be refuted." End quote. Captain Mason, in his letter to Major Garland of July 8, 1832, attempts to implicate the character of the judges and clerk as being notorious whiskey sellers, thereby to destroy the force of their testimony as to the facts of the case. Mr. Burnett's response to this is omitted as unnecessary to the question at issue, but it shows the desperate means resorted to by Captain Mason to gratify personal revenge because he could not accomplish his wishes in the premises. Both Captain Mason and Major Garland affirm things in their charges which are proved not to be true in the response, but it is not deemed necessary to copy. The determined and dogged zeal with which the two officers of the Army followed Mr. Burnett in this matter might have been commendable in a cause demanding it, but to follow a man of Mr. Burnett's known reputation on a charge of so trifling and unfounded a nature evinces a degree of venom not at all commendable in any man, nor is it at all agreeable to the fine feelings of such a man as Mr. Burnett to be thus prosecuted from year to year, with no other cause for it than the revengeful feelings of disappointed pride of opinion. But the end of the matter is not yet. On the 16th of February, 1833, Albert Herring, Commissioner of Indian Affairs, wrote Mr. Burnett as follows, quote, "The charges preferred against you by Captain Mason, your reply, and the documentary evidence have been referred to this office for examination and report. I am instructed by the Secretary of War to inform you that he acknowledges with much pleasure the excellence of your character and the ability and zeal manifested in the discharge of your duties as sub-agent, and though he disclaims all inclination and right to interfere with the fair exercise of your professional talents, he expects and must insist upon a cordial cooperation in the officers of the government to enforce the laws and punish offenders. He cannot perceive that cooperation, where an officer of government appears as the public apologist or defender of the violators of the law. taking it for granted that the cases defended by you did not occur in the Indian country, and that strictly speaking they had no relation to the Indian Department, still your defense of them has been productive of unpleasant consequence. Collision has taken place between yourself and some officers of the Army, and instead of harmonious action to promote the policy of the government, crimination and recrimination have been resorted to, weakening its influence and resisting its operation. The practice, therefore, of publicly defending persons accused of unlawfully introducing, vending, or using ardent spirits is considered inconsistent with your duty as subagent, and it is confidently trusted that this intimation from the department will prevent a repetition of the practice." End quote. To this decision, Mr. Burnett took decided exceptions and remonstrated in the following letter, addressed to Mr. Commissioner Herring, dated April 16, 1833, to which he received no answer. Quote, "Sir, I have the honor to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of the 16th of February, communicating to me the decision given at the department upon the charges preferred against me by Captain Mason. It is with much regret that I perceive in that letter what seems to me to be an indirect censure upon the transactions which have been made the subject of complaint, and the establishment of a restrictive rule for the future government of my official conduct. I had flattered myself that I had shown to the satisfaction of the department, by the testimony of those who were best acquainted with my acts, both public and private, and a reference to the only authorities to whom I had ever been directed to look for the definition and regulation of my duties, that I had, in every instance, performed everything that could reasonably have been required of a subagent for Indian affairs. And I expected that if I were mistaken in this supposition, and it should be considered by the Honorable Secretary that I had violated any rule of public duty, a direct decision to that effect would be given. A charge had been made against me. I had responded to it, and the cause was submitted upon testimony to the proper authority for decision. Either the complainant or the respondent was wrong in the position assumed, and I wished to know which, and I humbly conceive that I was justifiable in expecting a decision upon the issue. This I have not been able to perceive in the communication which you have addressed to me. The information given in your letter that it is the duty of the officers of the Army, and that it is a duty in which the other officers of the government must cooperate to become informers and prosecutors under the municipal code of a state or territory, is the first that I have ever received of the existence and concurrence of such a duty. The principle may be one that has heretofore been practiced upon, but I have looked in vain for a precedent. It is possible that the circumscribed sphere of my public acts and my limited knowledge of the practical operations of government have kept me in ignorance of a rule of official duty so important in its application to the conduct of public officers. It had been my opinion, previous to the receipt of your letter, that the civil departments of the government, either general or local, were provided with sufficient and competent officers to administer the laws of the country, and that in that administration the only legitimate duty resting upon the military department was to aid the civil authorities when they should be found too weak to execute them. If in forming this opinion I had been led into error, I trust that it will be perceived that it is an error into which anyone, with the lights before him that I have received, would most likely have fallen, especially when it is borne in mind that a different principle of duty is essentially variant from all obvious purposes for the organization of either the Army or Indian Department, or any published regulations for the government of either. If the converse of the opinion which I had formed upon this subject be correct, I would suggest the extremely unpleasant situation in which I should be placed, should it be required of me as an act of duty, to cooperate with an officer of the Army in the prosecution of any citizen for an alleged petty offense against the municipal laws of the territory, in a case where it should be known that the prosecution originated in malice or ignorance, passion or prejudice. The officers of the Army are men, and being men, they are subject as others to the influence of the passions, prejudices, and weaknesses of humanity, of which it would not be difficult to furnish examples. In making this statement, I mean no disrespect to the military. There is no one who holds that honorable profession in higher estimation than myself, or who is more sensible of the many brilliant examples of worth and talent of which the army of our country can boast. I only state a self-evident fact for the purpose of illustrating the subject. You observe that the Honorable Secretary cannot perceive the necessary cooperation, quote, when an officer of the government appears as the public apologist or defender of the violators of the law, end quote. Pardon me, sir, for I must say that I have never in all my life appeared as either the public or private apologist of the violators of the law. The distinction in all common parlance between an apology and a legal defense is too obvious to a mind of philosophical reflection or legal attainments to require illustration. An honest man may scorn to be concerned in the one, while he may undertake the other according to every principle of honor, virtue, and morality. You say to me, quote, taking it for granted that the cases defended by you did not occur in the Indian country, and that, strictly speaking, they had no relation to the Indian Department, still your defense of them has been productive of unpleasant consequences, end quote. Again, sir, I must beg your indulgence. I cannot perceive that it is at all necessary that a proposition should be granted, the verity of which is demonstrated by the history and legislation of the country, and by testimony which cannot be controverted. The legal character of the country where acts referred to transpired is established by the history and legislation of the government. The precise nature of the transaction is explained and made manifest by positive and incontestable testimony. But if the transaction has been productive of unpleasant consequences, I would most respectfully ask, am I chargeable with them? If any one officer of the army or other person shall see fit voluntarily to bring himself into collision with me, while I am in the exercise of a natural right secured to me by the laws of the country, and resort to crimination for the purpose of prejudicing my relations with the government, can I, upon any principle of justice, be held accountable for the act or the effects which it may produce? And can an act of mine, right in itself, justly be decided to be wrong, because it may be found to have given displeasure to particular individuals? If recrimination has followed upon crimination, so far as it has been resorted to, it has, in my humble opinion, been fully justified by the system of persecution which has been pursued against me, and the gross misrepresentations that have been made of my conduct. It is impossible for these misrepresentations to escape the observation of anyone who will cast his eye over the charge and the response and the testimony in the case, and if I had tamely submitted to the fraud, if I had failed to repel the influence which it was designed to have upon the decision of the department, I should consider myself unworthy of the trust of the government or the confidence of my countrymen. And yet this gross and enormous feature of the transaction has, for aught that I know, passed without animadversion, while I am rebuked for collisions and unpleasant consequences that have been forced upon me. I am told that these collisions and unpleasant consequences, in the production of which I have been a party concerned, have weakened the influence of the government and resisted its operations. I trust I shall be believed when I say that there is no man in the country who would regret more deeply than myself the commission of an act calculated to weaken the influence of the government and resist its operations. I had hoped that the Honorable Secretary was sufficiently satisfied by proof that my humble abilities had been exerted to the utmost to further the views and operations of the government so far as they had been made known to me. I feel conscious of unceasing efforts to render the government my best services, and it is painful to receive this intimation, the first that has reached me from any source entitled to consideration, that instead of doing what I thought I had done, and what I know I designed to do, my acts have tended to thwart the government and weaken its influence. Without going into a detail of former years, I will state some of the hard services which I performed during the last season, a season pregnant with distress to this frontier. From my return to this agency in the spring of that year, after a visit to my family and friends in Kentucky until the termination of the Indian War, I underwent the most unremitting toil and exertion in the discharge of my public duties, and I feel justified in saying there was no one in any station in this vicinity who was not actually in the campaign who endured more fatigue, who performed more laborious and hard service in the public cause than I did. About the 1st of June, I visited, by direction of the Indian agent, the Winnebago and Sioux villages on the upper Mississippi, for the purpose of raising a band of warriors to send to the aid of General Atkinson at his request. I succeeded in the object of the expedition and returned to this place in 6 days with about 150 warriors. Soon after, it was known here that the hostile Indians had been forced to cross the Wisconsin and were making their way towards the Mississippi. I was sent by the agent on 2 different trips to the Winnebagos above this post for the purpose of withdrawing them with their canoes to this agency before the Sauks and Foxes should reach the Mississippi. These measures were also successful, and although I went in company with a military command from Fort Crawford, I have no hesitation in saying, from my knowledge of those Indians and from my observations while amongst them, that if I had not gone, the success would not have been complete unless the agent had attended to the business in person. I spent the whole night preceding the Battle of the Bad Axe in aiding the preparation of an expedition to be sent up on board the steamboat Warrior, which had just come down with information that the hostile Indians had reached the shore of the Mississippi. I visited the Menominee camp at midnight and collected a small party of warriors, supplied them with ammunition, and got them, with an interpreter, on board the boat, and after wading the Murray 3 times, I got home and lay down at sunrise to take an hour's rest. I asked permission to take charge of these Indians and conduct them to the scene of action, but the agent was unwilling in the then state of affairs at this place to dispense with my services. The expedition reached the battleground in time to share the victory of the day, and one of the Indians whom I sent up was killed in the engagement. Soon after the close of the campaign, I was dispatched to St. Louis at an unhealthy season of the year, and at a time when the whole coast below was panic-stricken at the appearance of the cholera upon our borders, and when I returned, the pestilence was making its most dreadful ravages at Rock Island. On my way down, I communicated to General Scott, then at that post, the first intelligence he had of the capture of Black Hawk and the Prophet. By the time I again reached the agency, I was almost prostrated with fatigue. I had endured 4 months of the most incessant labor in the public service, at the cost of many entire sleepless nights, and during the whole of the time, the state of my health was so feeble that under other circumstances it would scarcely have justified the most ordinary exertion. I do not intend to make even a suggestion as to what has been the value of all these hard services and the proportion which they bear to my compensation. I only state the facts, and in doing so express the consciousness which I feel that throughout all the toil and labor I was animated by an ardent and sincere desire to subserve the best interests of my country, and that then and at all other times, instead of contributing to resist the operations of the government, I have been ready, whenever it has been intimated to me how and where I could be of any service in effecting any of its views, to render my best exertions and most cordial cooperation. And although I have not had the fortune to see my humble name in the bulletins of that glorious war, coupled with the pride and pomp of the preparation, the march, or the victory, or noticed in any of the details of the operations of the department on this frontier, either in the closet, the camp, or the field, yet I am proudly conscious of having done all that was ever required of me, and of having done it promptly and faithfully, according to the best of my poor abilities. And if my country has derived any benefit from my labors, I am content. I know how little the publications of those times have been calculated to give the people correct information of the character of the war and its operations. Their history has been made up too much of exaggerated achievements and concealed or palliated defaults of fulsome adulation and gross and unmerited censure to give the public a correct knowledge of the transactions, and had I have occupied a more conspicuous station, I think I should have felt as little ambitious of obtaining the frothy notices current at the time as I am sure I do now. But what I desired, what I thought I had a right to expect, was when I had served my country to the utmost extent which my situation enabled me to do, at the expense of a season of labor and fatigue that few men under the circumstances would endure. The humble merit of having done my duty would be accorded to me, without the censure of having contributed to resist the operations of the government. End of section 16. Section 17 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Memoir of Thomas Pendleton Burnett, Part 5. Quote, "The rule which has been established by the Honorable Secretary for my special government in future seems to me, with all due deference to the high authority from which it has proceeded, to be unequal and unjust in its discriminating character and in its abridgment of my rights. I would respectfully ask, what are the reasons for establishing a principle by which I am directed to regulate my future actions, which, so far as I can perceive, does not apply to any other officer of the department? And if the reason cannot be found, wherein consists the justice of the discrimination? I trust, sir, that upon reflection you will be sensible of the unpleasant sensations which the establishing of discriminating rules and individual applications of them are justly calculated to excite in the mind of the public officer who is made the subject of their operation, and that you will be convinced that they should be resorted to in extraordinary cases only. But, sir, I humbly contend that the prohibition to practice in a state or territorial court in cases arising under the local laws of the state or territory which have no possible relation or bearing upon Indian affairs is not a legitimate restriction to lay upon an officer of the Indian Department. While I contend for this principle, I say to you most sincerely that it is not because I think that I should be benefited $1 by a change of the regulation. It is now more than 18 months since I have been engaged in a single case embraced in the rule, and it is quite probable that few or none would again occur should it cease to operate. Since the first Monday in November last, I have been performing the duties of prosecuting attorney for this county, and it is not unlikely that I shall continue to perform those duties so long as I continue at this place. It is not, therefore, from any desire or expectation of gain that I ask for a rescission of the rule, but for the reason alone that, as it seems to me, it restricts my natural rights and privileges. Hampton resisted the levying of the illegal tax, not because the payment would impoverish him, but because submission would make him a slave. While I am prohibited the privilege that has been denied me, I feel that I have been deprived of one of the rights of freemen, secured to every citizen of the country and to every other officer of the government. And if I may be legally deprived of this, what security is there for the others? The Honorable Secretary disclaims all right to interfere with the fair exercise of my professional talents, but what shall be considered a fair exercise of them I cannot know until his decision shall be had. If one class of cases may be rightfully prohibited, may not another and another, until the whole shall be swept from me, and a profession which I have acquired under privations and disadvantages that few men have encountered, rendered wholly useless? I wish to be understood. I do not indulge in any present anticipations of this kind. I only extend the principle to show the length to which it will lead, if it shall be finally established, whenever it shall come to be acted upon by a less liberal head of the department. For the reasons which I have given, I flatter myself with the hope that if the Honorable Secretary will do me the favor to give the case a second examination, he will perceive that I have not merited the censure contained in your letter, and that I cannot be justly subjected to the rule which has been established for the future regulation of my duty as subagent at this place. I therefore most respectfully ask that he will reconsider the subject and that I may be made acquainted with his ultimate determination. In considering this communication, I trust that the sentiments advanced and the manner in which they have been expressed will not be misconstrued. They have been conceived and uttered, I assure you, with the most respectful deference and the highest consideration for the superior authorities of the department. I mean only to exercise in an appropriate manner a privilege guaranteed to every citizen of the country, to every officer of the government, the privilege of remonstrance." End quote. While such scenes were pending, and before the final decision of the department had reached Mr. Burnett, it was pleasant and agreeable to his feelings to receive the following from Dr. Beaumont, one of the most distinguished surgeons in the U.S. Army, under date of Washington City, January 7, 1833. Quote, "My dear sir, an agreeable impulse of heart, joined to a sort of compunctious state of mind for the sin of omission, compels me now to express my undiminished regard for one whose kind disposition, warm heart, and generous feelings have gained the sincere admiration and esteem of myself and family during our short but very agreeable acquaintance. It is with peculiar pleasure and satisfaction that I reflect upon the scenes of social enjoyment incident to our residence at Prairie du Chien, and more especially our last journey down the Mississippi and short sojourn at St. Louis. There is indeed an abiding happy impression made upon the mind by the manifestations of ingenuousness and magnanimity of soul, widely different from that produced by the commonplace, everyday, poorly disguised, cold, hollow-hearted affectedness of fashionable society, of which this place is the seat and center, and than which nothing can be more discordant to the present state of my feelings." End quote. It will be recollected that at this time, 1833, the entire country north of the Wisconsin River was unceded territory, except this prairie. The pine timber on the tributaries of the Mississippi above this place was, as it still is, much wanted in the new towns and settlements below, but being in the Indian Territory, the whites, without special permission, were not allowed to take it. Judge J.H. Lockwood had obtained such permission from both the Indians and the War Department, under the supervision of which the Indian Affairs were then placed, to build a mill on the Menominee branch of the Chippewa River, he paying an annuity of some $2,000 to the Wabasha band of Sioux Indians who then claimed that country. Mr. Burnett, with some others, applied to the department for a like permission to build a mill on Black River. The application was referred to General Clark of St. Louis, over 600 miles from the site prayed for, and of course knew as little about it as those living at Washington City. But at that city, General Clark was presumed to know everything pertaining to the wilderness and its inhabitants, even to the lakes and the Pacific Ocean, and of course all matters involving Indian rights and privileges were referred to him. He could no more appreciate the growth of the towns and settlements above St. Louis than can the people east of the Alleghanies, the growth of the country west of them, and therefore saw no necessity for the measure. Or if he did, he saw more in the technicalities and discipline of the agents of the government than in the wants of the people. His own growing city could be supplied, as it had been, and the towns above as far up as Galena from the Ohio River, and not dreaming, perhaps, that in all future time St. Louis would grow to its present dimensions, or that by this time, 1856, there would be over 20 cities on the river above St. Louis, larger than St. Louis then was, with 100 smaller towns, he decided against the application, on the ground that Mr. Burnett was an officer of the general government in the Indian Department. He then withdrew his name from the company and urged the grant in favor of the others, but the refusal was still adhered to, notwithstanding the Indians were anxious for it, because they were anxious for the annuity, for which they suffered no damage whatever. About this time, the Indian agent at St. Peter's was talking of resigning, and Mr. Burnett applied for the office, if such should be the case. But General Clark decided against this also because of the charges preferred against him by Captain Mason, the result of which has already been seen. His abilities and fitness for the office are acknowledged in the correspondence on the subject, and his claim was urged by several prominent men at Washington, some of them in the cabinet. But General Clark took sides with the Army, and any Indian agent, and we presume any other person who happened to differ in opinion from the officers thereof, could receive no favors from him in that direction. Under these circumstances, in which he was not permitted to practice law, if in any way contrary to the wishes of any one officer of the army, nor yet permitted to enjoy the privileges of other citizens in building mills or making such improvements in the country, he thought seriously of resigning and returning to Kentucky, but was fortunately dissuaded therefrom by his friends. The Indian title to the country south of the Wisconsin and Fox rivers having been extinguished, the mines and country filling up with enterprising citizens, with a prospect of a rapid settlement, the prominent men of the country began to think of applying to Congress for a territorial organization. And in reference to this, Judge Doty, under date of February 5, 1833, writes to Mr. Burnett, quote, "The welfare of our country, it seems to me, demands that we should attempt to obtain some understanding between these distant settlements upon the measures proper to be pursued and the men whom we ought to support. United, we may effect a great deal of good. Divided, we lose everything. It is certain that our country is known only as the theater of Indian wars, and it is only when danger is upon us and the blood of our citizens actually shed upon our prairies that Congress deigns to cast an eye to our defense. The intimate and accurate knowledge you possess of public affairs, beyond any other person in your section of the country, seems to justify us in calling upon you to take a leading part in these measures, and as our purposes must be the same, it may be expected that we should be united in the means to obtain them." End quote. The judiciary system of Michigan, to which at that time what is now Wisconsin was attached, was deemed to be very defective, which was considered, among other things, as a good measure for desiring a separate government. Mr. Burnett suggested to the Honorable M.L. Martin, then in the Territorial Council at Detroit, some amendments to the judiciary system, to which Mr. Martin answered February 6, 1833, quote, "It is found extremely difficult to regulate by any general provisions the different interests of the eastern and western sections of Michigan, especially such as refer to the judiciary system or the proceedings in courts. I have procured the passage of a bill that I think will go far in relieving us in cases of chancery attachment and insolvency." End quote. In May 1833, General Street was called to Washington to defend himself against a complaint that had been previously preferred, the main ground of which was that by his vigilance and care of the Indians, the traders were prevented from skinning them quite so easily as some of them wished to do. This, of course, was unpardonable with those interested, but he was not removed for the offense. In the meantime, the duties of the agency devolved upon Mr. Burnett till the 20th of June, when the general returned. Then Mr. Burnett obtained leave of absence from the agent for 3 months to visit his friends and attend to business in Kentucky, subject, however, to the approval of the superintendent at St. Louis. But the superintendent curtailed his furlough to 2 months, that being the extent of his powers, as he alleged. General Street, on being apprised of this, remarked to Mr. Burnett, then in Kentucky, quote, "The curtailing of your permit was, to say the least of it, in my opinion, a singular measure. It will assure you, however, that my opinion of a hostile feeling towards you is not without some foundation. I am now convinced that a similar feeling extends from the same quarter towards me. The whole of his course towards me for the last 6 or 8 months has been strange, and his recent letters confirm me in the belief that my course has been too independent to suit him. Neither you nor I may look that way for support. If we can get slow justice, it will be as much as we should calculate upon." End quote. The reasons assigned in several letters for the hostility of General Clark are these. His feelings were in the interests of the Army and Fur Company. Note: on pages 243, 244 et sequence of this volume, reference is had to some vague yet dogged determination on the part of somebody to break down the American Fur Company, and that somebody wished Mr. Burnett to aid in the matter and send his communication to the care of General Clark, thus rather conveying the idea that General Clark was at least privy to the pretended plot or transaction, But now we are told that General Clark's, quote, feelings were in the interests of the fur company, end quote. It would seem that some explanation is needed, which it is not in our power to give, LCD, end note. So that if an agent should pursue a course conflicting with those interests, he was at once marked by the general. Such things are not new, singular, or yet out of date on the frontier. General Street felt assured that his communications to the Indian Department were copied and given to the fur company. How or by what means he did not know. He could only know that they went sealed to the superintendent, who, after reading and copying for his own use, sent them sealed to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. The copying might have been done in the office, without the knowledge of General Clark, but whether so or not, General Street felt assured that they were copied, from the way he had sometimes to meet from the traders what he knew to be only in those reports to the superintendent. The charges against Mr. Burnett were from the Army, those against General Street from the fur company. The company, however, were not friendly to Mr. Burnett behind his back, however much so they were to his face. So says a letter now before me. Mr. Burnett returned to the agency within the time, 2 months, and in October, General Street left again for Washington to meet the charges before mentioned and not then decided, and to settle his accounts with the department, where he continued till the ensuing April, leaving the entire duties of the agency in the hands of Mr. Burnett. In consequence of the amount of service required, Mr. Burnett applied to the department through Colonel R.M. Johnson to be allowed pay for an interpreter, $400, through which means he would receive a compensation more commensurate with the amount of services rendered and the responsibility resting upon him. But Mr. Herring, the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, December 18, 1833, replied, quote, "It is conceded that Mr. Burnett is a valuable officer, and that his salary is an inadequate recompense for his services, but the standard has been determined by an authority to which the department must bow, and the Secretary of War is precluded from the exercise of discretionary powers in the case." End quote. This terminated his attempts to obtain office or an adequate compensation for the services he rendered in the one he had in the Indian Department. On the 30th of June, 1834, the Act for reorganizing the Indian Department was passed in Congress, by which Mr. Burnett and all other subagents were legislated out of office, but few of whom were reappointed, and on the 2nd of July, Mr. Herring, by direction of the Secretary of War, wrote to Mr. Burnett, giving an extract of the law and directing him to render his account for salary, as his services in that department were no longer required, and concluded by saying, quote, "I am directed by the Secretary of War to tender his acknowledgments to you for the zealous and faithful performance of the duties of your office, and I will thank you also to accept the assurance of my high respect." End quote. He received this note on the 6th of August, when he wrote to Mr. Herring to know to whom he should render his accounts, as no directions were given on that point. General Street ceased to be an agent at the same time at Prairie du Chien by being removed to Rock Island, and no one had yet been appointed to fill the Prairie du Chien vacancy. Before sufficient time had elapsed to receive an answer, he wrote August 30th, quote, "Sir, in your letter of the 2nd July last, you direct me to render my account for settlement up to the date of the reception thereof. General Street arrived at this place a few days since and informs me that he has not received any funds for the payment of my salary due since the 31st of December, 1833, and that he has not been advised whether the money will pass through his hands or not. There is now due me on account of my salary from the 1st of January to the 6th of August, 1834, inclusive, $300. Will you be so good as to inform me when and where I am to receive this money, whether it is to be paid me in the usual way, or whether I am to roam from office to office until I shall find some person authorized to settle and pay my account, or whether it is the intention of yourself, the Honorable Secretary of War, and his Privy Council, Garland, to construe me out of it altogether." End quote. In this apparent hot haste, Mr. Burnett would hardly have been justifiable were it not that the circumstances as heretofore detailed, and especially the non-attention of the department to his charges against Major Garland, for preferring which his dismissal was determined on, whether the law passed or not, indicated a degree of neglect on the part of the department very trying to his patience. Still, it must be admitted that the time was short after the passage of the Act new modeling the Indian Department, and also the Appropriation Act, and the money had not had time to reach the distant posts on the frontier. But the commissioner might have informed him in very few words in what way the money would reach him. Possibly it was an oversight in the hurry in which the subagents had to be apprised of their dismissal from office. On the 8th of September, however, the commissioner writes, quote, I have received your letter of the 6th August. Funds to defray the expenses of the Prairie du Chien agency for the first half year have been sent to the superintendent at St. Louis, end quote. But this left him in suspense whether he should go to St. Louis for it or whether it would be sent to him, and it left $50 non-provided for, as the half year would only give him $250. He was relieved from this suspense in a few days by the receipt of a letter from General Clark, dated September 13th, saying, quote, I have received today your letter of August 30th and of the 2nd inst. On the subject of your pay and of your fees as counsel in the case of Burnett versus Street and Kearney, the defendants being sued as the agents of the government, and of course the government should pay the expenses, etc. On the 30th ult., General Street was informed of the amount allowed the Prairie du Chien agency for the first and second quarters of the present year. Your pay up to the 31st of July is embraced in it, amounting to $291.67. This, as well as the other sums specified in the allotment, will be, as usual, paid over to General Street, whenever called for, to be by him applied to the payment of the objects for which they are intended. No communication has been made to me from Washington on the subject of fees for counsel in the cases you have mentioned. It were perhaps advisable that you write direct to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, requesting him to pay you whatever has been allowed for your services in those cases. End quote. General Street at this time was agent at Rock Island, 200 miles below Prairie du Chien, nor was it certain when General Street would receive the money, nor whether it would be sent to Mr. Burnett, or whether he must go for it. The sum allowed was more than his half-year's salary, but some $9 less than was due him. This jewing a public servant out of such a pitiful sum was a small business for a great nation, but such seems to be the way of the world. As to his fees, he had written to the department again and again, and was informed that the matter had been referred to General Clark, but the general says, quote, he had received no communication, end quote, on the subject, and when great men and rulers of the nation make such contradictory statements, whom are we to believe in such matters? This terminated Mr. Burnett's connection with the Indian Department and his connection with any office in the gift of the government, nor was his experience calculated to inspire him with any great degree of confidence in the spoils theory of the party in power, as his share of them was but small and doubly earned before he received them. As soon as it was known that he was thus displaced from his office, his worth now being known through the country, he began and continued for some time to receive voluntary and strong expressions of sympathy and the confidence of the public in his merit, a few of which will follow. August 16, 1834, Judge Doty wrote him from Mineral Point, quote, after a long conversation with Mr. Ansley, I have, at his request, concluded to suggest to you the propriety of fixing your residence at this place, now that you are no longer required in the Indian Department. It is certainly a fine opening for a lawyer. You will, in addition, have the advantage of a good understanding with the people now, for everybody that I speak with thinks well of you. It appears to me you ought to avail yourself of these circumstances. Your friends wish to have you appointed district attorney, and I think you must take it, because I think there will soon be a vacant judgeship in the district, and this will enable us to help you to it if it should be desirable to you. End quote. On the 28th of August, Robert Doherty, then clerk of the Circuit Court at Mineral Point, wrote, quote, The people in general in this section of the country are very anxious for you to come and reside with us. We have got up a petition to the governor with almost 1,000 signatures, which will be sent on tomorrow morning in your favor for district attorney. Every man that saw it signed it." End quote. September 4th, Colonel R.M. Johnson wrote, quote, "My dear sir, I sincerely regret to learn that you are out of office. I know your capacity for such a place and the sacrifices you have made. You know quite as well as I do the uncertainty and difficulty of obtaining office. All I can say is that if an opportunity offers at the next session, I shall be ready to serve you sincerely, as I have always done." End quote. September 5th, Alexis Bailey, Esquire, writes from St. Peter's, quote, "I always feel a pleasure when I hear from my friends, but this letter of yours made me feel the truth of the fable of the fox and the bramble, that an equal portion of the bitter is mixed with the sweets of this life, and that perfect happiness is unattainable in this world. I feel for you in the mode taken to thank you for your services. The manner in which it was done conveyed one of those cutting slurs, the more so that one does not or cannot obtain satisfaction. But, my dear sir, our government is a republic, and where did you hear of one being grateful? You are young and can do better. Your profession and abilities entitle you to a higher sphere than the one you are in." End quote. October 12th, Major T. Allen of Kentucky wrote, quote, "I regret exceedingly to learn that arrangements have been so made as to displace you from the office you held. However, make no complaint, and suffer it to pass off silently. You have been placed in a good situation by the appointment, and I have but little doubt you will not feel the loss of it long, if at all." End quote. Being now released from the cares and responsibilities of office, and being yet in the unpleasant relations of a married man without a wife, he returned to Kentucky to spend the winter, and also obtained relief from the legal bonds in which he was held to the woman who had deserted him in the time of his calamity from the fall of the burning building in Paris, Kentucky in 1829. On his way there, while between St. Louis and the mouth of the Ohio River, the boat on which he took passage was snagged and sunk to the hurricane deck, leaving that deck but just out of water. The occurrence took place in the night when the passengers were asleep. They escaped to the upper deck, mostly in their night clothes, where they remained in a snowstorm till morning, being without fire and but poorly clad, or otherwise sheltered from the stormy wind and driving snow. There were several women and children among them. The most of the passengers, Mr. Burnett among others, lost all their baggage and some their money. In the hurry of escape from the rushing flood that came into the cabin, Mr. Burnett had caught his clothes and his cloak, but not his trunk. But finding some ladies and children exposed without any protection from the storm, he gave them his cloak and kept himself warm as best he could by walking and other exercise. In the morning they succeeded in reaching the land in a thick wooded bottom on the Illinois shore, where a log heap fire was soon kindled, around which the passengers and boat's crew gathered to warm, but were without food and not within reach of a house from which supplies could be obtained. They remained in this situation till near night, when they were relieved from their sufferings by a steamboat that was passing down the river. The nature of the case between him and his recreant wife, and the ground upon which the divorce was granted, are set forth in the following certificates, sent to him a year or more after the divorce was obtained. At the time of the divorce, he knew not that he should ever again enter into the marriage state, and distant as he was from the place of his marriage and the residence of his wife, he might have done as thousands of others have in the Great West, married again without the formula of a divorce, but his sense of propriety and legal liabilities forbade such a breach of the civil and moral law. And the fine feelings of his nature, as well as his sense of the propriety of the thing, induced him to obtain these papers, to show that his way was clear and his course honorable, if he should again see fit to enter into that holy relation. After he came to this country, his correspondence shows that he preferred to forgive the past if she would return to him, but she refused. The first of these papers is from the Honorable Cyrus Wingate, who, Mr. Burnett says in a note added to it, quote, has for many years in succession been a member of the Kentucky legislature and is a worthy and highly respected member of the Methodist Church, end quote. It is dated April 17, 1836, but referring as it does to a transaction in 1834 to 35, this is deemed the appropriate place for it. The letter says, the bill which divorced you from your wife Lucy was reported from the House of Representatives to the Senate on the 10th of February, 1835, and was referred to the Committee on Religion on the next day. I had the honor to be chairman of that committee for several years, and was so at the time when your application was investigated. For 12 years in succession, I have been honored with a seat in the legislature of Kentucky, and during that time, as a general thing, have felt it my duty to oppose applications for divorce. Indeed, such has been my course on those subjects that I have been considered by many as being too rigid in my inquiries and examined too closely into the domestic relations. This may be true, but I feel that I have done my duty in relation to your application. I recollect distinctly that intelligent and honorable men were examined before the committee, and the result was the firm conviction of my mind, and I believe of every member of the committee, that your bill ought to pass, and in obedience to the order of the committee, I reported the bill back to the Senate on the 13th, with an expressed opinion of the committee that the bill ought to pass, and the rules being suspended, the bill passed, I believe, without a dissenting voice. I can say without fear of contradiction that during the pendency of your application, your conduct was dignified, honorable, and manly, and that you not only sustained the character of a gentleman of nice feelings and a just sense of honor, but that you occupied a place in the sympathies and affections of all the members of the legislature with whom you became acquainted. And I further know that your character in Bourbon was such as not only enlisted General Matron, Mr. Thornton, and Mr. Davis in your behalf, but it also procured for you the application of the near relatives of the woman you were married to for your release, and upon the ground that she was in default entirely and exclusively. And I will further add that so far from your reputation having suffered, or in the least degree been prejudiced by this procedure, it must have suffered if you had not applied. End quote. The next paper was from the Honorable Garrett Davis of April 3, 1836. Quote, I managed Mr. Burnett's application for divorce. He took this step with the knowledge, approval, and cooperation of his wife's brother and brother-in-law. The ground of it, sustained by proof, was that her conduct and treatment of him generally, and particularly when he was confined by the fracture of his leg, occasioned by the falling of a house during a fire, was marked by nothing but extravagant neglect and aversion, and such was the fitfulness and malevolence of her disposition as to forbid all hope of harmony with her. His case was so well made out as to meet with no opposition. When Mr. Burnett came to Paris, he was a stranger and opposed in politics to a large majority of the town and county. He was open and decided, though temperate and respectful in his political course, and though in the first few months of his residence amongst us his politics awakened some prejudice against himself, his discretion and the propriety of his conduct overcame them, and when he left us he had the respect and good wishes of our society, without distinction, and I believe that he merited them. End quote. The correctness of the statement of Mr. Davis was certified to by Mr. John R. Thornton of the Senate and Robert Matron of the House of Representatives. Similar papers, and of similar import, were signed by Dr. G. Nichols of Shelbyville, Kentucky, quote, an exemplary member of the Baptist Church and long at the head of his profession in that town, end quote, and also by the Reverend A. Shannon of the Presbyterian Church of the same town. But it is deemed unnecessary to copy them, the main facts being thus established by 6 of the most prominent men of the country, political and religious, no doubt need remain on any mind as to the propriety and justice of his course in this solemn and afflictive matter. End of section 17. Section 18 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Memoir of Thomas Pendleton Burnett, Part 6. The subject of a separate territorial government from that of Michigan, heretofore alluded to as in contemplation, was still growing and maturing, with the leading men of the country lying west of Michigan. Judge Doty was in the Legislative Council at Detroit, and by a letter from him to Mr. Burnett, dated January 3, 1835, it appears that in accordance with measures concocted in Wisconsin, and especially in Crawford County, a bill was introduced into the Legislative Council to provide for a state government on the east of that lake. The object was to have the state government formed, leaving the territorial government on this side of the lake. The bill met with opposition because it originated in Wisconsin, and the men of Michigan saw that if it passed, they would be indebted to Wisconsin for a state government. But the bill passed, and a convention was called, and a constitution adopted. The prospect of a speedy separation from Michigan prevented the passage of a law to establish a district court west of the lake for a while. But a question arose as to the residence of Judge Irwin, who, it seems, resided in Ohio or Virginia, except when attending courts in the territory. The people of Green Bay deemed the office to be vacant on account of non-residence and petitioned the president to appoint one in his stead, and Mr. Burnett's name was presented to the president to fill the vacancy. The vacancy was not recognized, and the appointment, of course, was not made. But Mr. Burnett was appointed in January 1835 district attorney for the counties of Crawford, Iowa, Dubuque, and Des Moines. In the summer of 1835, the formation of a state constitution for Michigan and the expectation of admittance into the Union induced the people to be on the lookout for a delegate to Congress and for a transfer of the territorial government of Michigan to Wisconsin without an act of Congress to authorize it. Those who are conversant with the history of Michigan becoming a state will recollect that the people acted without law or precedent in forming and adopting their constitution without first obtaining an act of Congress authorizing them to do so, and of the same piece of policy and law was the attempt to transfer the territorial government from the east to the west side of Lake Michigan. The latter, however, was not recognized by the general government, while the former was, and other states, following the precedent, have been admitted into the Union in a similar way. But to save appearances and obey the forms of law, it was agreed on the two sides of the lake that the delegate to represent the territory should be elected on the west side, leaving the peninsula to form a state government and be represented by their senators and representatives in Congress. While this was arranging, Mr. Burnett received numerous letters, which I find on file, urging him to be a candidate for the delegacy. One arrangement in this transferring the territorial government to Wisconsin was to apportion the whole of the 13 members among the counties west of the lake. This being done by Governor S.T. Mason, those counties elected their councilmen, among whom was Mr. Burnett from Crawford. The reason assigned for this movement, as stated in a letter now before me, dated July 10, 1835, from a prominent actor in the business, is in these words, quote, "You will perceive by this that it is our intention to continue the territorial government of Michigan in force without any further legislation by Congress, and this is the result of all my exertions last winter, because I am satisfied that it is the only way in which we can get a separate government until the boundary question shall be settled." End quote. This boundary question was between Ohio and Indiana on the one side and Michigan on the other, and carried with it the boundary question between Illinois and Wisconsin, and, as in most cases, the weaker party was compelled to yield up their rights to the illegal claims of the stronger, in open violation of the Ordinance of 1787, which run the line due east and west from and through the southern extremity of Lake Michigan. But the whole scheme of the transfer of the territorial government was a failure. Mr. Burnett attended the summer terms of the courts in which he was district attorney, but finding, quote, it inconvenient and unpleasant, end quote, to continue in the office on the 10th of September, 1835, he tendered his resignation to Governor Mason. The election of delegate to Congress and members of the Territorial Council was held on the first Monday of October 1835, when George W. Jones was chosen delegate from Michigan and Mr. Burnett, among others, was elected to the Legislative Council to meet at Green Bay. The council met at the appointed time in December, but the new acting governor of Michigan not appearing, as was expected, there was not much of importance done by it. Mr. Burnett was chosen president of the council, but as no governor was on hand, no message presented calling attention to important subjects for consideration, the members present had an opportunity to pass resolutions implicating the acting governor for neglect of duty. Why acting Governor Horner did not meet the council at the time and place fixed upon has not, I believe, been made public. Some supposed that he was advised from Washington that the whole proceeding was without the authority of law, but from a letter from Colonel Jones, then the delegate from Michigan, dated at Washington, February 20th, 1836, it appears that Mr. Horner dreaded the journey from Detroit to Green Bay in dead of winter, as he admitted to him. It appears from the correspondence of Colonel Jones with Mr. Burnett that the council passed resolutions censuring Governor Horner for non-attendance and resolutions touching Governor Cass in relation to Indian treaties. These resolutions implied blame, or at least something that needed explanation. There were also speeches made by Mr. Burnett and others, but especially by him, implicating Governor Cass's administration of Indian affairs while governor of Michigan, and even after his elevation to the head of the War Department. Whether these charges were well or ill-founded, I have no means of knowing. I can only say that on this frontier, I have found those who think that they were, while others are of a different opinion. The speeches made while the resolutions were under discussion were printed in the newspapers of the time and were reiterated and elaborated in a series of numbers afterwards printed in the Galena Gazette over the signature of Wisconsin, all of which, it seems, found their way to Washington and called forth expressions of regret from Colonels Johnson and Jones and a kind offer of mediation from Governor Dodge, in which he used the language of Governor Cass in reference to Mr. Burnett, all of which were in terms of the highest respect for Mr. Burnett, and the matter seems to have been dropped here. We may add that the council not being properly organized, the resolutions, of course, did not possess the prestige of legality, but it seemed, from what followed the publication of those numbers in the Gazette, that there was some foundation for the charges implied in the resolutions, and which were amplified and sustained in the numbers alluded to. For in a letter now before me, from an officer of the Army of some rank, dated May 11, 1836, at Natchitoches, I find the following, quote, I saw your number 1 for the first time this morning in a St. Louis Republican, taken from a Galena paper. But, my dear fellow, have you no conscience that you put it to our talented and literary secretary so unmercifully? If you fail to make an impression, then set it down as established that honesty goes for nothing when in contest with political power. Some of us have had strong suspicions on this point before now, end quote. And before the close of the publication of these numbers, Mr. Burnett received a polite intimation from Washington that he could have any appointment at the disposal of the department, it being understood, though not expressed, that their publication should cease. But this intimation was viewed by Mr. Burnett in the light of a bribe, and he said that if he was not entitled to an office from merit, he should not accept of one as a bribe, to be silent on matters of public interest when exposure of political or other corruption seemed to be a duty. Note: this intimation of a bribe from Washington would seem to hint that it emanated in some way from General Cass, as the newspaper Strictures referred to him. From the vague assertions of Mr. Brunson, we respectfully suggest, whether in defending the dead, our friend may not, in his zeal, have done injustice to the living. What the charges were, we are not told, except that they, in a general way, implied some blame against General Cass connected with the Indian treaties, both while governor of Michigan Territory and since his administration of the War Department. But Mr. Brunson himself candidly admits that, Quote, whether these charges were well or ill-founded, I have no means of knowing, end quote, and adds, quote, I can only say that on this frontier I have found those who think that they were, while others are of a different opinion, end quote. Colonel R.M. Johnson and Honorable G.W. Jones regretted that such charges had been made, and General Dodge could not have believed them, or he would not have offered his friendly mediation in the matter. For General Cass to have intimated a bribe would have implied guilt, and no one, we can hardly suppose, would seriously entertain even a suspicion of his having knowingly wronged either the government or the Indians. LCD. End note. Those numbers, so far as my knowledge goes, are out of print unless someone has an old file of the Galena Gazette for 1836. Among the acts and doings of the Council were memorials to Congress to organize the territory of Wisconsin, whether Michigan became a state or not, and to the President in reference to the officers of the territory, praying that the offices thereof be filled by citizens of the territory and not by men of other states, who would come to the country for the sake of office and not without, claiming that competent men could be found already in the country who came here to reside, whether in office or out of it. It was expected that General Dodge, who was and yet is a citizen of the country, would be made governor, and it was reported that the Secretary of Michigan had the promise of a transfer to Wisconsin in the same office. But against this, the Council protested in the strongest manner and solicited the appointment of Mr. Burnett to that office. The report and resolutions of the Council on this subject were conveyed to Colonel Jones at Washington by Colonel Hamilton and were immediately laid before the President. Colonel Jones says, quote, I proceeded in propria persona to the President, presented the document to him, and endeavored to impress upon him the propriety of granting the prayer of the Council, end quote. Colonel Jones further says in a previous letter dated December 22nd, quote, I have but one course to pursue, and first, my feeble efforts will, in all cases, be made to have appointed citizens of our own territory. From amongst these, I will endeavor to have those appointed who I honestly believe to be best qualified, everything considered, to discharge the duties of the office to be filled. As to the office of Secretary, I know of no person who is an applicant for the place that I believe to be so well qualified to discharge its duties as yourself, and I have no doubt, if justice is done to the people interested, but that you will receive the appointment, end quote. If the secretaryship could not be obtained, Mr. Burnett desired a judgeship, and for one of these offices, his friends in Congress, such as Johnson and Jones, and through them Benton, Lynn, Wright, Talmadge, and many others, earnestly contended. But perhaps there never was a greater scramble for the offices of a territory than in this instance. It was the first territory organized under the administration of General Jackson, and his friends, or at least many of them, were disposed to avail themselves of the opportunity now offered to get some office. Colonel Jones says, under date of March 13, 1836, while the bill to organize the territory was pending, quote, the President told me the other day that there would be 1,000 applicants for the offices of our territory. There is scarcely a day that I am not asked for my feeble influence in favor of some rascally office hunter from this district or some state. I assure you that I have become so disgusted with the hungry wolves that I cannot treat them with common civility. I hate the sight of them and look upon them as robbers of the dearest rights of my constituents. We ought to drive them from our soil if they succeed in stealing our offices, end quote. But notwithstanding all the efforts made in favor of citizens of the territory, the offices were mostly filled by those from other states. And as a reason for this, Colonel Jones says, April 18, 1836, quote, I go for Wisconsin and her citizens before the world, but, sir, we have no votes to give the President and are not worth pleasing. These office seekers are strongly recommended, and it is a difficult matter, as the President told me, to get over the importunities of his numerous political and influential friends who have their friends to please, end quote. It is possible, if not probable, that Mr. Burnett would have been more successful in his application for office if he had been less independent and allowed what he considered to be corruption in high places to pass without his caustic strictures upon it. As early as March 1836, the incipient steps were taken at Detroit to form the Four Lake Company, with a view to secure the site and lay out a city which should afterwards be the capital of Wisconsin. Several persons were associated with Governors Mason and Doty in this enterprise, one of whom was Mr. Burnett. The country being then unsettled from the Blue Mountains to Milwaukee, and but little explored, measures were taken by some of the company to ascertain the practicability of the measure, and the land was entered and a city laid out, which was afterwards christened Madison. Early in April 1836, acting Governor Horner had moved to Wisconsin, expecting to hold the same relation to Wisconsin that he had held in Michigan. The bill to organize the territory of Wisconsin had not yet passed Congress. Michigan had assumed to be a state and was expecting to be admitted into the Union, but the spirit of the times and of the dominant party in politics was of the progressive character, and those who felt most interested were impatient at the tardy movements of Congress and were still anxious to move the territorial government of Michigan to Wisconsin, nolens volens. Accordingly, Governor Horner, then at Dubuque, Mr. Burnett being there at the same time, addressed the following to Mr. Burnett, April 8, 1836. Quote, "Sir, as the executive of Michigan Territory, I desire your opinion on this point. Can I convene the Legislative Council of Michigan Territory at any other place than Green Bay? If I can, will it suit your convenience as a member of that council to attend in the next 2 months at a convenient place within the mining district? I should also be glad to know whether you desire a session of it." End quote. To this, Mr. Burnett answered as follows, quote, "In answer to the first question proposed, that is, whether you can convene the council at any other place than Green Bay, I will state what took place during the session of January last relative to that subject. Near the close of the session, a resolution was introduced requesting the governor of the territory to call the council together at some further day and at a different place. Upon this resolution, a discussion arose, and the measure was opposed by some upon the ground that the place for the assembling of the council having been once designated by the competent authority, it was then fixed and must remain so until it should be changed by law. It was contended that the power vested in the executive by the Act of 1835 of Michigan, making Green Bay the place of meeting, was not a continuing power to be exercised at will by changing the succeeding meetings of the council from place to place, but that when it had been once exerted, the authority was exhausted and could be renewed only by subsequent legislation. The subject was one upon which I had not previously reflected, and the arguments by the opponents of the measure had not before occurred to me, and I was not prepared readily to admit the conclusions to which they brought the minds of others. They, however, prevailed with a decided majority, and the measure was defeated by an almost unanimous vote. Whatever my present opinion may be upon the legal principle involved in the question, it seems to me to be of very little consequence, as I am persuaded that unless other members have changed theirs since the close of the session, a quorum could not be obtained who think that the council can be legally convened at any other place than the one first designated under the law. As to the inquiry whether it will suit my convenience to attend a session, etc., I will remark that in the discharge of any public duty, I have ever made my personal considerations yield to the emergency of the case, and that inasmuch as it is not my privilege to have public measures shaped with a view to suit my individual wishes and convenience, it is not my expectation that they should be so ordered. In reply to the last question proposed, I will say, with all due deference and respect for the executive, that it seems to me that my individual wishes, either for or against the assembling of the council, ought not to have more weight and influence in directing the action of the governor than those of any other citizen of the country. The governor will, I presume, exercise his discretion upon the subject and judge of the expediency of the measure proposed, from the exigency of the times in reference as well to the domestic affairs with the general government." End quote. This, so far as I am advised, was the last attempt to keep alive the territorial government of Michigan and Wisconsin. On the 20th of April, 1836, the act organizing the territory of Wisconsin was approved and took effect on the 4th July of that year. Things now began to operate in a more legal form than before. The secretary of the former territory was made secretary of this, and until the arrival of Governor Dodge was, as he had been in Michigan, acting governor. Under the new organization, new officers, a new delegate to Congress, and new councilmen and representatives had to be chosen. And as on former occasions, Mr. Burnett was the choice of numerous friends. A strong effort was made to get his name before the people as a candidate for Congress, but this he declined. The organic law of the territory authorized the governor to cause a census of the different counties to be taken, and to apportion the 13 members of the council and the 26 members of the House of Representatives among the several counties as nearly equal as practicable. The people of Crawford County, where Mr. Burnett resided, understood this law to give each county a representative in each house, but the governor understood it otherwise and apportioned the members of the council among the counties that had a larger proportion than that of Crawford, giving the latter 2 members of the House, but no member of the council, nor attaching the county to any other so as to form a council district, or affording the people an opportunity in any way to vote for a councilman. Upon this state of the case, the people claiming to be entitled to a representative in the council unanimously elected Mr. Burnett to that place. The election being over, Mr. Burnett wrote to Governor Dodge, October 17, 1836, as follows, quote, "Sir, you will perceive from the sheriff's return of the election held in this county that the people have unanimously elected me to the council in the legislative assembly of the territory. As the act for establishing the territorial government provides that, quote, the number of persons authorized to be elected having the greatest number of votes in each of the said counties for the council shall be declared by the said governor to be duly elected to the said council, end quote. The question is submitted to you whether you will declare me to be duly elected to the council according to the vote of the county. It is hardly necessary now to go into an argument of the case, but I may be permitted to remark that the organic law evidently was intended to, and does most fully, so far as positive enactment can go, secure to the people of every county the equal rights of suffrage and representation with their fellow citizens in other parts of the territory. The people of this county have elected 1 member to the council, which is the least they could do to have any representation in that body. That number seems most clearly to me to be authorized by law, to be elected, and proper to be so declared by the executive. I am well aware of the difficulties of the case as it now stands, end quote, there being 13 members elected besides Mr. Burnett, quote, and it is not for me to make suggestions as to the course proper to be pursued by the executive under the present circumstances. I only ask, in the name of the people of an entire county, what they and I are perfectly convinced is our lawful right, and that the member chosen by them with 1 voice to represent them may be officially declared to be duly elected, end quote. It is a question which I leave to others to decide, whether the trouble in this case grew out of the wording of the organic law or out of the governor's misapplication of that law in making the apportionment. There were at that time but 6 counties in the territory, among which to apportion the 13 councilmen and the 26 representatives. The organic law seems clearly to contemplate that each county would contain a sufficient population to entitle it to at least 1 member of the council and 1 or more members of the House. But on taking the census, it was found that Crawford County did not contain 1/13th part of the population of the territory. It seems further that the organic law made no provision for attaching 2 or more counties together so as to constitute a council district. Here was a lameness in the law, which the governor, it seems, thought he had no power to remedy. but apportioned the members of the respective houses as nearly in proportion to the inhabitants as possible under the circumstances. No one can justly impeach the motives of the governor. He certainly could have had no intention to wrong the people of Crawford County, for he gave them 2 members of the House, which was more than their proportion according to population. But still the law, though enacted under a mistaken view or opinion as to the population of the several counties, most clearly contemplated giving each county at least 1 councilman as well as representatives. The apportionment, however, was so made as to give the 13 members to the other 5 counties, and without attaching Crawford to any other county for this purpose. Under these circumstances, the Legislative Assembly met at Belmont in November 1836, when Mr. Burnett presented his claims and certificate of election, demanding a seat in the council. But the trouble, in case he was admitted to a seat, was that there would then be 14 instead of 13, and no one knew which of the others must retire to give him room. The council had not the apportionment of its own body previous to its first meeting, and if the governor had erred in the apportionment, the council had no power to correct the error, and the result was that Mr. Burnett was refused a seat in that honorable body. All the proceedings in this case will be found in the journal of the council of that session. At this Belmont session, and in organizing the territorial government, Mr. Burnett was nominated by the governor and confirmed by the council as district attorney for Crawford County, and on the receipt of the commission, therefore, wrote the governor as follows from Prairie du Chien, December 17, 1836. Quote, Sir, I was on this day handed a commission appointing me, by and with the advice and consent of the Legislative Council, district attorney for the county of Crawford. I take the earliest occasion to inform you that I decline accepting the appointment, that you may take such steps to fill the office as may be deemed expedient. Believing, as I do most sincerely, that the council was not legally organized, and that it had not, therefore, the lawful authority to perform any valid and binding act, I cannot, consistently with these opinions, assume an office that has been conferred by the action of that body. It is proper to state that my name was presented for the appointment without any knowledge or consent on my part. End quote. The people of Crawford County, not being satisfied with the apportionment of the council, petitioned Congress for redress, the petition being sent to the care of the Honorable John Quincy Adams to be presented, and Mr. Burnett wrote that eminent statesman a letter explaining the matter and urging the favor of his influence in their behalf. But it seemed that nothing was done in the premises. In the circumstance of Mr. Burnett's addressing that great statesman on this subject, we see the impropriety of anyone's taking ultra measures in political matters. It has been seen that Mr. Burnett was an original Jackson man, and of course was an opponent of Mr. Adams, and those who recollect the spirit as well as the means used in that contest would hardly think it possible that a Jackson man would ever ask a favor of Mr. Adams under any circumstances. But in the circumstances herein related, under the administration of the man whom he had helped into office, Mr. Burnett had not received what he deemed equal and impartial justice, and to obtain this he addresses the very man whose election he had opposed. I do not mean to be understood as saying that Mr. Burnett changed his political views as a Jackson Democrat, but simply that it is unsafe in political contests to condemn or consign those of an opposite party to oblivion, for circumstances may so change that we may agree on public measures, or we may be glad of their favor and assistance in subsequent cases. On the 29th day of December 1836, Mr. Burnett was married to Miss Lucia Maria Brunson, my second daughter, and in the spring of 1837 he removed to Cassville in Grant County, Wisconsin. He changed the place of his residence to be more central to his professional business, which was now greatly extending, not only in the western counties of what is now Wisconsin, but also into what is now Iowa and Dubuque, and even into Des Moines County. Early in the year 1838, the subject of the election of a delegate to Congress from Wisconsin Territory was agitated, and Mr. Burnett was not only consulted as to the measures proper to be pursued, but was strongly solicited by his friends on both sides of the river to suffer his name to be used in the contest. But before preliminaries were arranged, Congress divided the territory and organized that of Iowa out of the portion of Wisconsin which lay west of the Mississippi River. This entirely changed the face of things, leaving the aspirants on the two sides of the river an open field without the interference of the local interests, which naturally grow out of such circumstances. Party politics had hitherto been kept out of sight in territorial matters, and Whigs and Democrats were not known in the canvasses for office. The first delegate from the territory was understood to be a Whig when elected, but the administration of the Generala government and a majority in Congress being of the Democratic Party, it was deemed prudent by himself and his friends to change his political character. One reason for this was that as the territory was dependent upon Congress for funds to support its government, make its internal improvements, and pay its numerous officers, it was policy, the usual standard of morality, truth, and justice, with the majority of the politicians of the day, for our delegate to be on the strong side of Congress and the administration in hopes to obtain greater appropriations from the national treasury. With a view to secure this object in the election, without the contingency of a change in political views or policy, Mr. Burnett was called upon by the Honorable J.S.H., one of the delegates to the nominating convention, to know whether he, quote, professed the principles of the Whig Party and whether he was in favor of a national bank as the only means of regulating the currency and whether he believed in its constitutionality, end quote. The above was dated at Green Bay, August 17, 1838, and Mr. Burnett, then being at that place on the day following, replied as follows, quote, in answer to your letter of yesterday, it gives me pleasure to state that I do not now and never have professed the principles of the Whig Party. All my political principles were imbibed in the school of the Democratic Party, as taught by Mr. Jefferson and his associates and followers, and I am too far advanced to change these principles. I have always been opposed to the Bank of the United States. All the arguments that have been elicited in late years in favor of that institution have not, in any degree, tended to change my opinion. I am, and ever have been, in favor of a strict, limited construction of the Constitution and a strict responsibility of all public agents. I do not believe it was intended by the framers of our Constitution to confer on Congress the power of creating a national bank, and in all cases where such a measure is even doubtful, I think the safer course is to leave the matter to the people and to the states. I have thus frankly, and in few words, given you my opinions upon these questions, believing it to be the right of the citizen to inquire of a candidate for office as to his views upon the political measures of the country. I am nevertheless clearly satisfied that it is not good policy to make national politics a test question in our territorial elections, and am opposed to any attempt at present at the organization of parties in the territory." End quote. In this congressional contest, there were three candidates in the field, George W. Jones, J.D. Doty, and Mr. Burnett. Each had his warm friends, and the election was warmly contested, but Mr. Doty was the successful man. End of section 18. Section 19 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Memoirs of Thomas Pendleton Burnett, Part 7. In a letter now before me from a friend of Mr. Burnett and Racine, giving reasons why the election in that county went so different from what was expected, among other reasons, says, quote, "The bar in this village was kept open by Blank's friends on the day of election, and I am credibly informed that the bill was $25, end quote. When will the time come that bribery will not be resorted to purchase votes? And what can a man value himself at who will sell his vote, if not himself, for a drink of whiskey? Until this corrupt and corrupting practice is discountenanced, discarded, and abandoned, we cannot reasonably expect purity in our public men. In this case, it is not said that the candidate footed the rum bill, but that his friends did. This they might do without his knowledge or consent, but these friends would not be to that expense unless they expected, if their candidate was successful, to be compensated in the shape of office, contract for some public work, or by direct remuneration. In either case, corruption is at the bottom or foundation of the movement, and while men will thus sell their influence, the elective franchise is but a farce, and liberty is but a solemn mockery, for the people who thus dispose of their rights are but slaves to a political demagogue who, if he would thus purchase votes, would in time sell himself to a usurper of a higher grade and become a vassal to a crowned head, if by so doing he could be well paid for his own and the liberty of his country. These remarks are not made with reference to this case particularly, but the fact having occurred here gave rise to the general reflection. From the numerous nominations, together with the numerous letters Mr. Burnett received from the leading men in different parts of the territory, it was but reasonable calculation on his part, as well as on that of his friends, that he would be elected. But such is the glorious uncertainty of politics as well as law, that he, like many others of merit, was doomed to be disappointed. And this, when added to others heretofore alluded to, induced him to remain silent and inactive on this score for some length of time. Nor would he ever again have been a candidate for any office in the gift of the people if he had not literally been dragged out of his retirement by his friends. The delegate from Wisconsin had up to this time been elected in the odd year, so that his 2 years ran into 2 Congresses, and as Judge Doty was successful 1838, and the governor and a majority of the legislature being opposed to him, it was deemed a favorable opportunity to get rid of him by enacting that the election of delegate should correspond to the election of members of Congress in the states. This, of course, brought on an election of delegate in 1839. Judge Doty and Byron Kilbourne were the prominent candidates, and by some means which I have not seen explained, Mr. Burnett was again brought before the public in that connection. I have not been able to learn from his own correspondence that he consented or refused to have his name used in that way. The friends of each of the prominent candidates reported that his name was used for the purpose of dividing the vote of their respective friends. Of this, Mr. Burnett was not guilty, nor was he capable of such measure. As it was, he received but a few scattering votes, and Judge Doty was again successful, contrary to the expectations of the lawmakers and changers. In the meantime, Mr. Burnett's practice at the bar was greatly enlarging, and he was preparing his farm in Grant County for the reception of his family, where he intended, and as it finally resulted, did spend the remnant of his days on earth, and to which he moved his family in 1840 and gave it the name of Hermitage. In the spring of 1842, Governor Doty, in organizing the militia of the territory, appointed Mr. Burnett general of the 2nd Brigade of the 2nd Division. In the fall of 1842, a murder was committed in Prairie du Chien, for which 5 soldiers were arrested and indicted, for whose defense Mr. Burnett was employed. The accused were acquitted, and for the want of other means to pay their counsel, they assigned over to him their pay due from the United States for and during the time of their confinement, which assignment was sanctioned by the officer commanding the company to which they belonged. But the paymaster, Major Street, refused to pay him or them for the time of their confinement under a decision of Mr. Thornton, the second Controller of the Treasury, made in 1833. From this decision, Mr. Burnett appealed to the Secretary of War, who referred the matter to the Paymaster General, and he in turn referred it to the decision of the Controller, quote, that soldiers confined by the civil authority for alleged criminal offenses are not entitled to pay from the United States for the time they are so confined. The fact that the men were not convicted does not alter the case. The decision is based on the ground that no service having been rendered the United States during that time, they, like other employers, are not bound to pay for any. End quote. But Mr. Burnett, with his characteristic diligence as a lawyer, never yielding a point in which he thought he was right until the last thing possible was done, appealed from this tribunal to the President of the United States, to whom he writes August 28, 1843, as follows, quote, I beg leave respectfully to request your examination of the enclosed correspondence. When the matter was submitted to the Honorable Secretary of War, it was expected that he would give it some attention and not turn it over to the Paymaster General. He had already given his orders in relation to the decision of the second controller, under which Major Street was acting, when he refused to pay the men. If I had wanted a reiteration of the order, if it could have been of the least imaginable benefit to me or the men for whom I have been acting, and at whose request I am still urging their claims for justice, to have it again promulgated, I should have written to the Paymaster General direct, without troubling the Honorable Secretary to hand my letters over to him to be answered. The Paymaster General says that, quote, the decision of the second controller is based upon the ground that no service having been rendered the United States during that time, they, like other employers, are not bound to pay for any, end quote. The same principle would prevent the payment of a soldier for the time he might be confined in the hospital by sickness or wounds, or while he was a prisoner of war. Why are the men in either of these cases paid for the time in which they render no service? Because they have been prevented by circumstances to which they must submit, and have not withheld their services voluntarily. But Mr. Thornton says, quote, where the soldier is confined by the civil authority, end quote, an authority to which the highest official is bound to submit, no matter how unjust the confinement may be, the misfortune fell on him, and he must bear it. Now, in every imaginable case, for every day when the muster roll does not show the soldier to be present or absent on duty, no matter what accident or misfortune may have intervened, the rule, with equal justice and reason, and as much law to support it, would be applied: the soldier must bear his misfortune. The principle will not bear extension. It cannot be sustained by reason and analogy. The substance of the position is that in every case where no service is rendered, there can be no pay demanded, and the government of the United States is compared to an individual. This rule would exclude every officer of the government, civil and military, from receiving pay when absent from the appointed place of his duty, or when he fails to render service. To apply it to the Army, if an officer is absent on furlough or imprisoned on either civil or criminal process, we never hear of the rule being applied to him. Is law or reason different when applied from what it is when, under the same circumstances, applied to a soldier? Is it to be established as a permanent measure of our government that one rule of justice is to be applied to the poor soldier who always needs protection, and a different and more favorable one to officers who are never so necessitous and who are always more able to protect themselves, and whose pay is of so much more consequence so far as saving is concerned? End quote. But the appeal was of no avail until 2 years after, when the money was paid. It appears from the papers in the case that this rule of the controller had lain dormant for 10 years on this frontier, and it was not known to exist either by the paymaster or officers of the Army until it appeared in this case, and of its injustice no one can reasonably doubt. As an item of history, it is of little importance, but as it involves an important principle of law and exhibits the glaring injustice of the government towards the weak and helpless, it is worthy of note. From the organization of the Supreme Court of the Territory, Mr. Burnett had been the reporter thereof, and in the winter of 1843 to 44, the legislature authorized the publication of the reports of cases in that court with the laws of the session. This required the rewriting of the whole on short notice, but the work was accomplished in due time. But in this, as in many other cases, where political squabbles for the ascendancy interfered with the proper administration of the government, there were two claimants of the manuscript. The legislature had given the printing of the laws and reports to Mr. George Heyer, while the Secretary of the Territory, who held the purse strings, wished to give it to Mr. W. W. Lyman. Furthermore, the legislature appointed John Catlin and Ben C. Eastman commissioners to superintend the publication of the laws and reports, and to compare the laws in the proof sheets with the originals in the Secretary's office. But there were some fears expressed that the Secretary would not grant the privilege of this comparison in his office, which fears, I believe, were without sufficient foundation to justify them. In this state of the case, Mr. Burnett was called upon by both claimants for his manuscript reports. But the commissioners being first in their call, and Mr. Burnett believing that the will of the people as expressed by their representatives should be obeyed, in preference to that of a foreign secretary who was sent here by the federal government merely or chiefly as a fiscal agent, he sent the manuscript to the commissioners, who caused the reports to be printed according to law. In the year 1844, Mr. Burnett was called upon to appear before the people of his county of Grant as a candidate for the Assembly. There seems to have been strong efforts made against his election on account of the independence with which he attended upon his duties at the bar, but he succeeded by a handsome majority, having 1,000 out of the 1,500 votes cast. In the winter of 1844-45, and while the Assembly was in session, a rumor that an Indian war had broken out came with 1,000 fearful forebodings, producing intense excitement in and about the capital. At this time, the militia laws had all been repealed, probably with a view to counteract the supposed influence of Governor Doty, and the capital he might have made by the organization of the militia and the appointment of the officers from among his friends, the majority of the legislature being opposed to Doty. At this juncture, however, a change in the administration of the general government had changed governors, and General Dodge was again at the helm of the territory. But the law which abolished the militia service with a view to hamper and trammel Doty was now, in a time of need, found to trammel and hamper Dodge, for though great fear was excited that plunder and murder would be or were actually being committed by the Indians, the governor's hands were tied by the law, which he had himself approved. The representations of Indian disturbances made to the governor he communicated to the Assembly. If I have been rightly informed, the emergency of the case was such as to call the two houses together at an evening session to receive the governor's message on the subject and to devise ways and means for the public defense. And while one was looking at another, at a loss to know what to do, Mr. Burnett penned and offered a bill to repeal the act by which the militia organization had been abolished and to restore the former laws upon the subject. In offering the bill, which contained only a few lines, he moved a suspension of the rules so that the bill passed at once and was sent to the council, and by the same process it was passed there, and in about half an hour from the time it was first offered, the governor had approved of it, and the whole militia of the territory was organized, officers and all, and measures were said to be taken to call out a portion of it to chastise the supposed marauders, when a second communication to the governor showed that there was no occasion for it. The first report had grown out of exaggerated statements of some white hunters who had come in contact with some Indians in the same pursuit, and who probably took some game which the whites would have been glad to have taken, and possibly some pigs had been taken on the credit of the Indians, but this was never proven against them. Note: by reference to the legislative journals, it appears that this matter happened on the last evening of the following session, February 3, 1846. The governor communicated the proceedings of a meeting of the citizens of Muskota on the Wisconsin River in Grant County, dated Sunday night, February 1, 1846, stating as follows, quote, "The citizens of this prairie and surrounding country, having been for the last several months annoyed and harassed by the depredations of the Winnebago Indians, and submitted to their bullying and insults, have at length been forced to the dernier resort to take up arms for our protection. This evening a skirmish took place between the Indians and the citizens, in which 4 of the former were severely, if not mortally, wounded, and from the known character of the Indians, we may naturally expect more serious consequences to ensue. A true and correct statement of the occurrences of the day is substantially as follows. a number of the Indians came down the north side of the Wisconsin River to Captain Smith's and stole his canoe. He discovered them and called to them to bring it back, which they refused to do. The captain, with several other men, came over to this shore, found the Indians who took his boat, and chastised one or two of them with a stick. And in the melee, one of his men was severely hurt with a club in the hands of one of the Indians. The Indians then ran, and the citizens, a number of whom had by this time collected, followed them a little way and returned. In a short time the Indians came back also. All the citizens having by this time assembled, Captain James B. Estes and Booth advanced towards them unarmed and in a peaceable manner, making friendly manifestations, all of which time the Indians threatened by drawing their knives, throwing off their blankets, waving their guns in the air, and pointing them toward the whites. Finding it impossible to pacify or appease them, they separated, and in a moment they fired upon the citizens. The next minute their fire was returned, and 4 of them fell." End quote. They then add that the Indians have sent their runners to collect their scattered bands, and the whites have sent for aid, that they want the governor's assistance and are determined to kill or drive every Indian on the Wisconsin over the Mississippi, have upwards of 40 men under arms, and have chosen James B. Estes for captain. Governor Dodge recommended the adoption of a memorial to the Secretary of War, asking for a corps of dragoons to protect the frontier settlements. Quote, "In the course of half an hour," says the Madison Argus of that period, "resolutions were adopted to that effect, and the militia law of the territory revived," end quote. And on the adjournment of the legislature, the governor set out immediately for the scene of disturbance, but the excitement had died away, and no more trouble was apprehended. LCD. End note. Mr. Burnett was again in the legislature in 1846 when arrangements were made to call a convention to form a constitution for a state government. He was also elected a delegate to the convention, which met on the 5th day of October 1846. He was, however, prevented by sickness from reaching Madison until the 14th of the month, when he took a seat in this first state convention. He had been some months confined at home by disease, and was indeed unfit to leave home when he did, but feeling the high responsibilities which rested upon him, he repaired to the capital, but his stay there was destined to be short. On the 19th of the month, Mrs. Burnett, who the day previous had returned from the funeral of her mother, was taken with a typhoid fever, then prevalent in the country. In a few days her danger was such that his presence was deemed essential, and a messenger was sent with his own team for him. On the night of the 25th, after the fatigues of the day, he left Madison in a wagon for home, 85 miles distant, and reached home before he slept the night following. This fatigue and exposure, together with his anxiety of mind, caused a relapse of his disease, and he was at once confined to his bed. And besides his wife, his mother, who a few months previously had come to spend her declining days with him, also lay under the same roof and under the influence and effects of the same disease, and all 3 within hearing of each other. On the 1st day of November 1846, his mother departed this life in peace, but neither Mr. nor Mrs. Burnett could follow her to the grave. On the 5th of the same month, Mr. Burnett breathed his last, and in about 3 hours afterwards, his wife followed him into the spirit world. The house at this time was emphatically the house of mourning. Mrs. Burnett's father, 2 brothers, sister, and several other relations were present, but Mr. Burnett had no relative present other than those already mentioned of his wife's. But such was the deep hold he had upon the affections of his neighbors that no care or pains were spared for his comfort and that of his afflicted family. The house was literally thronged both day and night, not merely by spectators, but by those who sympathized with the afflicted and came to administer relief. The news of this double death spread with the velocity of the wind, and on the 7th a large concourse of people assembled to convey the deceased couple to their single grave. Mr. Burnett had selected a spot in a beautiful grove at the head of his garden for his family cemetery, where he had already buried a little son who was killed by the kick of a horse, and where his mother but 5 days before had been interred, and there his Masonic brethren, his family connections, and a large concourse of friends consigned his remains and those of his companion to one common grave. Language can never depict the intense state of feeling that pervaded the whole community. The mail conveyed the sad intelligence to the convention. On the 10th of November, Honorable J. Allen Barber, to whom the sad intelligence was sent, rose in the convention and made the following announcement. Quote, died at his residence at the Hermitage, November 5, 1846, Thomas P. Burnett, aged 46 years and 2 months. Also the same day, Lucia M. Burnett, his wife, aged 29 years and 7 months. Also at the same place, on the 1st inst., Mrs. Judith Burnett, mother of Mr. Burnett, aged 73 years, end quote. Mr. Barber then offered the following resolutions, which were unanimously adopted. Quote, resolved that this convention has heard the announcement of the appalling intelligence of the death by a malignant fever during the same day of the Honorable Thomas P. Burnett, one of its members from the county of Grant, and his wife, and also of his mother, with feelings of the most poignant grief and heart-rending sorrow. Resolved that in the death of the Honorable Thomas P. Burnett, this convention has lost one of its most talented, intelligent, and useful members, the community one of its most valuable citizens and brightest ornaments, his immediate circle of acquaintance and ardent friend, and his family and kindred have sustained a loss for which the expression of our deepest and warmest sympathies can afford but a slight consolation. Resolved that as a testimony of our respect for the deceased, the members of this convention will wear crepe on the left arm for 30 days. Resolved, as a further testimony of respect for the deceased, that this convention will adjourn over the morrow. Resolved, that a copy of these resolutions be signed by the President and Secretary and transmitted to the relatives of the deceased. End quote. On the morrow after these proceedings, the convention, with many citizens of Madison and of the territory then at that place, met in the Capitol when a suitable funeral discourse was delivered by Reverend Mr. McHugh, the chaplain. This was probably one of the most, if not the most, solemnly impressive scenes ever witnessed in that place. The death of Arndt, who fell in the council chamber by the hand of Vineyard, probably produced more excitement, but it was of a different kind. It was produced by man acting upon his fellow man. But this was caused by the act of God, to whom all bowed in humble submission, and not with feelings of revenge or retaliation. At the next meeting of the District Court at Mineral Point, the absence of Mr. Burnett, for the first time since that place had become a county seat, produced a most solemn impression on the minds of the court, the bar, officers, and citizens, and a public meeting was held. An address suited to the occasion was delivered by Mr. Jackson, afterwards Judge Jackson, and resolutions similar to those of the convention were adopted. Mr. Burnett left one daughter 6 years of age and one son not quite 2 years of age, with sufficient means for their support and education, and to make a respectable beginning in the world, if spared to reach their majority, which is most ardently desired. It will be expected that in a memoir of so distinguished an individual, something will be said of his character. But from the relation which I sustained to him, it will at once be seen that a delicacy rests upon me, which forbids any attempt at eulogy or panegyric upon him from my pen. I may, however, be permitted to give the naked facts, and leave the reader to enlarge according to his own ideas of propriety. In person, Mr. Burnett was below the ordinary size, being about 5 feet 8 inches in height, rather slim built, and weighed about 130 pounds. His education was not of the profound and extended character of some, being principally self-acquired, but being a diligent student, he was second to but few of his profession in legal lore, or in general historical and political knowledge, and knowing that if his aspirations in the world were ever attained, it must be by his own industry and application, he spared no pains in acquiring all useful knowledge for his profession. His address was of the most pleasing and popular character. At the bar, to the court and jury, as well as in his social intercourse, he was courteous and affable, and seldom gave offense to his opponents. One strong and prominent trait of his character was the sympathy of his nature. He so fully entered into the feelings and wishes of his clients that even in doubtful cases he felt that he was right, yet his courtesy never allowed him, in arguing a case, to affirm things to be true of which he had no knowledge. That which rested on opinion he gave as opinion, and after stating his reasons for so thinking, left it to the court or jury, whichever he was addressing, to decide from their own convictions of right. In his pecuniary matters, he was industrious in accumulating and economical in all his habits. He had an eye to competent retirement, and to this end selected one of the most lovely spots on the military road from Prairie du Chien to Fort Winnebago, now Portage City, it being on a high ridge where timber and prairie lands were in close connection. And having a taste for agriculture and horticulture, he devoted his leisure time to their superintendence. He built a double log cabin in which to live, till his means would allow him to build a better, and at the time of his death had his drafts made and was about to close his contracts for the erection of a spacious stone mansion, but this was not accomplished. His orchard, garden, and lawns were arranged with great taste and beauty. The trees and shrubs were pruned with care. His stocks of cattle and horses were of the improved breeds of the day, and the newest and best agricultural implements were in use on his farm. Like too many, his worldly cares and aspirations had engrossed the most of his attention, to the exclusion of the duties of practical piety. He was a firm believer in revealed religion, recognized and acknowledged his obligations to practice its duties, and like most others, intended to do so before he died. His wife being a professor, he often accompanied her to the house of worship and always furnished her with the means, besides his own contributions, for the support of the gospel. And often when in places of worship or in company with the religious, the sympathies of his nature would yield to the moral influences with which he was surrounded. But this same sympathy of nature led him to assimilate with other indifferent influences when surrounded by them. Owing to this, as he associated with men of the world, he fell into their habits so far as they were deemed consistent with the character of a gentleman, and it is to be regretted that some things are not deemed inconsistent with that character that are very much so with Christianity, and which no gentleman would like to meet unpardoned at the bar of God. Over these we throw the veil of charity and forgetfulness. After Mr. Burnett's return from the state convention to his sick family, and a relapse of his own complaint had lain him upon his sick and dying bed, the associations around him were calculated to awaken the most serious reflections as to his future state and the necessary preparation to meet it. There lay his dying mother and dying wife, from both of whom he had received religious instruction. My own relation to him, as well as my profession, both required and justified, now that I saw the hand of death upon him, to present more fully to his consideration than I had done before the importance of obtaining forgiveness from God before he appeared at his bar to answer for the deeds done in the body. He saw and felt the impropriety of deferring such important concerns to so late an hour, but devoted his few remaining hours to prayer and to seeking mercy and forgiveness from the hand of that God against whom he had sinned, before he should be ushered into his presence and receive his final doom. And it was, and still is, a source of comfort to his friends to know that he expressed confidence in the hope of forgiveness here and a blessed immortality hereafter. Note: in commemoration of his, Mr. Burnett's, memory and services, the legislature at its session of 1856 named a new county after him, situated in the northwestern part of the state. LCD. End note. End section 19. Section 20 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Pioneer Life in Wisconsin, by Daniel M. Parkinson. In compliance with the request of the State Historical Society for my reminiscences of pioneer life, together with my recollections of the Winnebago and Black Hawk Indian Wars, I herewith communicate an imperfect and concise sketch for the use of the Society. I was born in Carter County, East Tennessee, August 1st, 1790. My parents were natives of Shenandoah County in the Valley of Virginia, and my father, Peter Parkinson, served under Colonel Daniel Morgan in the Revolutionary War, and on one occasion was wounded. And about the close of that contest, he removed to East Tennessee, where he took an active part in all public matters pertaining to that pioneer era in Tennessee settlement. He served under Colonel John Tipton as a captain in 1788 in a sort of civil strife then raging among the East Tennesseans, growing out of a conflict of jurisdiction in consequence of the short-lived Republic of Franklin, organized under the leadership of Colonel John Sevier. It was mainly a war of words, though some blood was shed before its termination. My father died in Carter County in March 1792. After residing a while in White County, Tennessee, I migrated in May 1817 to the southern part of the then territory of Illinois, and settled in Madison County, 25 miles east of St. Louis, which town then contained about 5,000 inhabitants. The surrounding country, however, was quite sparsely settled and destitute of any energy or enterprise among the people, their labors and attention being chiefly confined to the hunting of game which then abounded, and tilling a small patch of corn for bread, relying on game for the remaining supplies of the table. The inhabitants were of the most generous and hospitable character, and were principally from the southern states. Harmony and the utmost good feeling prevailed throughout the country. In 1819, I removed to what afterwards became Sangamon County, which was then an entire wilderness, there being then but 6 families, including my own, within 80 miles, and for that distance the inhabitants were, for several years, compelled to go for their supplies of merchandise, as well as the transaction of all matters of a political or public character. But notwithstanding their isolated position, and in the midst of numerous Indian tribes, their prosperity was rapid. This portion of country was then a frontier on the north and west, and like southern Illinois, was settled by immigrants chiefly from the southern states, possessing enlarged views of generosity, hospitality, and confidence in their fellow men. When a newcomer arrived in the country, the settlers, without distinction or ceremony, went at once to pay him a visit, whom they usually found in a tent or camp. The warmest sentiments of friendship and goodwill were interchanged, the old settlers assuring their new neighbor that everything they possessed in the way of tools, teams, wagons, provisions, and their own personal services were entirely at his command. Hence, in a few days, all hands, as the phrase then was, turned out, and built the newcomer a house, cut and split his rails, hauled them out, put them up in fence around the land he wished to cultivate, and then his land was broken up for him, ready for the seed. Thus, in the space of a few days, the newcomer was in a comfortable condition, well acquainted, and upon the best terms of friendship with the whole neighborhood. And to conclude these friendly attentions to the newcomer, a most joyous and convivial occasion was enjoyed, when the younger portion of the company would trip the light, fantastic toe over some rough puncheon floor. Thus would be formed the most warm and enduring friendships, such as no ordinary circumstances could disturb. Among the settlers, the utmost confidence was reposed in the honor and integrity of each other. Consequently, all business was done upon the confidence principle. Notes, receipts, mortgages, or bonds were scarcely ever given in those days, and afterwards, when the Yankees, as we called them, came among us and sought to introduce their system of accounts, written notes, and obligations, we looked upon them with great suspicion and distrust, and regarded their mode of doing business as a great and unwarrantable innovation upon our established usages. We looked upon them as a selfish, small-dealing, and narrow-contracted people, and consequently all intercourse with them was at first as much avoided as possible. After a few years, however, these prejudices in some degree wore off, and a general good feeling prevailed. I must here remark, in justice to the Yankee or Eastern character, that I have found among them as warm hearts, as firm, enduring friends, and formed as ardent attachments as among any other people. Some of my most devoted and highly esteemed friends are among this class. I heard the first sermon preached in Sangamon County. It was in 1819, and by Reverend Rivers Cormack of the Methodist denomination. The first funeral sermon was preached at my house in consequence of the death of a daughter and son of mine. I was the first justice of the peace in Sangamon County, and had many an amusing scene in dispensing justice among the honest and illiterate members of the community, and in solemnizing the rites of matrimony between the loving swains and impatient damsels of the country, and occasionally between those who were quite stricken in years, for this feeling was by no means confined to the young. In the year 1822, considerable excitement was created in relation to the lead mines near Galena, and a number of persons went there from Sangamon County, among whom was Colonel Ebenezer Brigham, now of Blue Mounds, Dane County, Wisconsin. In 1826, the excitement and interest relative to the lead mine country became considerably increased, and in 1827 it became intense, equaling almost anything pertaining to the California gold fever. People from almost all portions of the Union inconsiderately rushed to the mining region. With Colonel William S. Hamilton, James D. Brents, and two others, I arrived at Galena on the 4th of July, 1827, and on the same day arrived also a boat from St. Peter's, which had been attacked by the Indians, a short distance above Prairie du Chien, bringing on board 1 man killed and 2 men wounded. In the encounter with the Indians, they killed 2 of them. The Indians who made this attack upon the boat were those under the command of Redbird, one of the war chiefs of the Winnebagos. Note: from Judge Lockwood's narrative, pages 161-162 of this volume, it appears that Redbird was doing mischief at Prairie du Chien when the boat was attacked the same day, near the mouth of Bad Axe River, some 45 miles above Prairie du Chien. He could not, therefore, have taken any personal part in the boat attack. LCD. End note. Upon the reception of the alarming intelligence of the attack on this boat, and also upon some of the inhabitants near Prairie du Chien, and the reports being spread over the country, a scene of the most alarming and disorderly confusion ensued. Alarm and consternation were depicted in every countenance, thousands flocking to Galena for safety, when in fact it was the most exposed and unsafe place in the whole country. All were without arms, order, or control. The roads were lined in all directions with frantic and fleeing men, women, and children, expecting every moment to be overtaken, tomahawked, and scalped by the Indians. It was said, and I presume with truth, that the encampment of fugitives at the head of Apple River on the first night of the alarm was 4 miles in extent and numbered 3,000 persons. In this state of alarm, confusion, and disorder, it was extremely difficult to do anything. Almost every man's object was to leave the country if possible. At length, a company of riflemen was raised at Galena upon the requisition of Governor Cass of Michigan, who arrived there on the second day after the alarm. This company was commanded by Abner Fields of Vandalia, Illinois, as captain, and one Smith and William S. Hamilton as lieutenants, and was immediately put in motion for Prairie du Chien by embarking on board the keel boat made of Fever River. On our way up the river, I acted as sergeant of the company, and we made several reconnoitering expeditions into the woods near the river, where Indian encampments were indicated by the rising of smoke. In these reconnaissances, we run the hazard of some danger, but fortunately all the Indians that we met were friendly disposed and did not in the least sympathize with those who had made hostile demonstrations. When we arrived at Prairie du Chien, we took possession of the barracks under the prior orders of Governor Cass, and remained there for several days until we gave way to Colonel Snelling's troops who arrived from Fort Snelling. While we remained there, a most serious difficulty occurred between Colonel Snelling, of the regular army, and Captain Fields and Lieutenant Smith of our volunteers, which eventuated in Lieutenant Smith sending Colonel Snelling a challenge, and Captain Fields insisted upon doing so likewise, but Colonel Hamilton and I at length dissuaded him from it. Colonel Snelling declined accepting Lieutenant Smith's challenge and immediately sent a corporal with a file of men to arrest Mr. Scott, the bearer of Smith's communication. The volunteers refused to surrender Scott into the hands of the guard, but Colonel Hamilton wrote a note to Colonel Snelling stating, in effect, that Scott should immediately appear before him. Accordingly, Colonel Hamilton and I conducted Mr. Scott into the presence of Colonel Snelling, who interrogated him as to his knowledge of the contents of Lieutenant Smith's communication, and upon Mr. Scott's assuring the colonel that he was entirely ignorant of the subject matter, he was dismissed. Colonel Snelling then addressed the volunteers in a pacific and conciliatory manner, which seemed to dispose of the matter amicably, but the colonel nevertheless refused to furnish us with any means of support or any mode of conveyance back to Galena, as the boat in which we came returned there immediately after our arrival. But for the noble generosity of Mr. Lockwood, who kindly furnished us with a boat and provisions, we would have been compelled to have made our way back to Galena on foot, or as best we could, without provisions. During our entire stay at the garrison, we received the kindest treatment and most liberal hospitality at the hands of Mr. Lockwood. At the time of our arrival at Prairie du Chien, the citizens had in their custody as hostages for the good conduct of their nation 3 Indians, one of whom was the well-known chief De Caure. He disclaimed on the part of his nation as a whole any intention to engage in hostilities with the whites. He was, however, retained some time as a hostage before being released. During our absence, another volunteer company was raised, commanded by General Dodge, who was constantly in the field with his mounted force, keeping in check the approach of the enemy. During his rangings, he took young Winishik, son of the chief Winishik, who was detained as a hostage for some time. Note: Horace Smead, a pioneer who resided near Galena in 1827, states in conversation that Winishik was brought to Galena in charge of Jesse W. Shull and about 4 others, and was taken to Dr. Muir's, whose wife was a Winnebago woman, and was detained about 2 weeks. When the alarm subsiding, he was escorted by a party some distance towards the Indian country, being afraid to venture among the whites alone, and then set at liberty. He still lives west of the Mississippi in Minnesota, the head chief of the Winnebagos, LCD. End note. No further disturbances of a serious character took place that season, and in the succeeding autumn, Generals Atkinson and Dodge held a council or treaty with the Winnebagos. After this, we had no more Indian troubles till 1832. Notwithstanding the country was in a great measure abandoned in the summer of 1827 during the Indian alarms and disturbances, yet in the fall it began to fill up again, and in the spring of 1828 the flow of immigration here was almost inconceivable. Mining and smelting were engaged in upon quite an extensive scale. Many made fortunes, and many lost them. The country presented a hurly-burly business aspect. The inhabitants were a heterogeneous mass, thrown together from all parts and in all shapes and conditions, but the whole were characterized by some leading or general features. Honesty, hospitality, generosity, and kindness were predominant characteristics of the entire community, although in some they might have been alloyed with indolence and recklessness to some extent. I removed my family to the mines in the fall of 1827 and settled at New Diggings, now in Lafayette County. So intent were the newcomers on making money by mining that they could not take time to erect for themselves and families even a comfortable dwelling place. Instead of houses, they usually lived in dens or caves, a large hole or excavation being made in the side of a hill or bluff, the top being covered over with poles, grass, and sods. A level way from the edge of the hole at the bottom was dug out, some 10 or 12 feet, and this gangway, being closed upon either side, was covered over on top, thus forming a sheltered entrance to the dugout, as such places were usually called. In these holes or dugouts, families lived in apparent comfort and the most perfect satisfaction for years, buoyed up by the constant expectation of soon striking a big lead. To these miserable places of abode, men were compelled to carry upon their backs everything they and their families required for food and fuel. The miners all lived in similar or worse places, or encamped upon the open ground. What was then called prospecting was the general business of the country. This consisted in digging sucker holes in all imaginable shapes and depths, and in all manner of places. When a lead was struck, then all would flock to that vicinity to mine, and hence, in the course of a few years, mining was concentrated in some considerable degree in certain localities such as New Diggings, Hardscrabble, Coon Branch, Fair Play, Platteville, Mineral Point, Dodgeville, Blue Mounds, etc., places still of considerable note. During these few early years, the mines were worked chiefly by men from the southern and western states who possessed and practiced many of the noblest traits of our race. As an illustration of their innate integrity of character, it is perhaps only necessary to state that locks and keys were unknown in the country, and all places of abode were always left unfastened and open to the reception of all, who received a cordial welcome and a free invitation to partake of every hospitality the dugout or shanty afforded. Upon the return of the lone miner to his hole in the ground, after a hard day's work, he would frequently be cheered with the sight of some weary prospector who had, in his absence, there taken up his lodgings for the night. Having passed a pleasant night, they would separate in the morning, perhaps never to meet again. Mining tools and everything of this description were left out, and nothing ever stolen or disturbed. Debts were contracted without reserve at the first interview with a newcomer, and he seldom ever failed to meet his promises of payment. The mode of doing business was something like this. A young man would enter a store or go to a smelter who usually kept miners' supplies and would say, "Sir, I have just arrived in the mines, am out of money, and wish to go to mining. If you will let me have some tools and provisions, I will pay you as soon as I strike mineral, which I hope will be in a few days, or weeks at the most." The prompt and friendly reply would be, "Yes, sir, you can have them," and the pay, sooner or later, was almost sure to come. This custom was so universally prevalent, and men were so prompt to pay their debts, that I have often heard businessmen of that day declare that they never knew debts so promptly paid, even in states where they had stringent laws to enforce their collection. I did not remain long at New Diggings, but soon moved out to Pekatonica and kept a tavern, which was, for a considerable time, the only house between Gratiot's and the Blue Mounds. I was myself strongly impressed with the idea that no collection laws were preferable. Travelers would often make bills with me, without the present means of paying them, but almost invariably payment would sometime or other be made. While living here, I had no neighbors nearer than 12 miles, except a family of Oneida Indians from the state of New York, the head of which afterwards served in General Dodge's squadron during the Black Hawk War. Removing in 1829 to Mineral Point, I opened the first tavern ever kept in the place. Mineral Point was then the great center of attraction to all miners. Some of the largest leads were there struck and extensively worked, and quite a number of mining and smelting establishments erected there and in that vicinity. Many merchants came and settled there, among whom were Messrs. Wright and Giard, Morris, Ansley, and others, and among the principal smelters were Captain James H. Gentry, Richard H. Kirkpatrick, and Robert C. Horde, all three of whom served as officers in the Black Hawk War. Business was of the most animated character. The town grew up with great rapidity, and everything wore the most pleasing and encouraging aspect. The anniversary of American independence was this year celebrated at Mineral Point with great pomp and ceremony, under the direction of General Henry Dodge of Dodgeville as president, William Hempstead of Galena, vice president, John C. Scott, marshal, and Dr. Snyder, orator of the day. I prepared the dinner, and at night a dance came off at my house. There were at least 1,000 persons in attendance. The oration and ceremonies were as fine, as well-timed, and all as happily adapted to the occasion as any I have since witnessed in this country. After this apparent prosperity, business very much declined, and in the fall and winter ensuing, the inhabitants experienced the severest times that they ever had in the country. Lead and mineral fell in value from a good price to almost nothing, lead depreciating to $1 or $1.25 per hundred, and mineral only brought no more than $4 per thousand, and often but $3. And not only was our great and exclusive product so depressed, but provisions rose to a very high price. Flour commanded from $15 to $18 per barrel, pork $30 per barrel, coffee 50 cents, and sugar 25 cents per pound. At these ruinous prices for lead and mineral, and high prices for provisions, it required a desperate effort on the part of the miner to secure even a scanty living. It took from 4,000 to 5,000 pounds of mineral to pay for 1 barrel of flour. I gave 4,000 pounds for a barrel. In consequence of the Great Depression of the times, many persons became discouraged and left the country. Many more gave up business, and the country at that period, and during the years 1830 and 1831, presented a most gloomy and unpromising appearance, and was in fact anything but flattering to inhabitants or strangers. During all this time, the people were compelled to pursue the uncertain and precarious fortune of mining as a means of livelihood, the cultivation of the soil being expressly prohibited by the laws and regulations governing the mines. But in the spring of 1832, however, the superintendent of the mining country, seeing the absolute necessity of the thing, signified to the inhabitants that he would not take any measures to prevent them from cultivating the soil, but could not, under his instructions from the general government, give them any special permission to do so. Up to this time, it was necessary, under the mining regulations, to procure a permit even to mine. The regulations governing the mines were of the most rigid character, and they were sometimes rigidly enforced, sending officers with instructions to remove persons from certain localities. An instance of this kind, I believe, occurred in which General Dodge was the person sought to be removed. He was then mining at Dodgeville, a region to which the Indian title had not been fully extinguished. This was in the year 1828, but these instances were, however, quite rare. In consequence of the inhabitants being partially permitted to cultivate the soil, there was an evident appearance of increasing improvement and prosperity throughout the country, and the settlers everywhere were looking forward to a season of plenty and comfort. The country now began once more to hold out inducements to immigration, and the population was evidently on the increase from this source. But these fair and flattering prospects were soon overcast by the sudden outbreak of the Sauk and Fox Indians under the bold leadership of Black Hawk. In the month of April, 1832, intimation was received in the mines that Black Hawk, with a large force of his warriors, had crossed the Mississippi at the mouth of Rock River with the avowed intention of making war upon the inhabitants of this country. Upon the reception of this intelligence in the mines, the people were immediately called together by General Dodge at Mineral Point, which council or meeting was numerously attended. The result was that it was deemed expedient to send a messenger with dispatches to Dixon on Rock River and ascertain correctly the strength and intentions of Black Hawk's party. I was chosen the messenger and proceeded immediately upon my mission with dispatches from General Dodge in behalf of the inhabitants of the mining district to Mr. John Dixon at Dixon, who was a particular friend of the Sauks and Foxes, and also to Colonel Henry Gratiot, the agent of the Winnebago Indians, who was said to have proffered assistance to Black Hawk. Colonel Gratiot, upon the reception of General Dodge's dispatch, proceeded immediately to Black Hawk's camp, which was then at the Prophet's Village on Rock River, to ascertain the facts in the case. On arriving there, he was at once taken prisoner by Black Hawk and retained for 48 hours, when he was ransomed by Colonel Cubbage, his clerk, for 10 plugs of tobacco. This information I afterwards obtained from Colonel Gratiot. The result of my mission was to confirm the reports previously received in the mines. Black Hawk's sufficient force at this time was supposed to have been about 500 warriors, which was subsequently augmented by Winnebagos and others to reach, as was supposed, about 800 warriors. Immediately upon my return to the mines, after an absence of 3 days, with intelligence substantially confirming the alarming reports we had previously received, Colonel Dodge, as we shall now designate him, collected and organized a mounted company, of which James H. Gentry was chosen captain, Henry L. Dodge, son of Colonel Dodge, first lieutenant, and Paschal Baquet, afterwards son-in-law of Colonel Dodge, second lieutenant. This company consisted of about 50 men, and was kept constantly in the field, with Colonel Dodge at their head, and with this company he made an expedition to Dixon for the purpose of securing some additional force from Governor Reynolds of Illinois, who had arrived there at the head of what was called the First Succor Army, as well also to ascertain, if possible, something of the probable movements and designs of Black Hawk, and whether any marauding Indian parties had been sent out upon our frontiers. For this movement Colonel Dodge had been censured by some, but I think without any good reason. It always seemed to me that this step was a judicious one, fully warranted by the circumstances attending it. He failed, however, to obtain any additional force and found none of the enemy upon our southern border. Colonel Dodge returned to the mining district, bringing the intelligence of Stillman's defeat at the mouth of Kishwaukee on Rock River, about 30 miles above Dixon, which was on the 14th of May. This information at first threw the inhabitants into considerable alarm and confusion, but fortunately there were in the country quite a number of men of some wisdom, discretion, and experience as connected with Indian difficulties, of whom Colonel Dodge seemed to be the chief. Many others might be mentioned as being well calculated to counsel and direct in such times of danger, such as Colonel William S. Hamilton, Major Richard H. Kirkpatrick, Captain John H. Roundtree, Captain Robert C. Horde, Captain James H. Gentry, Captain Joseph Dixon, Captain Clark, Captain John Moore, Lieutenant Charles Bracken, Dr. Lockborough, and many others. By the wise counsels and untiring exertions of these men and those associated with them, the country was quickly put in a state of defense by the erection of stockades at the most prominent points, such as the Blue Mounds, note. This was commenced on the 10th of May, vide Bouchard's narrative in Smith's, Wisconsin, end note. Dodge's, Mineral Point, Fort Defiance, now my place, Fort Hamilton, now Weota, Gratiot's, White Oak Springs, Elk Grove, Diamond Grove, and others. These places of safety for the families of the settlers being completed, 3 additional mounted companies were organized in the mining district, commanded respectively by Captain John H. Roundtree of Platteville, Captain Clark of White Oak Springs, and Captain Beyond Gratiot of Gratiot's Grove, a brother of Colonel Gratiot, agent of the Winnebagos. Some changes afterwards took place in the commands. During the organization and equipment of these companies, Colonel Dodge, Colonel Gratiot, and others proceed to the 4 Lakes, now Madison. Note: General Smith states that this conference was held on the 25th of May at the head of the 4 Lakes, which was probably at Wallace Rowan's old trading establishment, some 6 miles a little north of west of Madison, a short distance below the mouth of Pieena, or Pheasant Branch, and where in the times of 1837 a paper city was attempted to be manufactured. Captains Gentry and Roundtree, with 50 mounted volunteers, accompanied Colonels Dodge and Gratiot, LCD, end note, for the purpose of holding a council with the Winnebagos, whose friendship and good faith towards the whites were very much doubted. But in this council they gave every assurance, so far as kind words and fair promises could go, of maintaining their friendship and integrity. Note: Colonel Dodge's talk to the Winnebagos on this occasion may be found in Smith's, Wisconsin, I. 416-417, LCD, end note. Upon Colonel Dodge's return, he was joined by the other newly raised companies, and all were immediately put in motion for the Blue Mound Fort, upon which it was apprehended by Captain John Sherman, who commanded there, that the Indians designed making an attack. When within about 3 miles of that fort, Colonel Dodge was met by an express conveying the pleasing intelligence of the delivery of the 2 Mrs. Hall, who had been made prisoners at the massacre on Indian Creek near Ottawa, for whose ransom General Atkinson had offered the generous reward of $2,000. The captives were brought into that fort by a band of Winnebagoes. Note: on the 3rd of June, having been taken on the 21st of May preceding, LCD, end note. Headed by the chief White Crow, or the Blind, as he was usually called, who had got them from the Sacs for that purpose. After the matter of the captive girls was arranged, and both whites and Indians had taken up their quarters for the night, a scene of some alarm and confusion took place. The White Crow had told Captain Bion Gratiot that he was friendly towards him, as his brother was the Winnebago Indian agent, that he did not wish to see him killed, and that he had better leave Colonel Dodge and go home, that the Sacs and Foxes would kill all the whites, that the whites could not fight, as they were a soft-shelled breed, that when the spear was put to them, they would quack like ducks, as the whites had done at Stillman's defeat, and he proceeded to mimic out, in full Indian style, the spearing and scalping in the Stillman affair, and that all the whites who persisted in marching against the Indians might expect to be served in the same manner. Besides this conversation, the Indians acted and conducted themselves in many respects very suspiciously, so much so as to greatly alarm Captain Gratiot and others, who confidently believed that the Indians meditated an attack in the night with a large force. End of section 20. Section 21 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Pioneer Life in Wisconsin, Part 2. Upon this information being conveyed by Captain Gratiot to Colonel Dodge, who had retired for the night, he instantly jumped up and said with great emphasis, "Be not alarmed, sir. Let them come. We will show them, sir, that we are not of the soft-shelled breed," and immediately went out and took the White Crow and a few others into custody, and next morning marched the whole body off to Colonel James Morrison's farm, where he held a council with them in the presence of Colonel Gratiot, their agent. But such was Colonel Dodge's suspicions of them from this conduct that he retained 1 or 2 of their principal chiefs as hostages for the good behavior of the nation. A course, I think, fully justifiable from all the attendant circumstances, though some have professed to think differently. These particulars about the White Crow I give on the statements of my son Peter Parkinson, Jr., who was with the troops at the Blue Mounds and Morrison's at the time. From Morrison's place, Colonel Dodge proceeded to Gratiot's Grove, halting a while at Fort Defiance. The second day after this, which was early in June, information was received by Colonel Dodge while at Gratiot's Grove that a man had been killed near the Blue Mound Fort. Being on his route south, Colonel Dodge dispatched a messenger with instructions to Fort Defiance and Mineral Point to raise what force could be mounted and proceed to the scene of the murdered man. Just at that time, a number of French ponies had been brought down from Prairie du Chien for the use of the inhabitants of the mining district. These ponies were immediately mounted by a company formed of about 30 men, among whom I was one. When we arrived at the mounds, we found that the man, whose name was William Aubrey, was just buried. Note: Aubrey was killed on the 6th of June. End note. We remained there one day reconnoitering the country, but could discover no traces of Indians. But we were confident at the time that Aubrey was killed by the Winnebagoes. The company, which was commanded by Captain John F. O'Neill of Mineral Point, returned by way of Fretwell's diggings to Fort Defiance. About this time, the people of Fort Defiance and Mineral Point became very much alarmed in consequence of Captain James B. Estes coming under whip and spur at the best speed of his horse, announcing successively at Fort Defiance and Mineral Point that he had seen a large body of Indians about 7 miles below Fort Defiance, making their way towards that fort, adding at Mineral Point that he had no doubt but that Fort Defiance was then in possession of the Indians. In reading over Captain Estes' narrative in General Smith's history, I was not a little surprised that he had made no mention of this circumstance. He may, however, have concluded that he was mistaken, as I believe he was. Immediately upon Captain Estes announcing this intelligence, Captain Horde, who commanded at Fort Defiance, ordered me with 3 others, Lieutenant M.G. Fitch, John Ray, and Reason Hall, to make a reconnaissance and ascertain the facts. We did so, but could find no Indians or signs of any. The fort was not attacked, and the inhabitants of Mineral Point, learning this fact, resumed their usual quiet and confidence. These false alarms were not uncommon in these critical times. Many men seemed to possess eyes of a powerfully magnifying character, torturing everything seen into an Indian, and thus many a well-run race has been made when there were no Indians probably within many miles, and nothing to justify the flight more than a tree, stump, or clump of weeds. But notwithstanding there were a few of these flighty gentlemen, the most of the men then in the country were of that bold and resolute character who could readily distinguish between trees or bushes and Indians, as their conduct upon all occasions so well testified. After Colonel Dodge left Gratiot's Grove, as my son, who is of the party, informs me, he proceeded with his command to Kirker's Farm, and there halted for noon. And while there, the colonel addressed his men in a very spirited manner, saying that they were then fully in the enemy's country, that everything depended upon their success, that the public eye was upon them, and that everything that could be expected of valiant and daring soldiers would be expected of them, that their families, as well as the country, looked to them for protection, and closed by reminding them of the importance of vigilance and determination, and of perfect subordination to their officers while in the field. Note: this address may be seen in full in Smith's History of Wisconsin, Volume 1, page 420. End note. In the afternoon, they marched to the scene of the murder of S.T. Vrain, Hale, and Fowler, whose bodies they found and buried. Hawley, who was supposed to have been killed near the same time, was never found, nor anything entirely satisfactory ever heard of him. The next night, Colonel Dodge's party encamped at Hickory Point, where 5 of their horses were stolen by the Indians. Early the next morning, a detachment under the command of Captain Gentry started in pursuit and followed them nearly the whole day, retaking some of the lost horses, together with some others, which the Indians had evidently stolen from the whites. The Indians eluded them by abandoning the horses and fleeing through or into swamps on foot. This night we encamped at Rock River, where General Hugh Brady was in command. Note: General Brady was born in Pennsylvania in July 1768 and entered the Army in 1792 and served as an ensign in General Wayne's campaign against the Indians, and in the War of 1812-15 he commanded a regiment and particularly distinguished himself at Lundy's Lane and in the Battle of Chippewa, in which latter sanguinary contest his regiment was almost annihilated and himself severely wounded. In 1825, he was stationed at Detroit in command of that military department and contributed greatly to preserving peace on the frontier during the Patriot disturbances in Canada in 1837. He entered with spirit into the Black Hawk War and exclaimed, "Give me 2 infantry companies mounted, and I will engage to whip the Sauks out of the country in 1 week." But sickness soon came upon the veteran, and his services were lost for the campaign. He received from his native state the present of a sword and attained the brevet rank of Major General. He died at Detroit, April 15, 1851, in his 83rd year. A life of purity, rigid temperance, and systematic activity had given a hardiness to his frame and an elasticity to his step which continued to the day of his death. He was a younger brother of the celebrated partisan in Indian warfare, Captain Samuel Brady of the Upper Ohio Valley. End note. Learning that General Henry Atkinson was at Ottawa on the Illinois River, Colonel Dodge, with 25 men, accompanied General Brady to that point, where Colonel Dodge had a conference with General Atkinson, formed a plan for the future movements of the Army when Colonel Dodge returned the next night to Dixon about midnight. Note: this was on the 11th of June. General Atkinson was engaged in organizing 3 brigades of Illinois volunteers at Ottawa, LCD, end note. Early the next morning thereafter, Colonel Dodge's command was put in motion for the mining country, where they arrived after a 2 days' march, much worn down and fatigued. This expedition from the commencement occupied about 8 days, during which the troops had been almost constantly, day and night, upon the march. Upon their return to Gratiot's Grove, owing to the worn-down condition of the horses, having had nothing but grass to subsist on, it was deemed expedient by Colonel Dodge to dismiss his men to their respective forts for a few days, for the purpose of recruiting their horses, subject, however, to be recalled into service at a moment's warning. The mounted men had just arrived at Fort Defiance when the sad intelligence arrived by David Gilbert as express that 5 men had been killed at Spafford's farm on the Pekatonica, 6 miles southeast of Fort Hamilton. Note: this occurred on the 14th of June, 1832, LCD, end note. A dispatch was immediately sent to Colonel Dodge, and all the men at the fort that could be mounted were soon in readiness to proceed to the scene of the murder. This detachment consisted of R.H. Kirkpatrick, Charles Bracken, who was first lieutenant at Fort Defiance, Samuel Black, and Peter Parkinson, Jr., who had just returned from Colonel Dodge's expedition to Ottawa and belonged to the mounted force, Levin Leach, Dominic McGraw, Matthew G. Fitch, Thomas H. Price, Samuel Bunce, Benjamin Lawhead, Heighton, Van Wagoner, and myself, who belonged to the Fort Defiance Company, making 13 in number. Note: General Bracken gives the additional name of one McConnell, LCD, end note. Previous to our departure, some dissatisfaction was expressed by some of the men relative to being placed under the leadership of Lieutenant Bracken, who was entitled to the command of those who belonged to the Fort Company. Captain Hord consulted me as to the best course to be pursued, and I advised placing the men under the command of R.H. Kirkpatrick, who afterwards became major, and this was accordingly done, and the men proceeded under him. I state this in justice to Major Kirkpatrick, who is now dead, and in consequence of seeing General Bracken's statement in General Smith's history, claiming to have commanded this detachment. It is a matter of some surprise to me that General Smith should have so far disregarded the truth and impartiality of history as to have given General Bracken's statement and at the same time suppressed others relative to this affair in Pekatonica battle, which I know were placed in his hands. Other mistakes there are in his history, but they may have been made inadvertently, without having the proper lights to guide him. In consequence of this momentary dissatisfaction about the command, Lieutenant Bracken, with Benjamin Lawhead starting in advance of the detachment, but we overtook them previous to reaching Fort Hamilton, where we arrived about midnight and remained till morning. We found the fort and its occupants in the greatest confusion, with no quarters or refreshments for us, and we had to shift as best we could. Some others here joined our party, and some further altercation occurring about the command, an election was regularly held, and R.H. Kirkpatrick was chosen. The detachment then proceeded to the scene of the murder under the guidance of Bennett Million, who was one of the party attacked, and had almost miraculously made his escape after a chase of 15 miles, and having swam the Pekatonica 5 times during the chase, and at length arrived at Fort Hamilton in full lope about an hour by sun. The first thing that presented itself to us at the scene of murder was the headless body of the unfortunate Spafford, who, it seems from Million's statement, was killed at the first fire of the Indians, and was found near where the attack was made. Except where shot and the decapitation, there were no mutilations of the body. We found the missing head on the bank of the river, some 100 yards from the body, with pretty much all the hair taken off, which was of a fine, glossy appearance, and hence the reason of their taking it all. The bodies of Searles, McIlwain, and an Englishman called Johnny Bull were found upon the opposite bank of the river, most shockingly mangled and mutilated. The body of Spencer, who was supposed to have been killed at the same time, could nowhere be found. The other 4 bodies were brought together and buried in one common grave, presenting a most appalling spectacle, such as only men of nerve could have witnessed with any degree of composure. While these solemn obsequies were being performed, a force was constantly reconnoitering the surrounding country in search of the yet unfound body of Spencer, and to see that there were no Indians lurking in our vicinity to take us by surprise. After burying our unfortunate friends who had fallen victims through their anxiety to raise a crop of corn, we continued the search for Spencer's body till evening. I must bear my testimony to the prudent, cautious, and sagacious manner in which this expedition was conducted by Major Kirkpatrick, the officer in command. When at night we returned to Fort Hamilton, we found Captain Gentry there with a portion of his company, when our detachment fell under his command. After some refreshments, the first of which we had partaken since leaving Fort Defiance, a council was held in which it was determined that in the event of Colonel Dodge failing to arrive by 8 o'clock next morning, the force then under command of Captain Gentry would pursue the Indians and make a further search for the body of Spencer. The night passed without any unusual occurrence. Just as our men were about starting the next morning, in pursuance of the arrangements agreed on, Colonel Dodge arrived in company with Thomas Jenkins and John Messersmith, Jr., the colonel, in point of fact, having outridden the others, arrived some 10 or 15 minutes ahead of them. It seems that upon receiving the express at Dodgeville, Colonel Dodge, with Jenkins and Messersmith, had started for Fort Hamilton by the way of Blue Mounds, where were some fresh horses and men, a portion of Captain Gentry's command, and leaving orders for them to proceed immediately to Fort Hamilton, Colonel Dodge continued his route by way of Fretwell's diggings, and arrived at Fort Hamilton as before stated. But a little previous to his arrival, he had left the main road and taken a byway, which somewhat shortened the distance, and on coming into the main road again, he met one Apple, a German, who had a good horse, which Captain Gentry that morning was about to impress into the service, when Apple promised him if he would allow him to go to his cabin after his blankets, he would accompany us on our expedition. This was by many supposed to be merely an excuse to get away, and thus avoid going himself or letting his horse go. However, he had proceeded but a short distance after leaving Colonel Dodge, when he fell into an ambuscade and was literally shot to pieces. It appeared afterwards that the Indians had first waylaid the path by which Colonel Dodge approached the fort, which passed through quite a thick point of woods, but in the morning, seeing some of the men from the fort pass up to the field for some grain, by the way of the main road, which kept round more in the open ground, they changed their position and went there. Thus, had Colonel Dodge arrived half an hour earlier, or had he kept around the main road, he would undoubtedly have fallen a victim instead of the unfortunate German. Almost at the same moment of Colonel Dodge dismounting at the fort, the horse of Apple came running up near Captain Gentry's command, who were some distance from the fort. Captain Gentry directed my son, who was then a mere boy, to run and bring Apple's horse to him, which he did. Upon seeing the horse with a bullet hole through his ear and one through the top of his neck, the saddle bloody, and recollecting the report of guns a few moments before, there could be no mistake as to what had taken place. All called out at once that Apple was killed. All was instantly wild excitement and disorder, and but for the stern, determined will of Captain Gentry, aided somewhat by Major Kirkpatrick, Lieutenant Bracken, and myself, instead of the successful pursuit and defeat of the Indians, a failure might, and I think would, have been the consequence. In a company of 30 or 40 men, there are almost invariably some who possess so excitable and enthusiastic temperaments as to lose all presence of mind or self-control, though brave it may be, even to a fault. This was the case in the present instance. When it was ascertained that Apple was unquestionably killed, quite a number of men of this description mounted their horses without orders and were upon the act of rushing indiscriminately after the Indians. Captain Gentry rushed to their front and ordered them in the most peremptory manner as their captain to halt, reminding them of Stillman's defeat being brought about perhaps by similar movements and insubordination, and then declaring that he would shoot the first man who attempted to advance until ordered to do so by Colonel Dodge, who would be there in a few moments. Upon his arrival, Colonel Dodge ordered the men to mount and form in line, when he addressed them to this effect, quote, "Fellow soldiers, we shall immediately follow the Indians, whose hands are now reeking with the blood of one of our neighbors and fellow citizens whom they have just slain. We must overtake them if possible. Their numbers are unknown, but numerous as they may be, I shall charge them sword in hand, and if there are any among you who think you cannot do this, you will fall back now, as I want none with me, except those upon whom I can rely, with the utmost confidence in any and every emergency." End quote. The order was then given to advance at full speed, but none fell back. We were soon upon their trail, passing the mangled corpse of Apple, which we left in the hands of the fort men for interment. The trail led through an almost impassable thicket of underbrush, treetops, prickly ash, grapevines, briars, and everything calculated to retard our speed. We finally succeeded in dislodging them from the thicket and making our way through it, but when we came to the open prairie, the Indians were far in advance of our front, our line being extended for perhaps half a mile in length, owing to the difficulty of the men getting through the thicket. The pursuit was somewhat promiscuous, everyone taking his own course. Colonel Dodge, Captain Gentry, Lieutenant Beckett, John Messersmith, Jr., John Hood, and I formed the advance. We came pretty nearly up to the Indians on the open prairie, about 2 miles from the timber, when I suggested to Colonel Dodge the propriety of commencing an attack upon them. But before the remainder of the command, who were close at hand and coming up at full speed, had joined us, the Indians had crossed a deep creek in the prairie, of which we knew nothing, and which was of difficult passage for horses. This retarded us a little, which enabled the Indians to reach the main Pekatonica, and were crossing it just as we came up in full view of them again, and some shots were exchanged here, but without effect, the distance being too great. Just after the Indians had effected a passage of the river, which was then much swollen, Captain Gentry and I effected a crossing by swimming our horses. Asa Duncan made the same attempt, but did not succeed. This placed Captain Gentry and myself upon the same side of the river with the Indians, where we could command a full view of their movements, and which perhaps decided them upon making no further attempts to escape, but to prepare to fight. They then marched leisurely into a grove in the bend of the river, and secreted themselves under the bank of a deep slough, which had no doubt at some former period been the bed of the river. This embankment was surrounded and sheltered with thick underbrush and trees. In the meantime, Colonel Dodge had, with the remainder of the men, effected a crossing higher up the river at a ford on an old Indian trail, and were dismounted at the head of the grove in which the Indians were concealed. Captain Gentry said to me, quote, "Colonel Parkinson, you may remain here, if you will, as you are on a fleet horse, and I will go to Colonel Dodge and conduct him this way to the Indians, and then you can join us." End quote. I consented to this arrangement, but before Captain Gentry reached Colonel Dodge, he mired his horse in a slough which he was attempting to cross, and lost his gun. Colonel Dodge had made one advance through the grove and came out in sight of where I was posted. I then conducted him to the point where the Indians entered the grove and found their trail, upon which we marched in an extended line, keeping the trail at the center of our line. When we had advanced upon the trail about 200 yards with death stillness, the enemy's whereabouts was suddenly announced to us by a volley of firearms, accompanied by the most terrific yells. But we were not in the least daunted, and Colonel Dodge instantly gave the order to charge, which was promptly obeyed, and in less than 2 minutes every Indian was killed and scalped. In their first fire they shot 3 of our men, mortally wounding Black and Morris, and slightly wounding Thomas Jenkins. In the charge upon the bank, Wells was mortally wounded. Thus ended this short but sanguinary conflict. The entire war party was exterminated, leaving not one to bear the sad tidings to their chief and people that Colonel Dodge and his warriors were not, in fact, of the soft-shelled breed. Note: Some idea of the brief space of time occupied in this desperate hand-to-hand conflict may be gathered from the graphic description of one of the volunteers, John Messersmith, Jr., as related in General Smith's history. Quote, I fired my Jaeger, let it drop, drew out my left pistol, fired it at an Indian, let the pistol fall, drew out my right pistol, fired at another Indian, was pouring powder in my hand to reload when one of our company said, they are all dead. LCD. End note. All our men behaved well, indeed valiantly, without distinction. Colonel Dodge, in his official report of the engagement, says, quote, the volunteers under my command behaved with great bravery and gallantry. It would be impossible for me to discriminate between them. End quote. This battle was fought on the 16th of June, and the names of the persons who participated in it are Colonel Dodge, Lieutenant Beckett, Lieutenant Bracken, Lieutenant D.M. Parkinson, Lieutenant Porter, R.H. Kirkpatrick, Dr. Allen Hill, surgeon, Thomas Jenkins, W.W. Woodbridge, John Messersmith, Jr., Asa Duncan, Benjamin Lawhead, Samuel Patrick, William Carnes, John Hod, Levin Leach, Alexander Higginbottom, Samuel Black, Dominic McGraw, Peter Parkinson, Jr., Samuel Bunce, Van Wagoner, Wells, Morris, and Rankin. Captain Gentry joined us just as the firing ceased, and M.G. Fitch and another man were posted as sentinels to watch the retreat of the Indians should they attempt any. We then conveyed our wounded men, partly by litter and partly by wagon, to Fort Hamilton. On our way there, we met Edward Bouchard. Note: Bouchard, in his statement in General Smith's history, claims to have reached the battle just as the firing commenced and to have taken part in it, and he gives the additional name of Devies as one of the participants, and General Bracken speaks of one Devie, doubtless the same person. General Bracken also gives the name of Thomas H. Price as one of General Dodge's party. There were 4 men in charge of the horses, 2 of whom, according to General Bracken, were Price and a youth named Townsend, and 4 others, according to Colonel Dodge's account and Bouchard's statement, were placed so as to watch the enemy should they attempt to escape. In one letter, Colonel Dodge speaks of 18 men, and in another, 21, being actually engaged in the charge. General Bracken states that the charging party numbered 21, including Colonel Dodge. If, then, there were 21 in the charge, 4 holding horses, 4 vedettes or spies, and Captain Gentry belated in miring his horse and losing his gun, we have just 30, which is precisely the number whose names are given by Colonel Parkinson and General Bracken, to say nothing of Bouchard and the man who is vedette with M.G. Fitch, as this unnamed vedette may have been one of the 30 already indicated. LCD. End note. And a number of Winnebagos, Sioux, and Menomonies, with whom Colonel Hamilton had arrived about the time of our fight with the Sacs. These Indians had come down for the purpose of assisting us in fighting the Sacs and Foxes, but after a few days talking and counseling with Colonel Dodge, Colonel Gratiot, and Colonel Hamilton, and eating up a great deal of our beef, they became discontented and departed, frightening the inhabitants of the country through which they passed. Colonel Dodge was anxious to have them retained as spies, but I think we were better off without them, as they were a cowardly and treacherous set of miserable fellows. About this time, some of these Indians, with some of the white men of the fort, went to the house of Mr. B. Million, the father of the young man who made his escape from the Indians at Spafford's farm, for some provisions, where they were thrown into the greatest consternation by the appearance of a man rushing frantically from a corn crib towards them. He proved to be Spencer, supposed to have been killed at Spafford's farm. He said that in the affair at Spafford's, instead of attempting to cross the river as the others did, he ran down the stream and hid in the mouth of a branch until an Indian came near him on horseback, whom he shot, and then fled across the bottom in the direction of the fort. But finding 2 Indians pursuing him, he secreted himself in a thicket until the day after the battle of Pekatonica, when he ventured up in sight of the fort. Seeing it surrounded by Indians and having heard our firing, he concluded that the fort had evidently fallen into the hands of the enemy and fled with terror to the woods, where he would remain quite hidden during the day and in the night would venture out to this deserted house of millions to seek provisions. In his rambles during the night, he ran upon an Indian, shot at him, and then ran himself. In the succeeding winter, he became so frenzied and flighty in consequence of his frights on this occasion that he wandered off, no one ever knew where. After the Battle of Pekatonica, the volunteers returned to their respective forts. The wounded men, Wells and Morris, were left at Fort Hamilton, where they both died in about 2 weeks. Samuel Black, a noble and brave young man, was taken to Fort Defiance among his friends, where he died in about 9 days, lamented by all who knew him. On the 18th of June, the 5th Volunteer Company was formed, of which I was chosen captain, and Samuel Patrick and Matthew G. Fitch, respectively, first and second lieutenants. After the formation of this company, I accompanied Colonel Dodge with a portion of Captain Gentry's company to the Blue Mounds for the purpose of burying Lieutenant Force and Mr. Green, who had been killed about 2 miles from the fort by a party of about 40 Indians, supposed to have been partly Winnebagos. Note, on the 20th of June, end note. We buried Force. Green had been interred before our arrival. I made a reconnaissance in the direction of the headwaters of Sugar Creek, but not finding the trail of the Indians, we returned to the fort the next day, when Colonel Dodge, with Captain Gentry's company, returned to Fort Union, his headquarters, near Dodgeville. I was left with my company to guard the fort at the Blue Mounds, where I remained 4 days, during which I reconnoitered the surrounding country for some distance. While there, I received for myself and company the kindest hospitality of Colonel Ebenezer Brigham. I was then ordered to return to Fort Defiance and make immediate preparations for an expedition against Black Hawk, who was then said to be encamped with his entire force on Koshkonong Lake. Previous to this time, numerous depredations had been committed by the Indians, and some bloody conflicts had taken place. A man had been killed near Kellogg's Old Grove, and St. Vrain, Hale, Fowler, and Hawley were also killed, while their companions, Alexander Higginbottom, Aquila Floyd, and one McKinney, made their escape after being hotly pursued nearly the entire day. 2 men were killed near the Sinsiniwa Mound. The fort at Apple River was attacked, 1 man killed, and quite a number of cattle driven off. Captain Stevenson had a severe conflict with a party of Indians on the head of Yellow Creek, in which he lost 3 men, and was himself wounded and compelled to abandon the field. And Captain Snyder and General Whiteside had a small conflict with them near Buffalo Grove. End of section 21. Section 22 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Pioneer Life in Wisconsin, Part 3. On the 25th of June, while Major John Dement was encamped at Kellogg's Old Grove, with a spy battalion of General Posey's brigade, some 3 or 4 Indians were discovered near the encampment, when many of the excitable and enthusiastic volunteers, without consideration, commenced a disorderly pursuit, despite the remonstrances of Major Dement. The result was that they were led into an ambuscade, some of them killed, and the rest generally so frightened by the yells of the Indians that a tumultuous retreat commenced, and the Indians, flushed with victory, pursued them to the very verge of their encampment, which was composed of some substantial log houses. Here the whites rallied and kept off the Indians, but while the contest lasted, some 20 or 30 horses belonging to the volunteers were killed. It is said, and I believe with truth, that Major Dement acted with great bravery and made every exertion to rally his men upon the prairie, so much so as to attract the admiration of Black Hawk himself, who afterwards said, "The young chief talked much and loud in trying to rally his men, and deserved much credit for his bravery." About the 28th of June, all the forces under Colonel Dodge's command rendezvoused at Fort Hamilton, where they were met by General Posey's brigade, preparatory to commencing an expedition to Koshkonong Lake. where, according to the plan previously devised, we were to meet General Atkinson with the other 2 divisions of the Army. Major Dement's battalion and some others of Posey's brigade were anxious that General Dodge should take the command of all the forces in that division of the Army. An election was held, but the Illinois volunteers, as a matter of state pride, still preferred General Posey, who was elected by a small majority. The division was then put in motion for the point of destination. Colonel Dodge's command then consisted of 5 companies, numbering about 200 men, including Captain Stevenson's Galena Company. We camped the first night at the East Pekatonica, which we had much difficulty in crossing, having to swim our horses and raft over our baggage. The second night, our encampment was at Devy's old smelting establishment on Sugar River, where Captain Stevenson's company joined us. We then proceeded by way of the 4 lakes, where we were joined by the Winnebago chief, White Crow. Colonel W.S. Hamilton had joined us the night before with some Indians and some white volunteers who were designated as the scouting party of Colonel Dodge's command. Captain Stevenson, in the meantime, had been elected major of Colonel Dodge's command, and the colonel's staff consisted, at this time, of Major R.H. Kirkpatrick as aide, W.W. Woodbridge, adjutant, and James P. Cock, sergeant major. The White Crow proffered to conduct us to Black Hawk's encampment, which, he said, was on Rock River, near the Koshkonong. Under his guidance, we advanced for several days over almost impassable swamps, until within a short distance of the locality as described by White Crow, when we were met by an express from General Atkinson, ordering us to proceed immediately to his encampment on Bark River. Colonel Dodge felt somewhat vexed to be thus thwarted in his purpose, and remarked that he was crippled in every movement he wished to make by untimely expresses. In obedience to orders, we proceeded to headquarters. The night previously, a volunteer had been killed, and General Atkinson, thinking the enemy near at hand, was desirous of concentrating all his forces preparatory to a general engagement, which he contemplated bringing on the next day. But when Colonel Hamilton and his scouts reconnoitered Black Hawk's camp the next morning, it was ascertained that he had decamped with his whole force. It was discovered that he had occupied a most advantageous position for defense, a high declivity sloping to the river, which at that point was full of large boulders, rendering its passage extremely difficult, and from the apparent anxiety of the White Crow and his party to lead us there, it was, with much reason, supposed that he was acting in concert with Black Hawk to bring on an engagement at that point with the left wing of the army. Had this succeeded, the volunteers must, if not beaten, at least have suffered severely. At this time, and at General Atkinson's encampment, Captain Charles Dunn, since Chief Justice of Wisconsin, and now a member of the State Senate, while acting as officer of the day and going around to relieve the guard, was unfortunately shot by one of the sentinels and dangerously wounded. He was so disabled as to be compelled to return home, being conveyed to Dixon by an escort. Generals Henry and Alexander and Colonel Dodge, with their respective commands, were ordered to Fort Winnebago for provisions, and General Posey's brigade was ordered to the mining region for the protection of the forts and settlements in that quarter. Arriving at Fort Winnebago, Colonel Dodge ascertained, through the Winnebagos, that the Sauks and Foxes had moved up Rock River and were then at the rapids. He immediately called a council of his own officers and those of the other 2 commands, at which he communicated the intelligence he had derived from the Winnebagos, and proposed to return to General Atkinson's camp by way of the rapids. General Alexander objected, stating that it would be a violation of General Atkinson's orders, which were to return immediately, and Colonel Dodge rejoined that as there was no route specified in the orders, he thought they might return by any route they should deem proper. General Henry coincided with his opinion, and he and Colonel Dodge agreed to return with their commands by way of Rock River Rapids, leaving General Alexander to take the back trail. Preparations were immediately made for proceeding. All the worn-down horses that were regarded as unfit for the expedition were sent home to the mining country, and Major Stevenson's company, with himself at their head, nearly all leaving, thus reducing Colonel Dodge's effective force to about 150. And General Henry's force was also greatly reduced, so that both commands did not, at this time, exceed 600 men. Taking Mr. Poquet with us as interpreter and some Winnebagos as guides, we set out, and on the third day arrived at the rapids, now Hoistus Ford, but to our great surprise found no Indians there except some emaciated Winnebagos who told us that the Saukes and Foxes had moved farther up the river to the Cranberry Lakes. We thereupon encamped for the night, posting both a double guard and a double picket guard, dispatching, meanwhile, an express to General Atkinson, borne by Adjutant Woodbridge of Dodge's battalion, and Dr. Merriman, one of General Henry's adjutants, with a Winnebago for a guide. When they had proceeded about 8 or 9 miles, they came across one of the main trails of the enemy, plainly pointing out their route as making towards the west. They at once returned, and as they approached the camp, they were fired upon by one of the picket sentinels, and Adjutant Woodbridge was barely missed. This new information entirely changed our plan of operations, for instead of marching up the river as we intended, we marched down it early the next morning and at a rapid pace. The express was continued to General Atkinson by the same men selected the previous day for that service. We advanced rapidly upon the trails, which consisted of 3, one main center and 2 flanking trails. The first night we camped on the trail, we were literally drenched with rain, and it was with the greatest difficulty that we were enabled to make any fire by which to cook our supper. The second night we encamped on the east end of Third Lake, and previously to our arriving there, our scouts discovered a large force of Indians who made a feint to attack us when we at once formed into order of battle. Seeing this movement of ours, they made a precipitous flight into the woods surrounding the lake. We then advanced a short distance and took up our encampment. That night our scouts discovered many Indians, and it appeared from information received the next morning from a Winnebago that about 1/2 of the main body of the Saukes and Foxes took post near the crossing of the Catfish on the eastern confines of the city of Madison, with the intention of there attacking us should we attempt a night pursuit, but as we did not, they left about midnight. The next morning, the memorable 21st of July, we were upon their trail by sunrise, with every expectation of overtaking them soon. The march or pursuit was consequently rapid. On the bank of the Third Lake, near where the lake house in Madison now stands, our advance guard killed an Indian who, the Winnebago Indian before alluded to, informed us, was sitting upon the grave of his wife, who had perhaps died of fatigue, hunger, and exhaustion. Note: Black Hawk, in his autobiography, mentions that in the region of the Four Lakes, he and his people, quote, were hard put to obtain enough to eat to support nature, end quote, that they were forced to subsist on roots and bark of trees, hence the name of Bark River, above Koshkonong, and that several of their, quote, old people became so much reduced as actually to die with hunger, end quote. He adds that after crossing the Wisconsin, his people were in a desperate condition, starving from hunger, and that on the route to the Bad Axe, several old men and children perished from that cause. LCD, end note. And her disconsolate companion had resolved to await the advancing foe and die there also, and he boldly bared his naked breast and presented a full front as a willing target for the balls of the scouts. He but too soon met the death he coveted. This may be thought to have been cruel on the part of the scouts, but it will be recollected that our motto was "no quarter," and besides, in such an exciting pursuit, there was little time to deliberate as to their course of action in such a case, even had they then been aware of the attending circumstances. In our pursuit, we passed an encampment on what is now called Pheasant Branch at the head of Fourth Lake, where was a freshly made Indian grave, where a squaw was buried, supposed to have died the night before. About 5 miles from this place, our scouts killed an Indian who said he was a Winnebago, and when in the act of falling, he fired his rifle, wounding one of the volunteers of Captain Clark's company. From this point, our scouts were continually chasing the Indians, and being in turn chased by them, Consequently, the march became almost a flight in pursuit of the enemy. Upon one occasion, we were thrown into order of battle, but the enemy immediately receded, and a running fire was then kept up almost constantly by our scouts and the rear guard of the Indians until the main battle was fought. Note: Black Hawk states that this rear party consisted of only 20 warriors commanded by Nia Pope, but no reliance can be placed in his statement of his own numbers, for he says he had only 50 warriors altogether in the battle that ensued, the rest being engaged in assisting the squaws and children in crossing the river, and that they only fought at all, which was doubtless true, in order to gain time for their squaws, children, and old persons to pass the river. LCD. End note. It was brought about by the chasing of our scouts, who were commanded by Captain Joseph Dixon, now of Grant County, by a large body of the enemy who had been secreted in the low bottom of the Wisconsin River. While they were pursuing the scouts up a long slope, the advance portion of our men were rapidly ascending from the opposite side, and as a consequence we met near the top. Here we had barely time to form ourselves into battle order. Colonel Dodge's command, of which my company formed a part, and Colonel William L.D. Ewing's formed the front, and were barely faced about when the enemy commenced firing upon us. We returned the fire with great rapidity and with deadly aim, as it was ascertained that 48 of the enemy were killed in this charge. My orderly sergeant, John McNair, was wounded in this onset by a shot in the thigh, but was not conscious of it until the firing ceased and the enemy had fled. By this time, the remainder of General Henry's command, except the command of Colonel Fry, a part of whom were dragoons, was brought into line of battle, and which was within 10 minutes after the firing commenced. As an act of justice to General Henry and his command, I would here remark that General Smith's historical narrative of the march after we left the Four Lakes and of the battle is not altogether correct. The general says, quote, "The advance was commanded by Colonel William L.D. Ewing, but Colonel Dodge's command, becoming dissatisfied with what they considered a tardy march, broke off to the right and left and took the front," end quote. And furthermore, quote, "The position of Colonel Dodge was maintained under a constant fire from the Indians for fully an hour before the line of battle was formed by the arrival of General Henry with the rest of his brigade," end quote. Now, according to my recollection, and which I am confident is correct in this particular, the facts are that Colonel Dodge's command marched in front all that day, as well as on all the previous days of the pursuit, that General Henry's entire command kept close in our rear and were there when the engagement commenced, and were in line of battle in 10 minutes at most after the first firing. But it is true that Colonels Dodge and Ewing's commands alone received the fire of the first charge of the enemy. After the line of battle was now fully formed, which was upon a high eminence and in open ground, considerable firing was kept up by the Indians, who had taken shelter in some underbrush upon the brink of the opposite declivity, by which 7 of our brave volunteers were wounded and 1 killed, 2 of the wounded belonging to Captain Clark's company, and the others to Colonel Jones and Collins' regiments, and the man who was killed was named Short and belonged to Colonel Jones' command. It was Colonel Jones who had his horse shot from under him, and not Colonel Collins, as stated in General Smith's history. Seeing that our men were suffering more in this firing than perhaps the enemy were, though we were not idle, I stepped to Colonel Dodge and suggested the propriety of a charge, and he immediately suggested it to General Henry, when the charge was at once ordered. The enemy were at once dislodged from their hiding place, and in their flight 20 more of them were slain and scalped, making in all 68 of the enemy killed in the battle. This is my recollection of the matter, and which is corroborated, I believe, by General Atkinson's report to the War Department. Note: in General Atkinson's report of the Battle of Bad Axe, he says, quote, "It is ascertained from our prisoners that the enemy lost in the Battle of the Wisconsin 68 killed and a very large number wounded," end quote. Captain Estes, in his narrative in General Smith's work, states the Indian loss at 68. Bouchard states that he learned after the war from some of the Sauks that Black Hawk lost 69 in the battle, and that 13 died on their way to the mouth of the Bad Axe. General Bracken speaks not of his own knowledge, but of those who had better opportunities of knowing that the Indian loss was between 40 and 50 killed on the field, and the number wounded unknown as they were carried away. Yet, strange to say, Black Hawk in his narrative admits the loss of only 6 killed in the battle. LCD. End note. We pursued them to the bottom of the Wisconsin, where we reached the tall grass, which was wet, it having rained nearly the entire afternoon of that day, and it being now nearly dark, the pursuit was continued no farther. We returned to camp, and just after supper we were cheered by the arrival of Adjutant Woodbridge and Adjutant Merriman, who, it will be recollected, had been sent from the rapids of Rock River as an express to General Atkinson on Bark River. With them came Captain James B. Estes, who claims to have been in the battle, but was, according to my recollection, about 2 hours too late. Our interpreter, Mr. Boquet, and our Indian spies, who had accompanied us from Fort Winnebago, left us immediately after the battle. This turned out to have been an unfortunate event, for that same night the silence of our camp was broken by the loud, shrill voice of an Indian from the summit of one of the highest peaks in that vicinity, haranguing, as we supposed, his warriors preparatory to an attack upon us. Although we were well posted and surrounded with a double guard, yet it naturally produced some excitement and was well calculated to test the coolness and material of our officers and men. We then thought that Black Hawk's entire force was being brought to bear upon us in a night attack, the most to be dreaded of all attacks, especially when made by an Indian enemy. Our material proved good. No man showed the white feather, and our commanders, in concert with the Indian orator, harangued their men in the most stirring manner. General Henry, in particular, addressed his men in a most patriotic strain, reminding them of the discredit already brought upon the Sucker Arms by the defeat of Major Stillman and other similar disasters, appealing to them in the name of their Sucker mothers to vindicate the valor of the Suckers and the Sucker State. In fact, it was often remarked afterwards that he made a great Sucker speech, under the impulse of which his men, no doubt, would have well vindicated, as they had the preceding day, the valor of the Sucker Arms. It was afterwards ascertained, however, that the Indian chief was making propositions of peace instead of urging or cheering on his warriors to battle, which no doubt would have been accepted had the Winnebagos been in camp. The proposals were said to have been that the Sauks and Foxes would surrender themselves all up at discretion and only asked protection for the lives of their women and children. But hearing no response, and supposing the Winnebagos were with us, they concluded that their proposals were not acceptable, and no mercy would be shown them, and consequently every effort was then made to remove as fast as possible out of the country. The next day we buried our slain companion, Short, and made litters for the conveyance of the wounded. Expresses were sent to General Atkinson and to Prairie du Chien after having marched in the morning to the Wisconsin, and ascertained that the Indians during the night had all effected a crossing. The following morning the whole command marched for the Blue Mounds, where we arrived at night after one of the most fatiguing days that was experienced during the war. The difficulty of conveying our wounded men on litters for 30 miles, over almost impassable creeks, through swamps, over hills, and through thick woods, by a winding path, was attended with fatigue and difficulty of which no one can well conceive. Here I must relate an amusing and withal, at the time, an alarming incident of the day, one which I can never forget. Although John McNair's wound was a flesh one, yet it was so excruciatingly painful that it was only with the greatest difficulty he could be conveyed in any way. Being my orderly sergeant, and much attached to me, he particularly requested me to stay with him, saying the boys would kill him almost if I were not along. Desirous to gratify him, I placed my company under command of my lieutenant, Matthew G. Fitch, and remained constantly with him. After having carried him in my arms through several creeks, we at length arrived on the top of the East Blue Mound, which is almost a mountain. The litter by this time had become so broken by the horses, between two of which it was swung, having to wind and twist along the narrow and devious path by which we ascended the mound, that it would no longer answer to carry him. Here was a dilemma. The litter was broken up, it was dark, and McNair declaring that he could not ride on horseback, and the company was far in advance, with all the provisions and necessary materials for camping. How we could best extricate ourselves from the difficulties besetting our situation was a question of no easy solution, and yet it must be done. I at length said, quote, "Boys, bring the horses and fragments of the litter to the foot of the mound, and I will carry Mac down, and then we will mend up the litter so that it will carry him on to the encampment." End quote. I took him up in my arms, although he weighed about 100 pounds, and after going down the mound, which was quite steep, I was compelled to lay him down. It seems that I either laid him on or so near a large yellow rattlesnake as very much to disturb his snakeship's equilibrium, and he set up such a terrible rattling or whizzing as to frighten me much. The boys all fled precipitately, and I jumped back several paces. The poor fellow cried out in the most supplicating manner, "Oh, Captain, for God's sake, don't leave me here to be devoured by these damned snakes." For by this time there were evidently 2 of them, and from the noise, in the stillness of the night, and in the midst of a dense forest, there seemed to be legions of them giving their fearful notes of warning. Recovering from my momentary fright and feeling the necessity of instant action, I pitched in, as politicians say, caught the poor fellow by the heels, and dragged him unceremoniously out of so dangerous a proximity to a 10 times more frightful enemy than Black Hawk and all his warriors, and remarkable to relate, the poor fellow never uttered a groan. After the panic was a little over, I broke the silence by asking, "Mac, don't you think you can ride on horseback now?" To which he instantly replied, "Oh God, yes, ride or anything." And thus, in due time, we reached the camp of our company. Having partaken of some refreshments, I was relating McNair's conduct on the field of battle, how, when I directed him, after it was discovered that he was wounded, to fall into the rear, he replied, "Oh God, Captain, I must have another shot," and contrasted this with his adventure with the rattlesnakes. He very meekly replied, "Well, Captain, I always was damned afraid of snakes." Poor Mac, he never fully recovered from the effects of his wound. As slight as it seemed to be, he was lame for life. He was an honest and worthy man, and was at the time of his death, which was nearly 4 years since, and had been for many years, the treasurer of Iowa County. The adventure with the rattlesnakes was always considered a standing joke sufficiently good to call out a treat from Mac at any time when related. This incident took place on the 23rd of July, the battle having been fought on the 21st. Note: we find in the Mineral Point Tribune of October 21st, 1852, the following notice of Colonel McNair, quote, "Died in this village on Thursday morning, the 4th inst. Of apoplexy, Colonel John McNair, in the 58th year of his age. He was a native of Fayette County, Kentucky, and migrated to the lead mines in 1827, and has been for upwards of 24 years a citizen of Mineral Point and its vicinity. He served as an officer of the 17th Regiment of U.S. Infantry in the War of 1812, also as a volunteer under General Henry Dodge in the Black Hawk War in 1832, and was severely wounded at the Battle of the Wisconsin, for which he drew a pension from the government. At the time of his death, he was treasurer of this county and was nominated but a few days before his death for re-election. He was a man of kind and humane feelings, ever ready to search out and contribute to the wants of the poor. Always faithful in the discharge of every duty, both public and private, he had endeared himself to all who knew him, and his loss will long be felt and mourned by a large portion of our community. LCD. End note. The next morning after arriving at the mounds, Colonel Dodge's command were dismissed to their respective forts for a new supply of provisions, and General Henry's troops also obtained a supply. General Atkinson, note: General Atkinson was a native of North Carolina. He entered the Army in 1808 and served with credit during the War of 1812, and during the Indian troubles in Wisconsin, as we have seen in 1827 and 1832. He was stationed long on the western frontier, and the Indians called him the White Beaver. He died at Jefferson Barracks near St. Louis, June 20th, 1842, aged about 60 years. LCD. End note. General Atkinson, who had broken up his encampment on Bark River, soon arrived with his troops, so that on the 26th of the month the entire army rendezvoused at Helena on the Wisconsin and soon crossed the river and took the Indian Trail, which was down the valley and was rendered quite offensive by the stench of numerous dead bodies of the enemy, who had no doubt died in consequence of their wounds received in the Battle of Wisconsin. On the 2nd of August, the Indians were overtaken and most disastrously beaten. Here, as at the Battle of Wisconsin, Colonel Dodge's command occupied the front rank, the engagement having been brought on by Captain Dixon, who still commanded the spies, and who was wounded in the conflict. It was more a massacre than a battle, as the Indians only fought as they were compelled to. Many of them were killed as they were crossing the river, women and children as well as men. This was the closing conflict of the war. Black Hawk was soon after taken prisoner and conducted through the principal cities of the Union. I may add in this connection that in consequence of the illness of my wife, I changed commands with Captain Horde, and what I relate of the movements of the Army after its departure from Helena, I have derived from Captain Horde and one of my sons who also served on the expedition. Thus ended all our Indian difficulties, and from that period the progress of Wisconsin has been rapid, unexampled, and astonishing. And if in future her laws shall be made and executed by wise, honest, and discreet men, she must soon attain an eminence of great distinction. Having migrated here at an early period, and having been actively engaged in sanguinary conflicts and in repelling savage invasions for the safety and preservation of our infant settlements, and having, moreover, taken some humble part in the early councils of Wisconsin, I cannot but feel a deep and abiding interest in the welfare and prosperity of the state of my adoption. And if the brief and imperfect sketch of my pioneer life, together with my recollections of the Winnebago and Black Hawk Indian Wars, shall enable the future historian to glean anything worthy of being perpetuated, my fullest desire will have been accomplished. End of section 22. Section 23 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Pekatonica Battle Controversy, by Charles Bracken and Peter Parkinson, Jr. Note: this series of valuable papers appeared originally in the Mineral Point Tribune in the latter part of 1852 and early part of 1853, and well deserve a more permanent repository. The discrepancies of memory between the writers are not, after all, very numerous or of much importance, while their several narratives will prove of lasting interest to Wisconsin history. LCD. End note. Walnut Grove, October 3, 1852. To General William R. Smith, State Historian. Dear Sir, in accordance with my promise, I herewith transmit to you an account of the murder of Spafford and others during the Black Hawk War, together with the details of the Battle of the Pekatonica, fought on the 16th day of June, 1832, at the Horseshoe Bend on that stream and on Section 11, Town 2, Range 5 East in this county. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, Charles Bracken. Battle of the Pekatonica. About sundown on the 14th of June, 1832, a horseman without a hat, bloody with spurring, was seen approaching Fort Defiance, a stockade post situated on Section 20 in Town 4 North, Range 3 East, commanded by Captain Robert C. Horde. The rider was David Gilbert. He communicated the melancholy information that, on that day, Spafford, Spencer, Bennett Million, McElwain, and an Englishman called John Bull had been surprised by the Indians while at work in a cornfield on a farm owned by Spafford and Spencer, situated on the main Pekatonica about 6 miles southeast of Fort Hamilton, now Wyoto, and that all the party had been murdered except Millian, who had, by his fleetness of foot, made his escape. Captain Horde at once dispatched an express, communicating the information to General Dodge at Dodgeville, and I, being second in command, was ordered to repair to the scene of the murder with 11 men, all that could be mounted on horseback. Arriving at Fort Hamilton late at night, we halted at that post until morning, when accompanied by Millian and some others from that place, making a party of about 20 men, we proceeded to Spafford's Field. On our arrival there, the first object that presented itself was the headless body of Spafford, who had died facing his foes. Cool as he was brave, he at once saw from the number and position of the Indians that flight was useless. Seizing his rifle, he calmly awaited their approach, and his unerring aim sent one of his foes to eternity before him. Then, like the lion at bay, he died covered with 100 wounds. While the Indians were thus partially checked by Spafford, the others fled under cover of a ravine, which appears to have been an ancient bed of the Pekatonica, to the river. On reaching the shore, McIlwain and John Bull attempted to escape across it and were shot in the water. Their bodies were taken out of the river by us. They had been scalped and most horribly mutilated. Millian stated that on reaching the shore, he and Spencer turned down the river, keeping under its bank, that they had got some 300 yards before they were perceived by the Indians, who were for an instant engaged in dispatching McIlwain and John Bull. On seeing them, the Indians raised the war whoop and commenced the pursuit. Spencer continued on down the riverbank, and Millian plunged into the stream, which was about 50 yards wide at that point, and never raised his head above water until he struck the opposite shore. Young, brave, cool, and active, and flying for life, it would appear almost incredible that, with his breath exhausted by diving across the river, his clothes saturated with water, at one bound he should spring from the slippery shore to the top of a perpendicular bank fully 12 feet high. Yet from his footprints it was evident that he did so. Gaining the bank, unharmed amidst a shower of balls, he continued his flight, pursued by the Indians who, after a hot chase of about 5 miles, gave up the pursuit. It appeared that Spencer was pursued by 2 Indians, one of whom was mounted on the horse with which Spafford's party had been plowing their corn, and was far in advance of the other, and he, having his gun which he snatched up in the flight, Spencer turned and shot the mounted Indian, which enabled him to escape by secreting himself in a thicket. On the day of the Battle of the Pekatonica, Spencer ventured to approach the fort, and saw from a distance that it was surrounded by Indians. They were friendly Sioux and Menomonies who had joined us that day after the battle, and who were yelling and powwowing over the scalps which we had taken. Supposing these Indians to be foes who had captured the fort and murdered all within it, he was horror-struck, and fled some 6 or 7 miles to a house where he found some provisions, and secreted himself under a hog pen, where he was found some 10 days afterwards. Within a year he became deranged and wandered off, none knew whither. Having performed the melancholy duty of burying the dead, we returned to Fort Hamilton, where we found Captain Gentry and Lieutenants Paquette and Porter with a few men. At a council held that evening, it was agreed that if General Dodge did not arrive at the fort by 8 o'clock the next morning, the officers and men that were present would take the trail and pursue the Indians. On receiving the express at Dodgeville, General Dodge, accompanied by Thomas Jenkins and John Messersmith, Jr., started for Fort Hamilton by the way of Blue Mounds, where a company of men were stationed whose horses were fresh and fit for service. Leaving orders for them to follow, he continued on his route by the way of Fretwell's diggings. Having outridden Jenkins and Messersmith, he was approaching the fort alone just after sunrise. On arriving at Hamilton's farm, about 1 mile from the fort, he left the wagon road and turned into a pathway, which shortened the distance. On regaining the road, he met Apple, a German, who proposed to accompany us on our scout, and was going to his cabin nearby to procure a blanket for the expedition. After making a few inquiries of him, the general continued on to the fort. Apple had not proceeded more than 100 yards from where he met General Dodge when he fell into an ambuscade and was literally shot to pieces. It afterwards appeared that the Indians had first ambushed the pathway, but seeing our men on the prairie south of the road looking for their horses, and that the traveling was on the wagon road, they removed to it. Had the general arrived half an hour earlier by the pathway, or kept round by the wagon road, he must have been the victim of the ambuscade instead of Apple. Almost simultaneously with the general, the horse of Apple reached the fort with his saddle bloody and a bullet hole through his ear. All were ready. The order was given to mount, and in less than 10 minutes we were formed in a line near the dead body of the murdered man. The Indians in their retreat appeared to disperse in every direction through a thicket which lay north of the road, and which was composed of a thick growth of vines and bushes, principally prickly ash. Through this we advanced in line until a very intelligent dog owned by R.H. Kirkpatrick struck the trail on the extreme left. We then advanced in single file, following the trail, the left and front, until we reached the open timber. Here the trail was well defined, and the pursuit was then pell-mell, the general taking the lead. The trail struck the prairie on a branch running east from William Burritt's and continued down it, crossing and recrossing it 2 or 3 times. On our advancing into the thicket, I was the extreme right-hand man of the party. As the left discovered the trail and advanced along it, I was thereby thrown in the rear. On emerging from the thicket into the open woods, being well mounted on a fleet and sure-footed horse, I gave him the spur freely until I came in sight of the Indians with the general close in their rear, and not more than 5 men with him. At the same time, I overtook a youth aged about 18, named Samuel Black, who lived in my family. He said that his mare, a fine active animal, had fallen with him on the smooth prairie, and that it was a sign he would be killed in the coming battle. I suggested as the cause that she had stepped into a badger hole. He said she had not, for he had examined the ground. I then advised him to go back, as there were enough of us to whip the Indians without him. He said, "I will die first." The omen proved too true. He fell mortally wounded at the first fire we received on entering the thicket. I make this digression that you may pay a just tribute to the memory of one of the bravest youths that ever fell in battle. The Indians recrossed the branch at a point where it turned abruptly to the north and ascended the hill. The general and those with him crossed after them and bore to the right towards some timber, as if to cut them off from it. Seeing this movement, I halted, and was at the same time joined by Fitch, Higginbottom, and Devey. I said to them, "That movement of the general will turn the Indians to the left. If you will follow me, we will get the first scalp." They agreed to do so. Turning up a hollow to the left, we ascended it to the ridge overlooking the east Pekatonica. Turning then to the right and looking down a hollow parallel to that which we had ascended, my surmise proved to be correct. They were moving at what might be called common time. Their chief, a gray-headed warrior, was walking backward and appeared to be earnestly addressing his young men. After observing them for a few moments, we fired, but I think without effect. My comrades, after discharging their guns, retreated down the hollow we had ascended, and I turned westwardly up the ridge overlooking the east Pekatonica, keeping out of gunshot, but watching the enemy closely. They descended the hill to the creek, turned up it a short distance, and commenced crossing at some willows, a short distance below where the bridge now stands. At this moment I advanced within gunshot. With the report of my gun, I sent forth a shout that told the general and my comrades yet in the rear that I had secured the first scalp. At the same time, I received the fire of the Indians without injury. The general and the principal part of our men having come up by the time the Indians had fairly crossed the creek, a running fight took place, the enemy being on one side of the creek and we on the other, until they reached the thicket in the bend of the creek. Having effected a crossing at the old Indian ford, which is near William's Mill, and marching thence up the stream, we formed on the open ground to the northeast of the thicket, so as to hem the enemy in the bend of the creek. Parties were then, by order of the general, thrown out on the hills to give the alarm if the Indians should attempt to escape from the thicket when we entered it. The men were then told off in sections of 7, Number 4 remaining on horseback and holding the horses of the rest of the section, whose bridles were linked together. When dismounted and formed in front of the horses, our numbers were 21 men, including the general. They were General Henry Dodge, commanding, Lieutenants Charles Bracken, Pascal Baquette, and Blank Porter, Surgeon Allen Hill, Privates Peter Parkinson, Dominic McGraw, Samuel Black, Thomas H. Price, Levin Leach, R. H. Kirkpatrick, Asa Duncan, William Carnes, John Hood, Thomas Jenkins, John Messersmith, Jr., Samuel Patrick, Morris, Wells, Rankin, and Van Wagoner. We were then ordered to renew our flints, reprime our guns, unbutton our shirt collars, and tighten our belts. All being ready, the general then addressed us. He said, quote, "Within that thicket are the foe, whose hands are yet reeking with the blood of our murdered friend. That it was his intention to enter it. In doing so, some of us must fall, that it might be his own fate, but that his mind was made up to whip the enemy or die in the attempt. If any feared to follow him, he wanted them to fall back then, and not when they encountered the Indians." End quote. The word was then given to advance, and in that little band none were found who did not fear dishonor more than death. None faltered or wavered, as with a coolness becoming veterans they followed the footsteps of their gallant leader, resolved with him to conquer or die. After advancing some distance into the thicket, the trail of the enemy was found. Here the detachment was joined by Daniel M. Parkinson, who was on horseback. The center was ordered to keep on the trail. We then continued our advance slowly but firmly towards our hidden foe. The Indians had selected a most advantageous position for defense had we fought them at long shot. It was the bank of a pond, once the bed of the creek. On the edge of the bank was a natural breastwork nearly 3 feet high, formed by one of those tumuli so numerous on our prairies. Under this they awaited our approach. When they fired on us, our position represented 2 sides of a triangle, they forming the base and we the hypotenuse. Although we were close upon them, so dense was the thicket that we could not see the smoke of their guns. The general, who was on the right of the center and in front of the line, exclaimed, "Where are the Indians?" He was answered from the left, "This way." The order was given, "Charge 'em, boys! Damn them, charge 'em!" My position was on the extreme right. In the charge, we obliqued considerably to the left. When I got to the pond, I found no enemy before me, and at the same moment I heard the general, who was a little to my left, say, "There's an Indian, kill him." I turned toward him and heard a shot. As I came up, he said, "There, by God, I've killed him myself." This was the Indian commander. Passing on to the left, I mounted the natural embankment and found myself in the midst of the Indians. After discharging my gun, I turned the breech and struck at a warrior I saw lying under the bank before me. But seeing another very industriously snapping at me, I fell back and reloaded. As soon as my gun was charged, I advanced with the brave but unfortunate Wells on my left and William Carnes of Dodgeville on my right. On coming up hand to hand with the Indians, Wells fell, mortally wounded. Carnes first shot and then bayoneted the warrior that gave Wells his death wound, and I put another in a condition to lose his scalp. At the same time, the only surviving Indian attempted to save himself by flight. He plunged into the pond and was shot as he got out of the water on the opposite side. Thus ended the battle. The enemy were completely exterminated. Not one was left to tell Black Hawk and his warriors how Old Hairy Face, the Indian name of General Dodge, and his warriors fought. Our trophies were 17 scalps. Our loss was 3 men, Black, Wells, and Morris, mortally, and Thomas Jenkins, severely wounded. The annals of border warfare furnish no parallel to this battle. Never before was an entire war party exterminated with so small a loss on the part of the whites, when the numbers engaged were so nearly equal. Although on our advance into the thicket we outnumbered the Indians some 5 men, yet the advantage of their position and ours having to receive their fire equalized our numbers. None of us, from the general down, had ever heard a hostile gun or burned powder at a foe. The men had been promiscuously assembled and were untrained soldiers. They, however, proved by their gallant conduct that American volunteers, when individually brave, will collectively follow to their death a brave and determined leader in whom they have confidence. There were individual acts of devotion and desperate bravery performed which ought to have immortalized the actors. Our surgeon, Dr. Allen Hill, fell into the line and did duty as a private soldier. When the sections were told off, his lot fell number 4, a horse holder. Number 5, in the same section, was a sickly-looking youth named Townsend, about 17 years of age. The doctor exchanged places with him, remarking that he thought himself better able to perform a soldier's duty in the coming fight than he was. In the charge, Levin Leach encountered a warrior armed with a spear. Parrying the thrusts of the Indian with his bayonet, he dropped his gun, sprang upon him, wrenched his spear from him, and with it ran him through the body. The death of the brave but unfortunate Wells would have been a theme for the Song of the Minstrel had it occurred in the days of chivalry. Like hundreds of other young and ardent spirits in that day, he came to the lead mines in pursuit of fortune. When the war broke out, he was among the first to take up arms, and fell, as I have stated, bravely advancing on the enemy. While lying on the battleground with his head on the lap of a comrade who was assuaging the burning thirst caused by his wound, the surgeon examined it and told him he must die. On hearing this, he expressed a wish to see the general. On his coming to him, Wells said, "General, have I behaved like a soldier?" The reply was, "Yes, Wells, like a brave one." Looking up to his commander, he said, "Send that word to my old father." He further told that comrade that he was engaged to be married to a young lady in Pike County, Illinois. He gave her name and requested that she might be informed of the place and manner of his death, and that he died with his last thoughts upon her. Note: after a lapse of 20 years, the writer of the foregoing may have made some errors, particularly by omitting the names of those who were in the battle and inserting the names of those who acted as horse holders or watched the thicket from a distance. As the narrative is intended for the state historian and will make a part of the early history of Wisconsin, he requests any of his surviving comrades who were in the action to correct any errors he may have made. Fayette, November 29, 1852. Editors of Wisconsin Tribune. My attention having lately been called to an account of the Battle of the Pekatonica, written by Charles Bracken and published in your paper, in which I think there are some material mistakes, and having been requested by a number of persons to write my recollection of that affair, and point out wherein I think Mr. Bracken's recollection does not serve him correctly, I have thought proper, in justice to the dead as well as the living, and also in justice to the correctness of history for which that account was intended, to comply with the request which has been made. In so doing, I do not wish to detract in the slightest degree from the merit of anyone who acted in that affair. I was quite young at the time, and it being the first engagement that I was ever in, every incident was almost indelibly fixed upon my mind. Mr. Bracken's relation of the affair at Spafford's is correct as I recollect it, until he says, quote, "I being second in command was ordered to the scene of the murder with 11 men." End quote. Mr. Bracken might have been ordered to the scene of the murder, but he certainly did not go in command of the detachment, nor in company with them, until within about 4 miles this side of Fort Hamilton, now Wyoto, where he and Van Wagner were overtaken by the detachment. Note: Colonel D.M. Parkinson gives the name of Benjamin Lawhead instead of Van Wagner as the person who accompanied Lieutenant Bracken on this occasion. See ante, page 344, LCD, end note. They, Bracken and Van Wagner, having left Fort Defiance in advance of the detachment, Bracken appearing to be displeased at some of the movements, mounted his horse and said, quote, "It is time we were off. All that are going with me, come on," end quote, upon which Van Wagner joined him and they started off. In about half an hour the detachment were mounted and ready to march, upon which R.H. Kirkpatrick was chosen the commander for the occasion. The detachment then proceeded to Fort Hamilton and arrived there about 12 o'clock at night. Next morning, just as the detachment was ready to proceed, Some difficulty occurred about the command of the detachment, Mr. Bracken claiming the command by virtue of his second lieutenantship at Fort Defiance, which was objected to by D.M. Parkinson, which was the commencement of the memorable difficulty between these gentlemen, Bracken and Parkinson. Major Kirkpatrick then declined taking further command of the detachment unless he was rechosen, upon which an election was gone into, and Major Kirkpatrick, as he was commonly called, was unanimously elected. The company then proceeded to the farm and found the murdered men, as described by Lieutenant Bracken, with the exception of the headless body of Spafford, which had no wounds upon it, as I recollect. The position of the body, when found, indicated that he had been running, as the rest of his comrades, when he was shot. Whether he killed an Indian before he himself was shot, I think no one can tell. Million crossed the river at the same place and at the same time that McIlwain and John Bull crossed it, and was immediately pursued by the Indians in hot chase, one of them on horseback, and so closely was he pursued by the Indian on horseback that he, Million, was often compelled to swim the river to escape him. Note: none of the Indians who pursued Million were on horseback, as will be seen by Million's statement, which will appear a few pages onward. LCD. End note. He swam the river 5 times during the chase and was pursued to within 5 miles of the fort, which he reached in a full lope, using a Western phrase, and in safety, after having been pursued by 5 Indians for 10 miles and having run 15 miles without ever breaking the lope, as he said. Spencer could not swim, consequently took down the river under its bank till coming to the mouth of a branch, where he remained until an Indian, mounted on the horse with which they had been plowing, came upon him. He shot the Indian off the horse and made his escape across the river bottom into the woods in the direction of the fort. The remainder of the history of this man, I believe, is correctly given by Lieutenant Bracken, except that he told upon being found that he had killed another Indian during his rambles in the woods. The allusion that Lieutenant Bracken makes to the young man named Black is correct, so far at least as his having a presentiment that he should be killed in the first engagement. He and I were about the same age, he being 1 year older, were friends and messmates. He communicated his forebodings of death to me the night we marched from Fort Defiance to Fort Hamilton, he and I having been made the advance guard to the detachment. I have no recollection of the falling of his mare. I presume, however, it was so. It was a horse, however, he rode. The history of the matter, I believe, is very correctly given by Lieutenant Bracken, from the killing of Apple up to the point where he advanced within gunshot, and says, quote, "With the report of my gun, I sent forth a shout that told the general and my comrades, yet in the rear, that I had procured the first scalp." End quote. Here, I think, Lieutenant Bracken's memory is greatly at fault. I was near the lieutenant when he shot, and so was General Dodge and some 8 or 10 others, and the Indians were certainly from 150 to 200 yards distant. They fired back, it is true, but without effect, and if any scalp was taken, or even an Indian touched with a ball, I have no recollection of the fact. 'Tis true they sometimes fell at the fire of the guns, but got up and went off, jumping and hopping in a taunting way. At this point, while a short consultation was taking place as to the best point of crossing, Captain Gentry and D.M. Parkinson swam the river on their horses just in the rear of the Indians, and took a position upon a high eminence upon the opposite side of the river, so as to overlook the grove the Indians were making for. We were again joined by Parkinson at the time Lieutenant Bracken speaks of. Captain Gentry, in attempting to reach us at another point, mired his horse down in a swamp, got his gun wet, and was unable to rejoin us. The next point at which I think Lieutenant Bracken's memory is at fault is where the general is addressing his men, in which he is made to say, among other things, quote, "Unbutton your shirt collars, tighten your belts, etc." End quote. I have no recollection of any such orders, and from General Dodge's usual coolness and discretion upon such occasions, I should think he would hardly give such orders. Again, I think his memory is at fault when he quotes the general as saying, quote, "Charge 'em, boys, damn them, charge 'em," end quote, and, quote, "There, by God, I killed him myself," end quote, etc. At another point, I think his memory is more at fault than usual. That is upon the charge where he would make it appear, if I read correctly, that he, quote, advanced into the midst of the Indians, discharged his gun, turned the breech, and struck at a warrior he saw lying under the bank before him. But seeing another very industriously snapping at him, he then fell back, reloaded, and advanced side by side with the gallant Wells, end quote, evidently conveying the idea that he had done all this before the gallant Wells had got up at all. Now all who were there well know that the gallant Wells was among the first upon the bank, and was shot instantly upon his charge upon the bank. The charge was simultaneous by every member of the detachment, and there could not have been more than a few seconds' difference between any of the men's arriving upon the bank. All behaved well, in fact bravely, Lieutenant Bracken with the rest, but I have yet to learn that he behaved any better than anyone else. In fact, I am certain there was no room for invidious distinction. I write this with no unkind or unpleasant feelings towards Lieutenant Bracken, but simply that justice may be done, history be correct, and that Lieutenant Bracken's request, contained in a note appended to his account of the affair, together with the request of a number of other persons, may be complied with. The Indian that was shot in attempting to make his escape across the pond, as spoken of by Lieutenant Bracken, was shot by W. Woodbridge, the adjutant of General Dodge's squad, with a pistol. I was standing near him at the time. The number of scalps taken upon that occasion, according to my memory, was 14 instead of 17, as Mr. Bracken has it. Upon looking over the list of names which Mr. Bracken has, I do not see that of W. Woodbridge. This is an omission. It should be there. The remainder of the narrative, I believe, is correct. Peter Parkinson, Jr. To General W.R. Smith, State Historian. In a late number of the Wisconsin Tribune, there was a communication of Mr. Peter Parkinson of Fayette on the subject of the Battle of the Pekatonica. I saw nothing in his statement calculated to change the general result of an action so honorable to all engaged in it, but I see that Mr. Parkinson has, unwillingly perhaps, misrepresented me and some of my actions on that occasion. The officers composing the command at Fort Defiance at that time were Robert C. Hord, Captain, Charles Bracken, First Lieutenant, Daniel M. Parkinson, Second Lieutenant, and William Burnett, Ensign. Although in my account of the battle and events which led to it, I state that I was second in command at that fort, yet Mr. Parkinson, in the face of record and living testimony which could be produced to sustain my assertion, depending on his own vivid recollection, reduces me to the rank of second lieutenant, in virtue of which he states, I claimed a command to which I was not entitled. His memory here certainly failed him, for the saddle was on the other horse. It is reasonable to suppose that if Mr. Parkinson, belonging to the same company with me, and associating together in the same stockade for some weeks, could not recollect my rank, that his memory cannot be relied on as to other facts wherein he differs from me. Shortly after the Black Hawk War, when all the survivors of the battle were living, I published in a Galena paper an account of the battle which was uncontradicted. My late publication addressed to you through the Wisconsin Tribune corresponded nearly word for word with my former publication. The late Mr. Matthew G. Fitch, some 10 or 12 years since, also published an account of the same battle in the Mineral Point paper, in which he differs in no essential particulars from me. On data such as this, I think there is more reliance to be placed for the truth of history than on the memory of Mr. Parkinson, which is clearly at fault in the very first fact he states, and much more so in others. Charles Bracken, Walnut Grove, December 30th, 1852. End of section 23. Section 24 of articles from the collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Pekatonica Battle Controversy, Part 2. Fayette, February 5th, 1853. To General W.R. Smith, State Historian. Sir, I regret exceedingly that you should be annoyed with so many communications upon the subject of the Battle of the Pekatonica, and particularly when those communications disagree so much as mine and those of Lieutenant Charles Bracken. Mr. Bracken, in his last communication, seems to have departed entirely from his request contained in a note appended to his account of the Battle of the Pekatonica, in which he requests any of the survivors to correct any mistakes which he may have made, admitting that, after a lapse of 20 years, he might have made some. But when those mistakes are pointed out and corrected, he claims not only to possess a superiority of memory over me, but also that his account was written from data that could or should be relied upon more than my memory. Now, had Mr. Bracken claimed in the start to have written his account of that affair from such data as he refers to in his last communication, perhaps I should not have presumed to set up my memory in opposition thereto. But as Mr. Bracken made no such claim, and evidently carried the idea that he had written entirely from memory, I supposed I was doing him a kindness in complying with his request, in which it seems I was mistaken, judging from the tone of his communication. However, as to the data to which Mr. Bracken refers, I have a word to say, and that is that my memory differs with his as to what those accounts contain. If either of those accounts, particularly that published by Mr. Fitch, quotes Mr. Bracken as taking or having the command of the detachment from Fort Defiance, I will agree that I am mistaken as to what those accounts contain. But as the question at issue is not what those accounts contained, but what are the facts in the case, I shall, without further cavil with Mr. Bracken as to memory, proceed to lay before you the evidences which I have procured in support of the correctness of my memory, wherein I differ with him. Upon seeing Mr. Bracken's communication to you in reference to this matter in a late number of the Wisconsin Tribune, I immediately addressed the following named gentlemen upon this subject, to wit, Robert C. Hord, who was captain of the company stationed at Fort Defiance at the time in question, Thomas Beam, who was a soldier at Fort Defiance, Alexander Higginbottom, who was a soldier at Fort Hamilton and was with the detachment from the time it left Fort Hamilton until after the Battle of the Pekatonica, Bennett Million, who was also with the detachment during the burying of the men who were killed at the farm of Spafford and Spencer, and the same that made his miraculous escape from the Indians. From them I have received the following answers. I would here mention that these are all the men, that is, Million and Higginbottom, that had any connection with the burying of those men or the Battle of the Pekatonica that I have any knowledge of in this country, except my father, Colonel Parkinson, upon whom, from feelings of delicacy, I have not called for his recollection of the matter. Mineral Point, February 5th, 1853. Mr. Peter Parkinson, Jr., your communication addressed to me, asking my recollections about those 11 men who started from Fort Defiance to bury the dead at Spafford's farm in 1832, was duly received. I recollect that when the express arrived, it was about sundown or after. After I had arranged the matter of express to Colonel Dodge, I immediately commenced making arrangements to send a reinforcement to Fort Hamilton and to assist in burying the dead at Spafford's Field. There were many who volunteered to go. At the same time, there were several men there from the Mounted Company, with Major Kirkpatrick, or afterwards Major Kirkpatrick. Lieutenant Bracken and Second Lieutenant Parkinson were among the number who volunteered to go, and all the mounted men who were with Major Kirkpatrick, I believe. Consequently, those mounted men came there commanded by their own officer, and neither Lieutenants Bracken or Parkinson could have any command over them. Lieutenant Bracken certainly was the officer who held the rank at the fort, consequently would have had the command, but I think there was some dissatisfaction among the men who were preparing to go, I think, about who should command them. Lieutenant Bracken started off with one man, I think, and he was one of the mounted men. I think about half an hour after Lieutenant Bracken left, the rest of the squad started, with dissatisfaction about the command. Before they got off, I requested Major Kirkpatrick to take the command, and he did take the command as far as I know. Yours, etc., Robert C. Horde. Town of Wayne, January 28, 1853. Mr. Peter Parkinson, Jr. Dear Sir, in answer to your favor of the 26th inst., I can say that I was a soldier during the war with Black Hawk, and that I was at Fort Defiance at the time that the express came there in relation to the killing of Spafford and others on the Pekatonica. I can also say, without hesitation, that Major Kirkpatrick took the command of the detachment from there, and I never understood but that he commanded it all the time until after the burying of those men. Yours respectfully, Thomas Beam. Town of Wayne, January 29, 1853. Mr. Peter Parkinson, Jr. In compliance with your request of the 26th inst., I can say that I do not recollect distinctly all that took place at Fort Hamilton in relation to the command of the detachment that buried the men who were killed on the Pekatonica at the farm of Spencer and Spafford in the Black Hawk War. I do recollect that there was some trouble about the command between Colonel Parkinson and Charles Bracken. I also recollect that Major Kirkpatrick commanded the company on that occasion. The next point, in relation to which you ask my recollection, is at the bank of the Pekatonica, where Lieutenant Bracken claims to have procured the first scalp. In relation to that point, I can say that I am sure there was no scalp taken, or any Indian killed dead at that point. Some might have been hit, but no certainty of it. As to Lieutenant Bracken's being in the advance, I do not recollect distinctly. But from my recollection, I should say, we were all there pretty much at the same moment. As to the affair upon the bank of the pond, where the battle was fought, I agree with you precisely as you have given it in your account of that affair. I was right by Wells when he was shot. I have, according to your request, examined the account of that affair, written by both you and Mr. Bracken, and according to my memory, I agree with you in all the main particulars, wherein you disagree with Lieutenant Bracken after the detachment came to Fort Hamilton. Your friend, Alexander Higginbottom. P.S. I perceive that my name is not inserted either by you or Mr. Bracken as being in the battle. I claim no particular glory. I was, however, in the battle. The omission was, of course, unintentional. Town of Weota, January 30th, 1853. Mr. Peter Parkinson. Dear Sir, according to your request of the 26th inst., I will state my recollection of the incidents connected with the burying of Spafford, Searles, and others who were killed on the Pekatonica during the Black Hawk War, the particulars of which you request. In relation to what took place at Fort Hamilton about the command of the detachment, I can state distinctly that some trouble took place at Fort Hamilton about that matter. Some wished Colonel Parkinson to take the command, but he objected and said that the detachment had come from Fort Defiance under the command of Major Kirkpatrick and that he wished it to go on under his command. Major Kirkpatrick then objected to or declined taking further command unless he were re-elected, upon which an election was gone into and Major Kirkpatrick was elected. The detachment then proceeded under his command and continued so until they returned to Fort Hamilton. The remainder of the incidents, until the killing of Apple, are correctly given in your account published in the Tribune, which I have seen, except that no Indian on horseback pursued me. Mr. Bracken is quite at fault when he speaks of Spencer's diving the river, leaping the bank, etc. Note: this was plainly an error of the printer in dropping Million's name where it should have appeared in the narrative, which is now properly corrected. LCD, end note. I am the man, most certainly, who did that. After getting upon the bank, I found 2 balls had passed through my shirt, one through the body, the other through the sleeve. While upon the bank, 2 balls passed so near me that their force was visibly felt in my face. My hat was afterwards found with a large ball hole near the band. The effort of diving the river, leaping the bank, and the effects of the 2 balls that passed so near my head had so exhausted and addled me that I thought I was shot, and after going about 60 yards in a walk, I stopped and examined myself. Finding I was not shot, I took fresh courage, commenced my flight for life, and arrived safe at Fort Hamilton in about 3/4 of an hour by sun. Mr. Spencer could not swim, as you say, consequently did not attempt to cross the river. I claim no particular honor for what I did upon that occasion, and only mention these particulars to show that Mr. Bracken's memory should not be too much relied upon. Upon perusing Mr. Bracken's account of that affair, I perceived many mistakes, but none of very great importance except those which I have pointed out. As to what took place after the killing of Apple and at the battle, I know nothing except from hearsay. I have always understood that all behaved well upon that occasion, that the charge was even-handed, and that no one man was entitled to more credit than another. As to Mr. Bracken's killing an Indian or getting a scalp at the crossing of the Pekatonica, I can say without hesitation that I never heard anything of it until I saw it in his account of that battle. Having, I believe, answered all your inquiries, I subscribe myself, respectfully yours, Bennett Million. From the above communications, it will be perceived at once that these gentlemen, who certainly have no interest in the matter, as between Mr. Bracken and myself, and who could only wish that justice should be done and that history should be correct, sustain my memory almost fully in every particular wherein I disagree with Mr. Bracken. Hence I should think, from such testimony as this, there could be no reasonable doubt as to the facts in the case. I regret exceedingly that I have been brought into this cross-questioning with Mr. Bracken, against whom I certainly entertain no unkind feeling, and whom I certainly would not intentionally misrepresent. I only wish that justice should be done to all parties concerned, and that a proper impression should go abroad and be handed down to posterity. I did not like the impression to go abroad or down to posterity that General Dodge and his comrades in arms did, upon that occasion and in 2 instances, lurk in the rear, and permit Lieutenant Bracken to go forward and encounter the enemy single-handed and alone, which impression Mr. Bracken's account certainly conveys. In looking over my account of that affair, I perceive that I did, in one place, speak of Lieutenant Bracken as second lieutenant, which was a mistake, and it would evidently appear to the most careless reader that the mistake was inadvertently made. Mr. Bracken claims, in his account of that affair, to have been second in command at Fort Defiance, which I did not dispute, but only claimed that he did not go in command of the detachment, etc. Hence, having Mr. Bracken in my mind as second in command at Fort Defiance, it was easy for me to speak of him as second lieutenant, when I should have styled him as second in command. But for this mistake, Mr. Bracken condemns my memory as entitled to no consideration whatever. Were Mr. Bracken's memory to be condemned for similar mistakes, occasions would not be wanting, but these slight mistakes do not vary the result and should not be harped upon. However, with what I have already said upon this subject, I shall submit the matter to an impartial public and to you to determine or decide as to the facts in the case. Your obedient servant, Peter Parkinson, Jr. To General W.R. Smith, State Historian. In October last, I had the honor of addressing you a communication through the columns of the Wisconsin Tribune, giving you the details of the Battle of the Pekatonica and the events that led thereto. In a note appended to that publication, I stated that I might, from the lapse of time, have made some errors, more particularly as to the names of those who were actually in the action. This was the case. I omitted the names of Alexander Higginbottom and Benjamin Lawhead, who were in the fight, and Thomas H. Price, whom I placed in the line, was one of the Horse Guard. Mr. Peter Parkinson, Jr., one of the survivors of that battle, in a communication addressed to the editor of the Tribune in November last, has given his version of the affair for the purpose, as he avers, quote, of doing justice to the dead as well as the living, and also injustice to the correctness of history, end quote. In that communication, Mr. Parkinson negatives or gives a different version to almost every fact stated by me. First, that I did not command a detachment from Fort Defiance, but that R.H. Kirkpatrick did. that, quote, the next morning before starting from Fort Hamilton for Spafford's Field, a difficulty took place between D.M. Parkinson and myself about the command, end quote, I claiming it in virtue of my second lieutenancy, which was objected to by D.M. Parkinson, which was the commencement of the memorable difficulty between that person and myself. That Major Kirkpatrick, then declining to take further command of the detachment unless he was rechosen, upon which an election was gone into, and Major Kirkpatrick, as he was commonly called, was unanimously elected. That this difficulty being settled, the party proceeded to the farm and found the murdered men as described by me, with the exception of Spafford. I stated that, quote, we found his body with the head cut off and, literally speaking, covered with 100 wounds, end quote. Mr. Parkinson asserts most dogmatically that, quote, Spafford's head was not cut off and that he had no wounds that he recollects of, end quote. He denies that Million crossed the river at the point indicated by me, but, quote, at the point where McIlwain and John Bull crossed it, end quote, and then he gives us a Munchausen story of his swimming the river 5 times, and fleet as he was of foot, of his beating an Indian mounted on horseback after a hot chase of 10 miles. And so determined does Mr. Parkinson appear to contradict my statements, and so closely does he go into particulars, that he makes Black ride a horse instead of a mare, as stated by me. Although I reasonably account for the manner in which, with Fitch, Higginbottom, and Devey, I got ahead of the detachment, by which I was placed within shooting distance of the Indians and secured the first scalp, yet as to this fact, Mr. Parkinson is sure my memory is at fault because, as he asserts, quote, he was near me when I shot, and so was the general, end quote. When my little party encountered and fired on the Indians, they were near the top of the ridge that overlooks the Pekatonica. The general was then across the branch on the top of the opposite ridge, some 3/4 of a mile off, apparently engaged in forming the men in line as they came straggling up. Therefore, while I had not more than 200 yards to advance to place myself in contact with the Indians while they were crossing the creek, the general and Mr. Parkinson had more than 3/4 of a mile to traverse, with a muddy branch to cross, before they could come up with the enemy, who, when they arrived, had crossed the creek and were advancing towards the thicket in the bend where the battle took place. Mr. Parkinson also thinks that, quote, from General Dodge's usual coolness and discretion on such occasions, he could hardly have given such orders to the men as I represent, end quote. Had I attempted to laud General Dodge, I could not, had I ransacked the vocabulary of the English language, found expressions more suitable for the occasion, or given better testimony of his coolness and discretion on the eve of a battle. His mind was made up, as he stated, quote, to whip the enemy or die in the attempt, end quote. He therefore coolly and discreetly forewarned us that there would be no snaps or flashes of our guns. He required us to gird tight our loins and unbutton our shirt collars, that our respiration might be free to sustain him in the desperate encounter that was before us. Again, Mr. Parkinson thinks my memory is at fault when I make the general swear terribly. If I must confess the fact, he swore far more terribly than I have represented. If Mr. Parkinson has been disposed to task his memory to do justice to my conduct in that battle, as much as he appears disposed to detract from it, it would have been no great tax on his memory to have recollected that in my hand-to-hand encounter with the Indian at the pond, the breech of my gun had a sliver cut out of it, some 3 or 4 inches long, by the spear of the Indian. That gun I carried throughout the war, and Mr. Parkinson, as well as others, has time and again seen that evidence of that encounter. And Mr. Parkinson has, at this late day, found it convenient to unlearn what he formerly knew, that from a fortuitous train of circumstances, my actions on that occasion were such that the general, by common consent, awarded me 2 out of the 17 scalps taken, and I state it on good authority that in the fall of the year after the war, when the annual firing of the prairie took place and the woods and grass were destroyed, that the bones of 15 Indians were found at the pond where the battle took place, those of another between that and the point where they crossed the creek, and those of another at the crossing of the creek, which I alleged to have killed. A party of Menominee and Sioux Indians, under the command of Colonels Hamilton and Marsh, had arrived at the fort a short time after we commenced the pursuit. These Indians, taking our trail, found and scalped the two latter, and overtook the detachment as we were returning with our wounded to the fort. Even at this late date, if search were made, I am of the opinion that the bones of 17 Indians could yet be found bleaching on the battleground, and between it and where the Indians crossed the Pekatonica, among them the bones of the Indian I killed at the spot where they crossed. Note: in Edward Bouchard's narrative, we find the following paragraph relative to the number of Indians slain. Quote, "After the battle, 11 Indians were found dead on the ground. 2 more, who were wounded, had got up the river bank and were tracked and finally scalped by the Winnebagos. Colonel Hamilton, some time afterwards, found the body of another after the prairie fires had passed over them, and late in the succeeding winter, a French trapper found 3 more in the swamp near the battleground beneath brushwood under which they had crawled when wounded." End quote. The whole number thus accounted for of the Sacs who fell in this fight was 17, and at a subsequent period, when at Rock Island, after the termination of the war, Bouchard understood from some of the Sacs that Black Hawk had often spoken of a band of 17 of his braves, of whom he had never received any intelligence, and he knew not what had become of them. Black Hawk, in his autobiography, makes no allusion to this affair. LCD. End note. The shout I sent forth when I fired was, "That's my hair," a cant expression then in vogue to denote a scalp. In a subsequent communication which I addressed to you in reply to Mr. Parkinson, I did not deem it necessary to enter into a specific refutation of all the tergiversations contained in his essay, or to expose his mawkish attempt to make me an assailant of General Dodge and of his self-election to the post of his defender. Although my memory might have failed me as to other facts touching the events of that day, it must be supposed that I could not well forget the rank I held, that Mr. Parkinson denied, which if uncontradicted must be construed as an impeachment of my veracity. I therefore confined myself in that reply to simply correcting him on this point, and to infer from it that, if belonging to the same company and associated with me for some time at the same post, he could not recollect my rank, that his memory could not be depended on as to other facts wherein he differed from me, etc., etc. To this Mr. Parkinson has rejoined by a communication addressed to you through the columns of the Tribune of the 10th of February, wherein he rather lamely concedes the question as to my rank as first lieutenant, but seems determined to pluck some of the feathers from my plume by proving positively that Kirkpatrick commanded the detachment from Fort Defiance to Fort Hamilton, and negatively that I did not kill an Indian at the crossing of the Pekatonica as asserted by me, and that in fulfilling his post, quote, he cannot permit the impression to go down to posterity that General Dodge and his comrades in arms did upon that occasion, and in 2 instances, lurk in the rear, and permit Lieutenant Bracken to go forward and encounter the enemy single-handed and alone. End quote. But a few minutes before the express arrived with the intelligence of the murder, I returned to Fort Defiance from an expedition to the Rock and Illinois rivers, where I had accompanied General Dodge as a volunteer in Gentry's company of mounted men. My horse and arms being ready, I was soon in the saddle on my way to Fort Hamilton, accompanied by 1 man. I then heard of no dissatisfaction about the command, nor was there any. All in the fort were too much horror-stricken with the distressing intelligence just received to be engaged in a squabble about a petty command in a night march. In my absence, the command of the party devolved on Lieutenant D.M. Parkinson, and subsequent events, shown by his attempt to supersede me who outranked him, proved that he had too much ambition to permit Horde, had he held 5 times the rank he did, to reduce him to the ranks and place a private soldier in command over him. The officers of Gentry's company were Messrs. Becket, Porter, and Henry L. Dodge. It is not pretended that either of those officers were at the fort that evening, nor was there a solitary man of Gentry's command there, nor could there have been. Gentry, with his company in full force, accompanied General Dodge to Rock River, and that day I separated from him and his company at Gratiot's Grove, they taking the route by Kendall's and the forks of the Pekatonica to Mineral Point, the headquarters of his company. R.H. Kirkpatrick was at the time a private in that company, not having been elected major until some 2 weeks after the Battle of the Pekatonica, and maugre the certificate of hoard and assertion of Parkinson, he was not, nor had he been, at Fort Defiance that day, that evening, or that night. I make this statement on the recollection of those whose memories are more to be relied on than Hoard's or Parkinson's, and their truthfulness far more so, particularly a lady who was in the fort at the time, who shortly after the war became the wife of Major Kirkpatrick. To corroborate this fact, I will state that both Parkinson and Hoard admit there were but 11 men left the fort that evening. After some trouble and inquiry, I have ascertained the names of all but one of those men. They were Sweet, D.M. Parkinson, Peter Parkinson, Fitch, McConnell, Van Wagoner, Lawhead, McGraw, Black, Price, Leach, making 10 of the party. The name of the other I cannot recollect or ascertain, but he was a young man from Tennessee who had been pursuing a certain Peter Howard, alias Robert C. Hoard, to the west, and found him in the commanding officer at Fort Defiance. And any other men, mounted or dismounted, of any other company that marched with a detachment that night, as stated by Hoard, were all dressed in buckram. The next morning, when the detachment was paraded preparatory to starting for Spafford's Field, it was reinforced by some 6 or 7 men from Fort Hamilton. Daniel M. Parkinson, who had been a colonel in Illinois, who was my senior in years but junior in rank, claimed the command of the detachment on the plea that he had come with and commanded the party on the march from Fort Defiance the night before. This attempt to supersede me was promptly resisted, and hence the difficulty between us. R.H. Kirkpatrick, who was one of the reinforcement that had joined us at Fort Hamilton, was then in the ranks. The day previous he had left his company, Gentry's, at Gratiot's Grove, and came by the way of Wolf Creek to Fort Hamilton. He was, at my suggestion, appointed to conduct the expedition to bury the murdered men at the farm, and not till then did he command the detachment or any part of it. None but one possessing the most morbid feeling towards me could read my account of the battle, so honorable to the commander and all engaged in it, and draw the inference from any one sentence it contains that the general and my comrades were lurking in the rear, while I was in front battling the enemy single-handed. Although Mr. Parkinson professes to have no unkind feelings toward me, or intentionally to misrepresent me, yet a man with half an eye can see what kind of feeling he entertains toward me in almost every paragraph of his communications. From the day that I indignantly spurned the attempt of his father to supersede me in command, to which I was legally entitled by my rank, he has had no particular friendship for me, and it may be that a little of the old leaven has worked upon him to seek this controversy and, quote, feed fat the ancient grudge he bears me, end quote. My account of the Battle of the Pekatonica gives to General Dodge the credit of having conducted and fought the best battle with the Indians since the introduction of firearms amongst them. Mr. Parkinson, merely for the purpose of underrating me and my statements, reduces the number of Indians slain on that occasion over 1/5, thereby attempting to deduct that amount from the well-earned fame of General Dodge acquired by that battle. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, Charles Bracken. End of section 24. Section 25 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Strictures upon Ford's Black Hawk War, by Peter Parkinson, Jr. Madison, September 10th, 1854. Mr. Brown, editor of the Argus and Democrat. Dear Sir, upon my arrival in this place a few days since, my attention was called to a couple of chapters of Governor Ford's History of Illinois, published in your paper, purporting to be a true history of a portion of the Black Hawk War, in which the manifest object of the historian is so apparent, and the means made use of to accomplish that object are so unsupported by truth, that I, as one who was an eyewitness to nearly all the circumstances pretended to be given in those two chapters, and one who is unwilling that the public mind should be misled upon this subject, am constrained to give them a passing notice. In the first place, it is not true, as stated in Governor Ford's history, that General Dodge endeavored to avoid going from Fort Winnebago to the rapids of Rock River, where the enemy was then supposed to be, in consequence of the worn-down condition of his horses. Neither did he refuse to go without written orders from General Henry. The facts are that General Dodge was the first to suggest and urge this course to Generals Henry and Alexander, General Henry assenting and General Alexander dissenting. This was the universal understanding at the time by all parties. I have since been informed by Colonel Daniel M. Parkinson of Lafayette County, who commanded a company under General Dodge at the time, and who was an intimate friend of both General Dodge and General Henry, that such was the fact that he was present and heard the conversation. Neither is it true that General Henry's men and officers attempted to mutinize at this place. I deem it quite unfair as well as ungenerous in the extreme to detract from the merit of General Henry's men and officers and everybody else for the purpose of making a General Jackson of General Henry, a thing which General Henry would never have done. He was a brave and generous man, and no man esteemed him higher than I did. I had known him from my boyhood, and he had been one of my father's warmest and most intimate friends for more than 10 years. But at the same time, many of his friends and officers were my friends and intimate acquaintances, and are yet living, and it is but justice to them that I should repel this slander. Note: it would appear that there was, after all, something that squinted towards mutiny among a portion of General Henry's troops. We have Governor Ford's statement corroborated by Governor Reynolds in his Life and Times. In General Bracken's Strictures, allusion will also be found to it. LCD. End note. From this point, General Dodge was certainly the mainspring, the life and energy of the Army, suggesting and planning all its movements, and none could be mistaken in this particular who were present and unprejudiced. This was but natural, and can be said without any just prejudice to the reputation of General Henry. General Dodge had acquired a high reputation as a military man and as an Indian fighter. He was well acquainted with the country, with the Winnebagos, who were our guides, with Mr. Poquet, who was our interpreter, and General Henry was not so vainglorious as to be unwilling to be governed by the suggestions of General Dodge. Many particulars on the march from this point, Fort Winnebago, to the Wisconsin are very incorrectly given, and many omitted by Governor Ford. But as it is not my purpose, upon the present occasion, to point out all of the mistakes of Governor Ford, only where they affect the parties concerned, I will only notice two, which are of the same note and sufficient to satisfy anyone that there is considerable guesswork about his history. First, he makes no mention of the killing of an Indian on the bank of Third Lake, near where the lake house now stands, a circumstance known to all of the first settlers of Madison. Second, he says 2 Indians were killed about noon of that day, on which the troops marched from this place to the Wisconsin, when there was but one. The incorrectness of these particulars and many others that might be pointed out are sufficient to satisfy my mind that the main objects of Governor Ford in writing this history of the Black Hawk War was, first, to make money, and next, to detract from the well-earned fame of General Dodge. The particulars of the Battle of the Wisconsin are as incorrectly given as any man could give them who knows nothing of them whatever. The Indians are said to have flanked to the right, when they most certainly flanked to the left, General Dodge is said to have refused to charge the enemy without reinforcements, when the facts are that he charged them with his single squadron alone and received almost their entire fire and killed many of their number before any of the Illinois forces could be brought successfully to bear upon them. This was in consequence of his position in front, where General Henry had placed him for the purpose of receiving the first fire and terrific yell of the Indians, having, as General Henry expressed it himself, some doubts whether his men would stand the first fire and the frightful savage yell, and well he might have some doubts of this character, as the Illinois troops had, upon 2 occasions, fled at the first onset of the Indians. Upon the second charge upon this occasion, it is most untrue that General Dodge and his men took no part in the charge, as the idea is clearly conveyed in the chapters published in your paper. This charge was suggested by General Dodge to General Henry, as I am most credibly informed, and I know upon this occasion, as upon all others, where I was with the army, that General Dodge's squadron was the foremost, most prompt and energetic. To say anything else of them is most ungenerous as well as most untrue. They were in their own country, defending their own immediate families and firesides, and it was expected of them that they would take the foremost rank at all times of danger, and in no instance was that expectation disappointed. At the Battle of Bad Axe, General Dodge and his squadron are again grossly misrepresented by Governor Ford's history, as I am informed by those who were there, and with whom I have conversed since seeing the publication in your paper, and in whom I have the utmost confidence, as their version of the affair corresponds with what I have always understood to be the facts. That here, as upon other occasions, General Dodge and his squadron were in front, and in the thickest of the fight. Captain Dixon of Grant County commanded the spy company and brought on the engagement between the scattering parties, while Captain Gentry of Iowa County, with his company, brought on the engagement between the main bodies. Again, it is not true that General Henry was placed in the rear in charge of the baggage trains. First, there were no such trains upon this occasion, as every man carried his own provisions. Second, General Henry marched next in front to General Dodge's command, and that General Atkinson had no wish to degrade General Henry or detract in the slightest degree from the merit he was entitled to, as intimated in Governor Ford's history, it is only necessary to mention the fact that after the battle at this place was over, General Atkinson met General Henry and General Dodge both at the same time, and taking each of them by the hand, said, with much warmth and feeling, "My brave fellows, you have forced me on to victory." Without wishing to do the slightest injustice to Governor Ford or his history, I am constrained, in justice to all parties concerned and in justice to the truth of history, to say that the accounts which he gives of all or nearly all the incidents contained in the 2 chapters published in your paper are very incorrect, and I hope I may be permitted to make the remark that too many of our histories are written by men like Governor Ford, who know nothing personally of the matters about which they write. The killing of St. Vrain and his party and the Battle of the Pekatonica are very imperfectly and incorrectly given by Governor Ford. I was at the burying of Mr. St. Vrain and his party, at which Aquila Floyd was also present, who had, with 2 others of the party, made his escape, and his account of the affair certainly bears no analogy to that given by Governor Ford. I was also an unimportant actor in the Battle of the Pekatonica, and know the account given by Governor Ford to be quite as I have stated. The affair at Pekatonica was the first defeat that the Indians had met with since the commencement of hostilities. They were a chosen band of 14, occupying the most advantageous position under the bank of a slough completely covered or concealed by thick underbrush. We were 19 in number and exposed to their cool and deliberate first fire, at which 4 of our men fell, leaving us but 1 superior to them in numbers. It was a hand-to-hand encounter. Steel clashed against steel. The woods resounded with the most terrific yells of the savage until the last one was exterminated, and had you been there, I am confident, Mr. Editor, you would have thought it a little more than a simple killing of a few red skins. Up to this period, the Indians had been signally triumphant in every engagement. Major Stillman, at the mouth of the Kishwaukee River, about 30 miles above Dixon on the Rock River, had been most shamefully defeated by a force much inferior to his own. Soon after this, Colonel, at that time Major, Dement, at Kellogg's Grove, suffered a most disastrous defeat by a much inferior force to his own. And not long after this, Major Stevenson, commanding the most chosen troops of Illinois, was also signally defeated by the enemy. Note: strictly speaking, Major Stevenson and Dement's encounters with the Indians happened after the Pekatonica battle, the former on the 18th and the latter on the 25th of June. LCD. End note. Thus it will be seen that the enemy had, in every instance, been victorious over the Illinois forces. Being emboldened by these decisive victories achieved over much superior forces, and in quick succession, they conceived the bold and daring project of making themselves complete masters of this country by at once attacking and destroying the defenseless inhabitants, which bold movement they carried into operation by a simultaneous attack upon the inhabitants of Apple River, Sinsinawa Mounds in Grant County, Blue Mounds, and Hamilton's settlement. General Dodge had just at this period returned from an expedition to Ottawa on the Illinois River, where General Atkinson was then at headquarters with the main forces of the Army. General Dodge had made this expedition for the purpose of representing to General Atkinson the exposed and defenseless condition of this country, and urge upon him the necessity and importance of prompt and energetic movements on the part of the Army. This was the second trip General Dodge had made to the main army for this purpose, and for the additional purpose of obtaining some immediate force with which he could successfully keep the enemy in check until the main body could reach this country. But failing of this last object, he hastened home, when, after almost incessant marching for 8 days and nights, he arrived just in time to meet the threatened danger, and gave the first and effectual check to the audacity of the enemy in the Battle of the Pekatonica. General Dodge's entire force at this time did not exceed 150 men, and they were dispersed in every part of the country at their respective forts, but by the most prompt, energetic, and persevering movements of General Dodge, aided by every one of his officers and men, from one point of danger to another, the enemy was kept in check until the slow movements of the main army enabled it to reach this country. After its arrival here, so discouraged and disheartened were many of the Illinois troops with the slow and unsuccessful movements of their officers that they sought to make General Dodge their commander. I say not this of General Henry's men. With him they were fully satisfied, and it would no doubt have been fortunate for General Dodge had this satisfaction prevailed with the men throughout, for I am confident that it was the jealousy of the Illinois officers towards General Dodge, growing out of this cause, which has given rise to the false statements respecting the conduct of General Dodge upon the occasions alluded to in Governor Ford's history. It is but just to say, and I do say it without the fear of successful contradiction, that after the main army reached this country, every prompt and energetic movement of the troops which had a tendency to overtake the Indians and terminate the war was suggested and urged forward by General Dodge. And if any particular credit is due to any one individual for the successful termination of the war, it is certainly due to General Dodge. I am confident in my own mind, and I have heard the remark often from men in the Illinois forces, as well as men of this country, that if it had not been for the prompt and energetic movements of General Dodge, the Indians would have made themselves masters of this country, despite General Atkinson and the Succor Army, as it was called. This was the universal impression and expression at the time of all unprejudiced persons. All the historians who have written respecting this war have given General Dodge the credit of being the principal man in it. These men, or many of them, write from dates kept by them, in camp, kept from day to day, and not from information given them by jealous and unsatisfied officers, and had it not been for the superior sagacity of Governor Ford of Illinois, The extremely small and insignificant part which General Dodge took or acted in the Black Hawk War would probably never have been known. How long it took to make this discovery, we are not informed. But one thing is certain, that it never came to light until about 22 years after the circumstances took place, and not until after the author, and nearly, if not quite, all of his sources of information had passed out of existence. I have not the least fears but that a just and discriminating public will readily discover the true object of the historian. As to the secret connivance of General Dodge and Dr. Filio about the publication of the Battle of the Wisconsin in such a way as to rob General Henry of his merit in that affair, I know nothing, and moreover do not believe there is one word of truth in it. I know that the account published in that paper, the Glennian, of that battle, as well as all others, was substantially true, and I also know that General Henry was too bold and daring a man to have passed unnoticed any such low and cowardly conduct. Neither would General Dodge or Dr. Filio, who was a brave and warm-hearted man and an old friend and acquaintance of General Henry, have been guilty of any such meanness. The letter which purports to have been written by Governor Ford to General Dodge may have been written, but I am confident no such letter was ever received by General Dodge. At least, I never heard of it. Governor Ford endeavors to throw disrespect upon General Dodge for assuming to be colonel commanding Michigan volunteers when in fact he was only major, as Governor Ford calls him. If Governor Ford had been correctly informed on this subject, as he should have been upon all others about which he wrote, he would have known that General Dodge was in fact colonel commanding Michigan volunteers. We were then under Michigan jurisdiction, and General Dodge was appointed colonel by General Cass, the governor of the then territory of Michigan, and his forces were Michigan volunteers. I have already extended this communication much beyond what I contemplated in the outstart. I am well aware that my communication is not written in the same interesting, racy, and spicy manner as Governor Ford wrote, but it contains facts derived mostly from my own personal knowledge and the remainder from the most reliable sources, and as you no doubt had no motive in the publication of Governor Ford's chapters, except that justice should be done to all, you will no doubt readily give this the same publicity. I would here remark that I have not been prompted to write this communication by any feelings of obligation to General Dodge or anyone else, but solely that justice may be done him, as well as others concerned. I am, sir, your obedient servant, Peter Parkinson, Jr. End of section 25. Section 26 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Further Strictures on Ford's Black Hawk War, by Charles Bracken. General William R. Smith, President of the Wisconsin State Historical Society. Sir, sometime in the spring of 1847, Captain James H. Gentry called on me, as I understood, at the request of General Henry Dodge, stating that Governor Ford had, in some lectures delivered by him the previous winter before the Illinois legislature at Springfield in that state, made numerous misstatements with regard to General Dodge, touching events in the Black Hawk War, requesting me, who had served on his staff, note, Lieutenant Bracken acted as aide to General Dodge and adjutant of Dodge's regiment, and was the only officer of Dodge's command who was mounted during the Battle of Wisconsin Heights. General Bracken has been long and prominently in public life and served as representative in 3 sessions of the territorial legislature, 1839-40, LCD, end note. And as one familiar with those events, to make a statement of them in writing, more particularly as to the means used by him at Fort Winnebago to ascertain precisely the whereabouts of Black Hawk and his warriors, and to induce Generals Henry and Alexander to disobey the orders of General Atkinson, which required them to return to his camp by the same route by which they had marched to the fort, as by returning to Rock River in a more northerly direction, they would place the enemy between Atkinson and themselves, and thereby force them to battle. Such statement I then declined making, which I now very much regret, because I put it out of the power of General Dodge to refute by any other than his own statement the many misrepresentations with regard to himself, which were summed up in a letter addressed by Governor Ford to him, dated from Versailles, Brown County, Illinois, April 13, 1847. I further regret that I did not make such statement at that time because, if submitted to Governor Ford, it might have been the means of enlightening him on the subject and thereby prevented him from publishing many misrepresentations that now appear in his book as history. Having very lately perused Governor Ford's history and seen in it so many misrepresentations, I have come to the conclusion that it is a duty which I owe to the future and an act of justice which I owe to General Dodge to state what I personally know, more particularly regarding the movements under Dodge and Henry from Fort Winnebago, by which the Indians were overtaken and defeated at the Wisconsin, wherein I differ materially from Governor Ford, as well as in some other matters touching that campaign. It is my intention to place this statement in the archives of your society, but before I do so, I submit it to the public in print. Note: this article first appeared in the Mineral Point Democrat, April 30th, 1856, LCD, end note. So that if I have made any misrepresentations, they may be corrected. I will here state that in my narrative of the war, published in your History of Wisconsin at page 219 in the third volume, you say, quote, a detachment of some 250 men consisting of the commands of Henry, Posey, Alexander, and Dodge, end quote. You should have said, quote, Dodge's command of about 250 men, together with Henry's and Alexander's brigades, end quote. I merely refer to this error in your history because, if not corrected, there would appear to be a discrepancy between it and my present statement. Every person who has read Ford's History of Illinois will agree with the author of the introduction to the work that Governor Ford was a man of strong feelings. I knew him personally and can bear my testimony that if he possessed great bitterness of feeling towards those he disliked or considered his enemies, he was as warmly devoted to his friends, and saving his prejudices, he was truly an honest man. It must also be apparent to those who have perused his history that it has been compiled principally from his recollection of men and things, and from information derived from others. This is particularly the case with regard to the Black Hawk War. Governor Ford did not serve in that war, was not present at any of the events of which he speaks, and consequently he has been made the instrument of some small men in Illinois who are their own trumpeters, to laud their feats of arms and to detract from others. About the 1st of July, 1832, the army commanded by General Atkinson, operating against Black Hawk and his warriors, moved up the valley of Rock River. The right wing, composed of the United States regular soldiers and Henry's brigade of Illinois volunteers, commanded by General Atkinson in person, marched on the east side of the river. General Alexander's brigade formed the center, and the left wing, consisting of Posey's brigade and the miners under General Henry Dodge, rendezvoused at Wyoda and marched from that place about the same time for Koshkonong Lake. General Dodge's command consisted of 5 companies of mounted men, commanded by Captains Gentry, Clark, Dixon, Parkinson, and Jones, and about 20 Menominee Indians and 8 or 10 white men, commanded by Colonel W.S. Hamilton. On the march near Sugar River, he was joined by Captain James W. Stevenson's company of about 80 men from Galena, which made his force fully 300 men. Near the 4 Lakes, the White Crow, or Blind, a Winnebago chief, also joined him with about 30 warriors. Before arriving at Koshkonong, the officers and men of Dodge's command became dissatisfied with Posey's brigade. No one questioned General Posey's courage, and all admitted to him to be a gentleman, yet he did not possess the firmness requisite to command volunteers. And though he had under his command many intelligent and brave men and good officers, Yet his want of decision rendered his men insubordinate and disorderly. Fearful, if we should encounter the enemy, that they would desert us and leave us to be overpowered by numbers, the miners to a man insisted on exchanging them for either Henry's or Alexander's brigade. This was effected on our arriving at Lake Koshkonong. After we had pitched our camp for the night at that place, General Dodge repaired to Atkinson's camp, which was about 6 miles distant at the outlet of the lake, and procured an exchange of posies for Alexander's brigade. General Alexander having joined us early the next morning, we moved up the west side of Rock River, and on the second day joined General Atkinson at the Burnt Village on Bark River. The provisions of the volunteers being nearly exhausted, Dodge's command, with Henry's and Alexander's brigades, were ordered to Fort Winnebago, about 50 miles distant, for supplies. General Dodge, with his command of between 250 and 300 men, proceeded in advance of Henry and Alexander. This was a movement fraught with the greatest danger to him and his command. The march was directly toward the enemy, who were estimated at from 800 to 1,200 warriors. Had we encountered them, being beyond supporting distance from the Illinois Brigade, we must have been overpowered. Fortune, however, favored us, and we reached Fort Winnebago on the evening of the second day, and shortly after were joined by Henry's and Alexander's brigades. On arriving at the fort, General Dodge at once set to work to find out the position of the enemy from a number of Winnebago Indians who were at that time at the fort. This he effected through Pierre Poquet, a half-breed and their interpreter, over whom he had great influence. Through him he learned that the enemy were encamped on Rock River at a place now known as Hustis Rapids. Having ascertained the position of the enemy, his next object was to prevail on Generals Henry and Alexander to disobey their orders from General Atkinson by varying the line of march and returning to his camp, so that, by striking Rock River above the enemy, they would place them between Atkinson and themselves, and as it was known that the Indians were encumbered with their women and children, they could be forced into a battle. The negotiation on this subject was opened first with General Henry by Major James W. Stevenson of the Galena Company, serving under General Dodge. Between Henry and Stevenson, the closest intimacy existed. They had been arraigned together at Edwardsville, Illinois, for a high crime, of which, however, they had been honorably acquitted. Major Stevenson possessed great influence over General Henry, and on this occasion he used that influence to induce him to embrace warmly the plans of General Dodge. The cooperation of Henry being secured, the subject was then submitted to a council composed of the superior officers of the two brigades. Alexander and the officers of his brigade altogether refused to join the expedition, and the officers of one regiment of Henry's brigade also refused to march in that direction, but were finally prevailed on to do so. Dodge and Henry having agreed on their line of action, preparations were immediately made for a march. All the men of their respective commands who were riding horses that were unfit for the expedition were discharged. In Dodge's command, these amounted to about 25 men. He was not reinforced here by Craig's company from Galena, but that company, however, subsequently joined him and did good service after we had crossed the Wisconsin River in pursuit of the enemy to Bad Axe. Having secured the services of Poquet and a number of Winnebago Indians as guides, the expedition, numbering about 700 men, marched on the 15th of July in the direction of the enemy on Rock River. Arriving at an Indian village on the river on the third day, no indications of the enemy were found other than some trails that appeared to be several days old. From here, an express was dispatched to General Atkinson. This express, after proceeding a few miles down the river, fell in with a fresh trail of the enemy, evidently bearing towards the Wisconsin River, and immediately returned and reported their discovery. Poquet and the Winnebago Indians, from the time we left the fort, at all our halts and encampments, invariably made their campfires close to that of General Dodge. No man who knew him ever suspected the honesty or patriotism of Poquet. He possessed unbounded influence over the Indians, Treachery could not have existed among them in our camp without his knowing it, and none in that encampment ever heard before it was printed in Ford's history that Major Murray McConnell had discovered that those Indians were treacherous, that he had single-handed and alone stopped more than a dozen of warriors in their flight from our camp, carried them to the quarters of General Henry, where they confessed their treason, and all this, too, without the assistance of Poquet, their interpreter, the only man in the camp who could render into English a single word they said. Note. Whether Governor Ford has made some mistake in this matter, we know not, but Governor Reynolds, in his recent Life and Times, seems to corroborate it. Reynolds states that on the second day's march of General Henry and Colonel Dodge from Fort Winnebago, their spies seized 2 unarmed Indians who said they were Winnebagos, but the whites considered them as Sauks and spies of Black Hawk, and with this impression they were confined. That upon the return of Adjutants Woodbridge and Merriman and their Indian guide, a chief called Little Thunder, when Woodbridge narrowly escaped being shot by one of the sentinels in the dark, the 2 Indian prisoners who had heard from Little Thunder that the trail of Black Hawk's band had been discovered managed to effect their escape, but were recaptured in this wise. Major McConnell, says Governor Reynolds, had been out about dark reconnoitering some distance from the main army with another person, and had found the Indian trail of Black Hawk. The individual returned alone to the army and reported the fact. Just at dark, McConnell was still reconnoitering. 2 Indians came through some brushwood within 10 yards of him, and one of them gave an Indian whoop, evidently showing great alarm. McConnell supposed the Indians were the enemy and was about shooting when one of them cried out in tolerable English, "Good Indian, me, good Winnebago." McConnell immediately discovered that they were the 2 prisoners who had been marching with the army. He captured them and tied their hands behind their backs and marched them to camp. In this enterprise with the Indians and throughout the whole campaign, Major McConnell displayed efficiency and courage as a soldier and an officer, which won for him the approbation of the whole army. The Indian prisoners confessed their guilt, that they were spies for Black Hawk. They expected to be shot, but the general did not proclaim their guilt, and they were spared. The general acted with humanity, as the army was then nearly on the Indian trail, and the spies could do no injury to the whites, and to destroy 2 deluded, unarmed human beings after their having been prisoners for some time seemed to be a cruel act. The general was compelled to exercise much care over the Indians, or some volunteer might have shot them if the fact had been known. End quote. Major McConnell still lives and is a well-known citizen of Illinois. LCD. End note. Having by the discovery of the express got hold of something tangible with regard to the whereabouts of the enemy, the pursuit commenced early next morning. It was rapid and persevering until we reached the third lake, early in the afternoon of the second day. Here General Henry refused to advance until a neck of land, formed by the junction of a creek with a lake over which the trail of the Indians led, and which was covered with a heavy growth of underbrush, had been examined by our spies under Captain Joseph Dixon. After this was effected, it was deemed too late for a further advance that evening, and we encamped for the night on the bank of the lake. Early the next morning, the pursuit was renewed. An Indian who was sick and unable to travel was shot the moment the eye of Captain Fred Dixon, of Captain Joseph Dixon's company of spies, fell on him, he not being aware that the Indian was sick. This Indian was killed on the bank of Third Lake, within less than 1/2 mile of where the Capitol now stands. Another sick or disabled Indian who begged for quarter was shot by Dr. Filio during the pursuit. In falling, the Indian discharged his gun and wounded a young man of Clark's company of Dodge's command. The advance from the time we left Rock River, preceded by Captain Joseph Dixon's spies, was led by Colonel W.L.D. Ewing's battalion of Henry's brigade, the order of march being in 2 columns. Dodge's command, becoming dissatisfied with the slow gait at which Ewing's battalion led the pursuit, reasoned among themselves that it was safer to dash ahead, overtake the enemy, and fight them on terra firma than to suffer them to reach the islands of the Wisconsin, where if we advanced on them, we would be without cover and liable to be shot in the water. They therefore insisted on General Dodge's taking the lead and engaging the enemy with his command. For this purpose, the heads of our columns, striking off at a brisk trot, were inclined to the right and left of Ewing's battalion. On seeing this movement, that officer urged his men forward with blows and curses, and succeeded in keeping up with us and held a position in our center. In this order, we advanced rapidly, halting and forming once or twice to meet the enemy, who appeared in some numbers in our front until we arrived near the Wisconsin bottom, where the horse guard was told off and the men dismounted. This had scarcely been effected when Captain Dixon and his spies came galloping over a ridge a little in advance of us, pursued by a number of the enemy. The columns immediately advanced, Ewing's battalion forming the center to the top of the ridge, and formed in line by wheeling the heads of columns to the right. One fire from our line caused the Indians to retreat as rapidly as they had advanced. We occupied this position until the arrival of General Henry with Collins, Jones, and Fry's regiments, who, owing to our rapid advance, had been left far in the rear. During this delay, the enemy were concentrating their forces on a hill that commanded our position, about 200 yards in advance of us, and kept up a constant fire on our line for fully 1 hour before Henry arrived and arrangements were made to charge them. When the line of battle was formed, Dodge's command, including Ewing's battalion, formed the right wing. Fry's regiment was ordered to occupy a position on our right to prevent the Indians from outflanking us when we charged. Consequently, this regiment was not in the action. As I before remarked, owing to the delay of General Henry in coming up, the main body of the enemy had concentrated in front of Dodge's command. I have no doubt but that the Indian commander, who occupied a high mound which overlooked our position, was deceived by the movement of Fry's regiment to our right. He reasonably supposed that movement was to cut him off from his women and children at the river. He was distinctly heard giving an order to his warriors in a loud voice, who immediately retreated. That the Indian commander fell into this error is confirmed from the fact that just previous to the charge, the hill fronting the right wing was covered with Indians, and although our advance was over open ground and in full view of the enemy, yet we had none killed and but one man wounded in reaching the position occupied by them. Note: the Indian commander was Black Hawk himself, if we may credit his own narrative of that affair. "I was mounted on a fine horse," says Black Hawk, "and was pleased to see my warriors so brave. I addressed them in a loud voice, telling them to stand their ground and never yield it to the enemy. At this time I was on the rise of a hill, where I wished to form my warriors that we might have some advantage over the whites. But the enemy succeeded in gaining this point, which compelled us to fall back into a deep ravine, from which we continued firing at them, and they at us, until it grew dark. My horse having been wounded twice during this engagement, and fearing from his loss of blood that he would soon give out, and finding that the enemy would not come near enough to receive our fire in the dusk of the evening, and knowing that our women and children had had sufficient time to reach the island in the Wisconsin, I ordered my warriors to return in different routes and meet me at the Wisconsin, and were astonished to find that the enemy were not disposed to pursue us. LCD. End note. The action lasted but a short time after the charge. In front of Dodge's command, the principal part of the Indians were killed. The greater part of the Winnebago Indians who accompanied us from the fort hid in sinkholes or sheltered behind trees, except the White Pawnee and the son of White Crow, who together with Poquet fell into our ranks and fought uncovered like white men. All the Indians, together with Poquet, started for Fort Winnebago immediately after the action. I have, in as condensed a manner as possible, given the movements of General Dodge and the volunteers under his command from the time we joined Posey at Weota until the close of the Battle of the Wisconsin. I have shown conclusively, if credit is due to anyone for having overtaken Black Hawk and his forces and defeating them at the Wisconsin, it is to General Dodge. He planned the enterprise and, owing to the generous support he received from General Henry, carried it out. If he was not the actual commander, he was virtually so. He was the only officer holding the rank of colonel, the highest rank to which he could be appointed under the territorial law, commissioned by the governor of Michigan west of the lake. He was from this appointment sole commander of the militia within the territory which was the seat of war, and from the extent of his command entitled to the rank of a brigadier general. He had been appointed in the regular service as commander of United States Rangers, in which corps General Henry had been appointed to a captaincy under him. He was by many years the senior of General Henry, and had been a major general in the state of Missouri and held an important command on that frontier in the War of 1812, when General Henry was in his boyhood. Note. And in that war, it may further be added that General Henry's father served under General Dodge, and hence it is not strange that General Henry should have paid great deference and respect to the opinions of General Dodge, who was so much his senior in years and his superior in military experience. LCD. End note. That General Henry virtually yielded the command and implicitly entrusted himself and his brigade to the direction of General Dodge are apparent from his declining to write letters, although urged to do so, claiming the honor of the expedition and victory. General Henry was truly a soldier, bravest among the brave. He was, however, young and inexperienced in warfare of any kind. Being patriotic and without vanity, and anxious to put an end to the war, he had the good sense to know that he did not detract from his own merits by yielding to the guidance of one having the age and experience of General Dodge. Governor Ford states that after the Battle of the Wisconsin, General Dodge, in styling himself Colonel of Michigan Volunteers, assumed a rank to which he was not entitled, he being the commander of a small battalion, and that he traveled out of the line of his duty when he addressed a letter to the commanding officer at Fort Crawford, now Prairie du Chien, informing him of the victory over the Indians and advising him of the course that ought to be adopted if the enemy attempted to reach the west side of the Mississippi by descending the Wisconsin River. I have heretofore explained the command General Dodge held in the Michigan militia. Consequently, he assumed no rank to which he was not entitled, and in advising the commanding officer at Fort Crawford of the course he thought it proper for him to pursue to prevent the escape of the Indians, he did no more than his duty. It having been ascertained that our supplies of provisions were not sufficient to enable us to pursue the enemy across the Wisconsin, and being also encumbered with a number of wounded, it was thought advisable to return to the Blue Mounds, which could be plainly seen from an eminence near the battleground. On our arrival there, Dodge's command, including Stevenson's company, note, Colonel D.M. Parkinson, in his narrative, page 355 of this volume, states that nearly all of Captain Stevenson's company, with himself at their head, left Dodge and Henry at Fort Winnebago and returned to the mining country, LCD, end note, were ordered to their respective posts, with orders to rendezvous at Helena on the Wisconsin as soon as General Atkinson should arrive there with the regular forces. Governor Ford asserts that General Atkinson and the officers of the regular army were so chagrined at the success of General Henry in overtaking and conquering the Indians at the Wisconsin that in the pursuit from the Wisconsin to the Bad Axe, General Atkinson placed the regular soldiers in the advance and General Henry and his brigade in the rear to guard the baggage. This is very far from the truth. From the commencement of the march from the Wisconsin, Dodge's command occupied the post of honor, forming the advanced guard, supported by the regular soldiers under Colonel Z. Taylor, Illinoisans, with Henry's as the leading brigade bringing up the rear. That Henry's brigade may have marched next to the baggage train of the regular army is no doubt true, but not as its guard. It cannot be questioned that Generals Atkinson and Brady, Colonels Z. Taylor and Davenport, and the officers of the regular army serving under them were well qualified to judge of the qualifications and merits of Dodge and Henry. No newspaper puffs could impose on them. They well knew to whom to attribute the movement from Fort Winnebago, by which the enemy was overtaken and defeated at the Wisconsin, and those officers felt that the regular army was not degraded when the post of honor was occupied in the pursuit to the Bad Axe by General Dodge and the volunteers under his command. From Governor Ford's account of the Battle of the Bad Axe, it would also appear as if the action was alone fought and won by Henry and his brigade, while General Atkinson, with the regular soldiers and Dodge's volunteers, were following an ignis fatuus up the river. Early in the morning, the spies under Captain Joseph Dixon had a skirmish with the Indians, in which he had one of his men severely wounded. Later in the day, after the regular troops and Dodge's volunteers had formed in line and advanced nearly to the top of the bluff overlooking the Mississippi River, Dixon again attacked the enemy on the river bottom. Directed by the sound of his guns, the regulars and Dodge's volunteers marched directly down the bluff to his support. When they arrived on the ground, they found Dixon severely wounded, and General Henry, who with his brigade had followed the Indian trail down a ravine to our left that led to the river, was on the ground supporting Dixon. From the point at which Dixon was wounded, the enemy was followed down the river some distance when both the regular troops and Dodge's command were engaged with them, and that they had the severest encounter with the enemy is apparent from the number of men they had killed and wounded, which on the part of the regular troops amounted to 17. Note: General Atkinson's official report states the loss of the regulars at 5 killed and 4 wounded, and 9 killed and wounded of the Illinois Volunteers, LCD. End note. And on that of Dodge's to 7 more, to wit, Captain Joseph Dixon, Sergeant George Willard, Private Smith, Hood, Lowry, Skinner, and Payne. Of these, Smith, Hood, and Lowry died of their wounds. In Henry's brigade, there were but 5 men killed and wounded. Note: the official report says 7 killed and wounded, LCD. End note. On the part of the enemy, I saw but 1 dead squaw and 1 warrior. There were, however, a large number of squaws and children taken prisoners. In the pursuit from the Wisconsin to the Bad Axe, it was evident that the Indians were greatly distressed by starvation and sickness. Numbers of dead warriors, women, and children were found along their trail. Their principal subsistence seemed to be roots and the bark of trees. Where they killed a horse for food, there was no vestige of the animal left but the hair. The day before they were overtaken by the army, they were encountered on the Mississippi River by the steamboat Warrior, on board of which were a number of United States soldiers under Lieutenant Kingsbury, with 2 pieces of artillery. These checked their retreat across the river until towards night, when the boat was compelled to fall back to Prairie du Chien for a supply of fuel. Having supplied herself, she returned the next day at the close of the battle. After transporting a detachment of United States soldiers under Colonel Z. Taylor to 2 large islands in front of the battleground, where it was supposed there was a number of the enemy, she left next day, carrying General Atkinson, his staff, and nearly all the U.S. troops and wounded down the river to Fort Crawford. A short time previous to her departure, the celebrated Sioux chief Wabashaw, with a number of warriors, reported himself to General Atkinson. He was immediately dispatched in pursuit of the enemy, and the little remnant of Black Hawk's band of men, women, and children who had escaped into their own country from starvation and the bayonets and bullets of the white men were nearly all exterminated by that chief and his warriors, their hereditary foes. Note: Black Hawk thus speaks of this needless cruelty, quote, "On my arrival at Prairie du Chien, I found to my sorrow that a large body of Sioux had pursued and killed a number of our women and children who had got safely across the Mississippi. The whites ought not to have permitted such conduct. None but cowards would ever have been guilty of such cruelty which has always been practiced on our nation by the Sioux." End quote. Another incident of the war, which is nowhere mentioned in the narratives of the Wisconsin survivors of the war, was this, gathered from Black Hawk's autobiography and General Atkinson's report of Bad Axe Battle, that after the Battle of Wisconsin Heights, a party of Black Hawk's followers descended to Wisconsin, hoping to escape to the west side of the Mississippi, that they might return home. But Captain Loomis, who commanded the garrison at Prairie du Chien, and General Street, the Indian agent, had placed a detachment a short distance above the mouth of the Wisconsin under the command of Lieutenant Rittner, who fired upon the distressed and forlorn Indians, capturing 32 women and children and 4 men and killing some 15 men. And Black Hawk adds that, quote, others were drowned, and the balance escaped to the woods and perished with hunger. Among this party were many women and children, end quote. It is stated in the Galena Gazette of August 6th that on the 4th of that month, a party of 15 men from Cassville, under command of Captain Price, were reconnoitering the country between that place and the Wisconsin, and fell upon a fresh Sauk trail making towards the Mississippi. They rushed with full speed of horses and soon came upon, killed, and took prisoners to the number of 12, end quote. This party of Sauks were probably some of those who had escaped from Lieutenant Rittner's attack, LCD, end note. Charles Bracken, April 1856, end of section 26. Section 27 of articles from the collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Advent of the New York Indians into Wisconsin, Part 1, by Albert G. Ellis. The Holland Land Company had, for many years, held the preemption right of purchase from the Indians to most of the land of western New York, having derived it from Massachusetts originally, subsequently confirmed by the state of New York. A large purchase was made of the Indians by Phelps and Gorham of nearly all the lands east of Genesee River. Of the balance, lying west of that river, a large cession was made to that company at a council of the Senecas held at Geneseo in September 1797, accepting certain reservations. These reservations were large and included the most choice parts of the whole. Quote, in 1810, the Holland Land Company sold all their preemptive right to the Indian reservations to David A. Ogden for 50 cents per acre, end quote. Mr. Ogden and his associates in this purchase were afterward known as the Ogden Company. Up to 1817, they had succeeded in extinguishing but a part of the Indian title, the large reservations of Cattaraugus, Allegheny, Tonawanda, Tuscarora, and Buffalo still remaining. The anxiety of the company to effect the extinguishment of the Indian title to these reservations and the removal of the Indians had exhibited itself in various forms and sundry unsuccessful efforts for years. In this year, a new plan was conceived and its accomplishments set on foot, to wit, to secure in the West, by consent and aid of the general government, an extensive grant of lands from the western tribes as a home or a hunting ground for the several tribes holding the reservations in western New York. This plan was pondered with great care, thoroughly matured, decided, and acted upon by the Ogden Company with equal skill and vigor. One of the first steps was to secure the consent and cooperation of the War Department, which was obtained. A band of Indians, known as the Stockbridges, more properly the Mohawks, had moved from Massachusetts at an early day, having obtained a cession of some 5 by 7 miles square from the Oneidas on the southern border of their reservation in the county of Oneida, New York. The Mohawks sold off a small tract on their southern border to a few associated Indians from the remnants of various bands of New England tribes, now known as the Brother Towns. These two tribes had resided for several years on their new possessions near the Oneidas. About the year 1817, a young leader, chief of the Mohawks, Solomon U. Hendrick, a man of much more than ordinary energy and talent among the Indians, succeeded to the head of affairs. He regarded the languishing condition of his people as a reproach to the former name and glory of the old Mohawks, and used all his eloquence to persuade the young men to arouse and make at least one effort to retrieve their name and character. He argued with equal force and sound reason that their then paralyzed condition was owing to their confinement to a small space of ground, and being surrounded and preyed upon by the white inhabitants, from whose pernicious contact and example, especially with regard to drunkenness, they were sustaining a loss of all moral and physical energy and action, and urged that their only hope for the future lay in emigration westward and the securing of such an extent of country as would enable them to form new settlements at such distance from the whites as to escape from grog shops and whiskey. The resident missionary, Reverend John Sargent, fell in with and seconded the views of the young chief. In a short time, the whole tribe was indoctrinated with the new scheme and anxious for its consummation. The American Board of Missions gave their influence and aid, through whose suggestions the late Dr. Jedediah Morse of New Haven became deeply interested in the plan. This gentleman counseled the Indians and their friends to take immediate measures to have a visit paid by some discreet agents to the western tribes, to select a proper point for location and open negotiations for a cession of lands. Dr. Morse himself was thought to be the very person to undertake such a mission. Application being made to the Secretary of War, Dr. Morse was commissioned to make a general tour among the northwestern Indians with a view to forming a better understanding between those tribes and the government. Under this appointment, this gentleman spent the summer of 1820 in visiting several of the northwestern tribes. Whatever other purposes may have occupied the attention of this commissioner, it is certain that of securing a western retreat for the Stockbridges and other New York Indian tribes was a leading one, though the writer has no evidence of any collusion in the matter at this date with the Ogden Land Company. Green Bay was a point specially visited by Dr. Morse, where he spent nearly 3 weeks and preached the first Protestant sermon ever delivered at that place. Note: Dr. Morse remained 15 days at Green Bay, from the 7th to the 23rd of July, 1820, as we learned from his report. He was the guest of Colonel J. Smith, then commandant of that garrison, LCD. End note. It must not be omitted here that a part of the same tribe, adhering to a chief of much influence named John Metoxen about the same period, sought a western asylum among the Miami Indians on White River in Indiana, and actually moved out to that country in 1817 and 1818. Note: the Miamis had, many years before, given the Stockbridges a large tract of land on White River and confirmed it in July 1817, and that summer 2 Stockbridge families moved there and took possession of the land, and the next year a large body migrated, but before their arrival, the Miamis had ceded their country to the federal government, LCD. End note. The United States government, however, purchased out the Miamis, and with that purchase fell the expectations of Metoxen and his adherents to a home in that country. The whole party moved to Green Bay in 1822. A remarkable personage appeared among the Oneida Indians in the year 1816-17, no other than Eleazar Williams, a descendant of Reverend John Williams of Deerfield memory, but who more recently claims to be the Dauphin of France, Louis XVII. It is no part of the present purpose to discuss his claims to be Dauphin, nor even to enter into his former history previous to his appearance at Oneida, further than to account for his location with that tribe. As a descendant of Reverend John Williams, note: the Reverend John Williams and family were captured in 1704 and taken to Canada, and his daughter Eunice remained, became a firm Catholic, and married an Indian, by whom she had several children. With her Indian husband, she subsequently visited Deerfield, dressed in Indian style, and all efforts to regain her were ineffectual. From her descends Eleazar Williams, LCD. End note. He was sought out by the friends of the family at the age of 14 and placed with Dr. Ely of Long Meadow. He remained among the people of New England 5 years, after which he returned to his father, Thomas Williams, one of the St. Regis Indians. Arrived at that village from his studies in New England, he was soon approached by the Roman Catholics, who proposed to him to accept authority from their bishop as teacher to the Indians of his tribe. This was in 1811. The War of 1812 called him to a new sphere. By invitation, he joined General Brown's army under good pay and confidential service, collecting through the Canada Indians important information of the movement of the British troops, and thereby, in several instances, rendering very important service to the American interests. He was in the affairs at Plattsburgh and Sackett's Harbor, leading the French and Indians in those engagements, in one of which he received a wound from a splinter in the left side. After the war, he returned to St. Regis. Of an ambitious turn of mind, he did not long remain quiet in that village. In the summer of 1816, he made a tour in the state of New York among the several tribes of the Six Nations. The Oneidas received him with kindness and attention. They were more inclined to civilization, and a party of them to Christianity, than any other tribe of the Six Nations. Making his observations and reflections on their condition after a short visit, he went to New York, sought an interview with the late Bishop Hobart, gave him an account of the condition of these Indians, and submitted to him a plan for their Christianization and the engrossing of the whole tribe in the Episcopal Church. The bishop readily fell in with the suggestions of Mr. Williams and immediately commissioned him as catechist and lay reader to the Oneida Indians. Williams, besides being tolerably versed in the Christian system and in theology, was thorough master of the Indian language, his mother tongue, besides being a natural orator and most graceful and powerful speaker, the sine qua non of persuasion and success with Indians. He founded Oneida, a nominal Christian party, and the name only of a church under the patronage of the Presbyterians, a Mr. Jenkins being missionary. Jenkins was weak, inefficient, without influence, and his cure partook of the like character. The numbers were small, and the congregation on the decline. Williams saw at a glance his vantage ground. He told the Oneidas it was a mistake in that order of Christians to intrude themselves among Oneidas, and called to their recollection the fact that two venerable missionaries of the London Missionary Society of the Church of England had many years ago planted the gospel among them. That old Dr. Barclay and Dr. Ogilvie, note, Reverend Henry Barclay and Reverend John Ogilvie were both, at different periods, missionaries to the Mohawks, the former at Fort Hunter in 1735, and the latter in 1756-62. Notices of them may be seen in Documentary History, New York, Volume 2, 714, Volume 3, 1152, Volume 4, 310, end note. Of that church had been specially commissioned by the great head of the church to baptize the Oneidas, and that he, Williams, had been sent by the same divine authority to remind them of the claims of that church and to bring them back to their allegiance. Instant success attended these addresses. Many of the older Indians of both sexes remembered Dr. Barclay and Dr. Ogilvie and confirmed the statements and claims of the young catechist. The whole Christian party very soon forgot Jenkins and hung on the teachings of Williams. But his views went further. 4/5 of the whole tribe were pagans and held Christianity in utter abhorrence, and the conversion of this part of the tribe now engaged his attention. Assuming a tone of authority and demanding of them to listen to a message to them from the Great Spirit, he assembled them in the open air and challenged them either to obey or refute the gospel. In a few weeks, the pagan party made a formal renunciation of paganism and recognized Christianity as taught by the Protestant Episcopal Church as the true faith, and announced their determination as a tribe to receive it and encourage its promulgation among the people. The following winter, the chief of this party, taking Williams and their interpreter, repaired to Albany and there treated with the governor of the state for a cession of a part of their reservation for the express purpose of building a Protestant Episcopal church and providing a small fund for the support of a minister. The church was built in course of the year, a very neat edifice, about 36 by 50 feet, with a small tower, tastefully painted, and otherwise fitted up in an appropriate manner for a place of worship. Williams entered it as minister, though not as yet ordained, and the worthy bishop was called to consecrate it and confirm about 50 communicants. The éclat of this sudden success of the gospel at Oneida, under the efforts of Mr. Williams, sped far and wide, and brought him suddenly to great notice and to a dizzy height. Had he been content to have continued in the work there, he might have been very useful to the Indians and an honor to the church. But the field was quite too small for his vaulting ambition. The little band of some 1,500 Oneidas too incomparative to compensate his time and talent. Whether Mr. Williams borrowed the idea from Dr. Morse, note, "This was a plan of Dr. Morse's," said Reverend John Sargent in a letter dated December 16, 1821, and Dr. Morse appears to have been in correspondence with Mr. Sargent about it as early as June 1818. See Morse's Indian Report, Appendix 115-118, LCD, end note. The Mohawkonics, or the Ogden Land Company, or whether it was, as he stoutly maintained, original in his own mind, certain it is that sometime in 1818 he began to broach cautiously among his Indian people a proposition of removing all the Indians of that state, as well as many of those of Canada and the Senecas at Sandusky, to the neighborhood of Green Bay, and there unite them in one grand confederacy of cantons, but all under one federal head, the government to be a mixture of civil, military, and ecclesiastic, the latter to be preeminent. Grand, imposing, and fascinating in the extreme were the plans and designs of the new government, which he conceived and embodied to lay before the Indian chiefs. With some of the younger men, the thing took deeply, but with the older and more sober-minded chiefs it had no charm, and his late popularity, so high, now descended more quickly than it had risen. Seeming to withdraw his proposition, he, however, adroitly plied his ingenuity with the younger men of note and talent in the tribe, and very soon succeeded in drawing into his plan some 4 or 5 of the young hereditary chiefs. Having secured this point among the Oneidas, he visited the other tribes of the 6 nations, and by holding out dazzling promises of future glory and aggrandizement, he enticed a few young men of each tribe to enter into his scheme. He next addressed the War Department in imitation of the Stockbridges, soliciting its countenance and assistance to enable a delegation of 20 from the several tribes of the 6 nations to visit the western tribes for the purpose of obtaining a cession of country for a new home. The response of the department was favorable, having doubtless been influenced by other parties moving for the same objects. Thus it is to be observed that whether singular or not, there was a combination of influences dissimilar in motive but perfectly consonant in purpose, all operating at the same moment in urging a removal of the New York Indians to Green Bay. Each one of the parties claimed the éclat of originating the scheme. We incline to the belief, however, that they all, the Land Company, the Mohawkonics, and Mr. Williams, might and probably did conceive at pretty near the same period of time the idea of a new home for these Indians in the West. But to proceed, in the winter of 1819 and 1820, the application of the Oneidas, Tuscaroras, Senecas, Onondagas, St. Regis, and Stockbridge delegates, the latter acting independent and separate, was made to the War Department for permission to visit the Indians in the neighborhood of Green Bay. The response of the department was made by granting them a copy of an order to the several superintendents of Indian affairs and commandants of military posts to issue to the delegates, not exceeding 12, certain amounts of rations, blankets, powder, lead, etc., and to facilitate their movements on their journey. The superintendent of Indian affairs at Detroit was moreover ordered to make a requisition on the naval officer stationed at that place for a U.S. vessel, should one be at that post fit for service, to be put at the disposal of the delegates to take them across Lake Huron and Michigan to Green Bay. Thus equipped, in July of 1820, the delegation repaired to Detroit and paid their respects to General Cass. Note: in the Detroit Gazette of Friday, July 28, 1820, we find the following mention of Mr. Williams' arrival and mission. Quote, Reverend E. Williams, who has for several years past been officiating as a preacher for the Oneida Indians in the state of New York, arrived here in the steamboat Walk in the Water last Saturday. He is accompanied by some of the men of the tribe who constitute a delegation to visit the Indians in this territory for the purpose of ascertaining the prospect of success in the endeavor to Christianize them. We learn that it is a further object with the delegation to find a suitable tract of country within the territory to which the Oneida Indians, or a part of them, will remove. For this purpose, the country in the vicinity of Green Bay will be visited. No doubt can be entertained of the importance of this project. The influence which the example of Indians who are in a great measure civilized will have over the habits of their more unfortunate brethren will, perhaps, have much more effect in weaning them from their savage modes of living than all the theoretical lessons which can be given them by white men." End quote. LCD. End note. As Superintendent of Indian Affairs, Governor Cass received the party courteously, but it was soon apparent that as Governor of Michigan, the project of New York's quartering her Indian tribes on his territory would receive no special encouragement beyond the line of his duty, in obedience to the orders of his superiors. By him, the delegates were furnished with the blankets, powder, lead, rations, etc., but were informed that no government vessels were fit for the service. Note: from Hanson's Lost Prince, it appears that Governor Cass was absent holding a treaty, as he says, with the Potawatomis at Maumee River, but really on his exploring expedition to the copper region of Lake Superior, and Lieutenant Governor Woodbridge, with whom they conferred, declined furnishing the maid, as he said he had no authority to assist them. LCD. End note. They were further informed, and the news was astounding enough, that their proposed journey to Green Bay, if for the purpose of treating with the Menomonies, would be quite unnecessary, as that tribe had a few days before ceded to the United States Colonel John Bowyer, Indian agent at Green Bay, acting as commissioner, 40 miles square of their land in the immediate vicinity of Fort Howard. The eye of their intended purchase, the key to the country they sought, this purchase by the United States frustrated all their plans, defeated their dearest hopes. Chagrined but not discouraged, the delegates retraced their steps to New York. That state took the cause of its Indians in keeping. Bowyer's treaty was rejected by the Senate, and the ground again cleared of the impediments. A new order was issued from the War Department to the superintendents of Indian Affairs and the commandants of military forts in favor of the delegates for a renewal of their effort in 1821. 14 delegates went, 3 from the Stockbridges, 4 from the Oneidas, 1 from the Onondagas, 2 from the Tuscaroras, 3 from the Senecas, and 1 from the St. Regis, and arrived in Detroit in July of that year. Governor Cass again received them courteously, but informed them that the French inhabitants at Green Bay were hostile to their intentions. The steamboat Walk in the Water being expected in a few days on her trip to Green Bay, with a detachment of United States troops for that post, it was determined by the delegates to take passage in her. Governor Cass added to the party Charles C. Trowbridge, clerk in his Indian Bureau, to superintend the negotiations for the United States. The party arrived at its destination early in August 1821. Note: the Detroit Gazette of July 13, 1821, thus notices the arrival at Detroit of Mr. Williams and his delegation. Quote, "Arrived yesterday morning in the steamboat Walk in the Water, the Reverend Eleazar Williams, missionary to the Oneida Indians, with a deputation of the Six Nations, who are on their way to visit their brethren in the vicinity of Green Bay. The object of those who compose this mission is, under the auspices of the general government, not only to endeavor to plant the gospel among the Western Indians, but to treat with them for a tract of their territory, with a view hereafter to locate themselves and such of their brethren as may be disposed to remove to that region. Thus it appears that our government is not only willing, but is using practical means to ameliorate the condition of this unhappy people, and by an effort to concentrate and Christianize them, rescue them from gradual extermination, their name from oblivion, and render them happy here and hereafter." End quote. Mr. Williams and his party left Detroit on the 31st of July in the Walk in the Water with upwards of 200 passengers, mostly connected with the Army, and arrived at Green Bay on the 5th of August. A corporal of the U.S. Infantry, who was a passenger in the boat, was drowned in attempting to swim the Fox River at Green Bay. On this visit to Green Bay, General Ellis accompanied Mr. Williams. In Hanson's Lost Prince, we find it stated, quote, "As the mission at Oneida has suffered greatly in consequence of his, Mr. Williams' absence in 1820, he procured immediately on his return from the West in the fall of that year the services of a young gentleman of the name of Ellis to act as lay reader. The health of Mr. Ellis was weak, and in the spring of 1821, Mr. Williams determined to take him with him to the West for the benefit of his health." End quote. For some time, Mr. Ellis acted as schoolteacher for the mission school of the New York Indians near Green Bay. Remaining in the country, Mr. Ellis has proved himself a useful citizen. He executed at Green Bay in 1827 the first printing in Wisconsin. It was printing tickets for a lottery scheme, which was done on brevier type, and instead of a press, a planer was used to take the impression. When the Green Bay Intelligencer, the pioneer newspaper of Wisconsin, was commenced December 11, 1833, by J.V. Sidham, Mr. Ellis, after 2 or 3 numbers were issued, became connected with it, and 20 years later we find him establishing the Pinery newspaper at Stevens Point, high up the Wisconsin. In the first territorial legislature in 1836, he served as one of the representatives of Brown County, and again in 1840, 41, 42, and 43. He is now Register of the U.S. Land Office at Stevens Point, LCD. End note. No Indian agent was found at Green Bay, Colonel Bowyer having died the winter before, and the vacancy not having been filled. The Menominees and Winnebagos having been apprised of the intended visit of their grandfathers, the Nottaways, but a few days' delay occurred before they appeared on the bank of Fox River to meet their eastern brethren. The reception of the delegates was cordial by the Menominees and Winnebagos, and had there not been a third party to interfere, the New York Indians would probably very soon have accomplished their object. The French inhabitants and half-breeds settled at Green Bay numbered about 500 souls. Note, the French inhabitants consisted of 2 classes. First, of former clerks of the old Northwest Fur Company, who had located there in early times for the express purpose of Indian trade. These were generally men of good common education, intelligent, shrewd, and of great influence with the Indians, among whom they had married. Second, of such men, engagees in the Indian trade, as had from age or infirmity become disabled from pursuing the voyaging business, and had retired, taking up small patches of land, and finding subsistence in a kind of mixed life of agriculture and hunting. They too were all married with Indian women, had half-breed families, and exercised a strong influence over the natives. AGE. End note. Their alliance with the Indians, particularly the Menominees, was very close, and their influence with them very strong, almost potential. Some of the more shrewd among them very soon penetrated the ambitious design of Williams, which was no less than a total subjugation of the whole country, and the establishment of an Indian government of which he was to be the sole dictator. The French and traders immediately organized into an opposition to the whole program of the delegates. They were familiar with the Menominees and Winnebagos, present at their debates, counseled and advised with them in their deliberations, and when the answer of the Menominees and Winnebagos was given, it was a deliberate and decided refusal to cede them an inch of soil west of Lake Michigan. It was plain to all that the French and half-breeds had answered, and not the Indians. The delegates expressed as much in their reply, and affectionately requested their brothers to reconsider the matter and answer for themselves, independent of the French and half-breeds. Several days were spent by both parties in outdoor discussions. The French and half-breed interest, finding their position not safely tenable, counseled a kind of compromise, which, being adopted, resulted in proposing a cession to their eastern brethren, the Nottaways, of a strip of land 5 miles in width, running across the Fox River at Little Chute as a center, and thence to the northwest and southeast, equidistant with their claims or possessions. In offering this cession to the delegates as their ultimatum, these tribes urged their limited possessions, the poverty of their hunting grounds, and their inability in consequence to subsist their people. The possessions of the Menominees then reached from the mouth of Green Bay to the Milwaukee River, north and south, and from Lake Michigan to the Mississippi, southeast and northwest. Those of the Winnebagoes included all the remainder of what is now known as southern Wisconsin, except the inconsiderable tract west of Sugar River, claimed by the Sauks and Foxes. They were very much crowded, of course. The delegates saw that the object was, by placing them on a great thoroughfare, the Fox River, between these two tribes, to establish such a surveillance over them as effectually to prevent any design or movement the New York Indians might ever attempt, contrary to the wishes or interests of the grantees or the French inhabitants. After much deliberation and a good deal of hesitation, it was concluded on the advice chiefly of Hendrick, the Mohawkonic chief, to accept the grant. A treaty was accordingly drawn up by Mr. Trowbridge and signed by the parties on the 18th of August and witnessed by the citizens and U.S. officers at the post. $500 were paid the Menominees and Winnebagoes at the time, and $1,500 stipulated to be paid in goods the following year, in full for the cession. On returning to New York, Mr. Williams found a more formidable opposition to his proceedings than he had met with at Green Bay. The Oneidas had held several councils disapproving of the whole plan of removing to Green Bay, condemning Mr. Williams' movements in the most severe terms, formally and solemnly repudiating the purchase at the West, and announcing in the most earnest manner possible their determination never to remove. All the other tribes, except the St. Regis, very soon took corresponding action on the subject and censured in the severest manner the young men, delegates who had assumed as such, to pledge the several tribes to their western brethren. These proceedings were duly laid before the War Department. The Oneidas immediately divided into two parties on this question, as did also the Onondagas and Tuscaroras. The Senecas, as a body, all remained under the influence of their head chief, steadily opposed. The tact and skill of Williams among the Indians and the Ogden Land Company with the department enabled the friends of the measure to prosecute it still further. All the old delegates in all the tribes remained true and induced considerable numbers of their immediate friends to join them. They had no idea of remaining satisfied with the trifling cession obtained of the Menominees and Winnebagoes in 1821, but determined on a renewed effort the next year for its extension. Notwithstanding the remonstrances of the opposition, a new order was obtained from the War Department providing for another visit to Green Bay. The delegation was still larger than the former year. John Sargent, Jr. was commissioned by Governor Cass to superintend such further negotiations as might be had on the part of the United States. The party arrived at the Bay on the 1st of September, 1822, and took possession of the old Indian Agency house on the west side of the Fox, which had been vacated by the decease of Colonel Bowyer. End of section 27. Section 28 of Articles from the Collections of the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Volume 2, by Lyman Copeland Draper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Advent of the New York Indians into Wisconsin, Part 2. In about 10 days, the Menominees and Winnebagoes assembled to greet their new friends, the Nottaways, as they called the New York Indians, and to receive the $1,500 payment in goods on the session of 1821. Such an assemblage of wild Indians, young and old, women and papooses, was seldom seen. Of the two tribes, there could not have been less than 5,000 souls, besides the New Yorkers, the French, half-breeds, and Americans. The best specimen of Indian character, and especially of a war dance, ever seen by the writer, was there given for several days. The Winnebagos of that day, at least, exhibited the largest, most perfectly formed set of both men and women almost ever seen anywhere. The great display of action and muscle in these dances struck the beholder with admiration and terror. The ring round the dancers contained several thousand, all singing in chorus to the lead of the chief drummer, the voices of the Winnebago women prevailing in clarion tones above the whole. The payment of the $1,500 worth of goods was made with as much ceremony as possible by the delegates, accompanied by a set speech setting forth the great advantages that would be derived to their Western brethren by their settling among them. After the payment and the proper receipts of acknowledgment on the treaties, followed feasting, dancing, and a general hilarity for 2 days. The delegates then invited the Menominees and Winnebagos to a formal council and renewed the effort for a further extension of territory. Every argument and a most liberal offer in the shape of annuities for 10 years were proposed in vain. The Winnebagos gave the answer, stoutly refusing further negotiations. That tribe soon left in a body to repair to their hunts. The Menominees lingered and were again got into council with the delegates, which conference continued for several days, and finally resulted in the great transaction which gave the New York Indians the foothold on Fox River, which they have in part maintained to this day. The Menominees, for a trifling consideration, ceded to the New York Indians a right in common to the whole of their lands. Although some 2 of the principal chiefs were not present to join in this important cession, this treaty, as well as the one of the previous year, were approved by the President, and the New York Indians thereby recognized as joint owners with the Menominees of all their immense territories comprising nearly half of the state of Wisconsin. Note: this treaty or purchase included all the country beginning at the Grand Kakalan on Fox River, thence east on the lower line of the purchase of the New York Indians of the preceding year, to or equidistant with the Milwaukee River, thence down said river to its mouth, thence northerly on the borders of Lake Michigan to and across the mouth of Green Bay, so as to include all the islands of the Grand Traverse, thence from the mouth of Green Bay northerly to the Bay de Noc on Lake Michigan, thence a westerly course on the height of land separating the waters of Lake Superior and Michigan to the head of the Menominee River, thence continuing nearly the same course until it strikes the northeastern boundary line of the land purchased by the New York Indians the year preceding, and thence southeasterly to the place of beginning. This appears to have been a complete cession of, quote, all the right, title, interest, and claim, end quote, of the Menominees to the country described, reserving, however, quote, the free permission and privilege of occupying and residing upon the lands herein ceded in common with them, the Stockbridge, Oneida, Tuscarora, St. Regis, and Muncie nations, provided, nevertheless, that they, the Menominee nation, shall not in any manner infringe upon any settlements or improvements whatever, which may be in any manner made by the said Stockbridge, Oneida, Tuscarora, St. Regis, or Muncie nations, end quote. The consideration was $1,000 in goods to be paid in hand, and $1,000 more in goods the next year, and a similar amount the year following. This treaty was concluded September 23, 1822, but President Monroe did not approve to its full extent this purchase. His approval, bearing date March 13, 1823, is thus qualified, quote, the aforegoing instrument is approved so far as it conveys to the Stockbridge, Oneida, Tuscarora, St. Regis, and Muncie tribes or nations of Indians that portion of the country therein described, which lies between Sturgeon Bay, Green Bay, Fox River, and that part of the former purchase made by said tribes or nations of Indians of the Menominee and Winnebago Indians on the 8th of August, 1821, which lies south of Fox River, and a line drawn from the southeastern extremity of said purchase to the head of Sturgeon Bay, and no further, that quantity being deemed sufficient for the use of the first before-mentioned tribes or nations of Indians. End quote. This treaty, and that of the preceding year, may be found in full appended to the address of Honorable Morgan L. Martin before the Wisconsin State Historical Society, January 21, 1851. LCD End note. The small immigrant party of some 50 of the Stockbridges, which came on this year, located late in the fall at the Grand Kakalan on the east side of the Fox River. The year following, another tribe, which had joined the Mohicanics in the purchase, to wit, the Munseys, became identified in the interest, and a small party of the brother towns reached Green Bay the following year and located at Little Kakalan on the east side of the river. The several tribes of the New York Indians now hoped to be able to occupy, without further hindrance or trouble, their new homes jointly with the Menominees, but subsequent events proved their wishes but half attained. The whites and traders at Green Bay saw that the Menominees had been grossly overreached by their new friends, the New York Indians, in a bargain. They very soon showed that tribe that in making the Nottaways equal owners with them in their country, they could no longer control their own affairs, especially in the great business of treating with their great father, that the New York Indians, if their treaties were to stand, would in a short time outgeneral them in tactics and probably in numbers, and put them completely in the background in all public matters. The arguments had their effect, and in a short time the Menominees repented of the bargain and sought means to invalidate the treaties. The same ingenuity which had helped them to a dislike found a ready pretext for denying and repudiating the treaties, especially the last one. It was said that at the Treaty of 1812, several of the chiefs highest in authority were not present, which, being true, gave the tribe a good reason for denying and withholding sanction to the arrangement. As usual in such cases, the Menominees separated into two parties, the one adhering to the treaties in the interest of the New York Indians, the other denying them and resisting their rights to any part of the country. The adverse party had the support of all the trading interest, together with most of the half-breeds, and soon became the strongest, both in point of influence and numbers. Things were scarcely more favorable to the New York Indians in that state than in the West. The opposition to the whole plan became stronger with time, and great bitterness of feeling evinced itself by every sort of evil, and often false and slanderous report about the Western Indians in country. Not one of the Senecas, Tuscaroras, or Onondagas would hear a word of immigration. A small party of Oneidas, together with a second one of the Stockbridges, came out in 1823, the former under the lead of Neddy Siket, located at Little Kakalan, where they remained until 1825, when they removed to Duck Creek. With the opposition of a large part of the Menominees to the treaties, and that of most of the several New York tribes to emigration, the Stockbridges and a few of the Oneidas being the only ones who had come out, things wore on with a discouraging prospect for the ultimate success of William's grand scheme, and the views and interests of the Ogden Company till the year 1827, when the matter of the rights of the New York Indians came up before the council at the Treaty of Butte des Morts, Honorable Lewis Cass and Colonel Thomas L. McKinney, commissioners. Note: it was at this treaty that Oshkosh, the present head chief of the Menominees, was first recognized. After the council was opened, Governor Cass said, quote, "We have observed for some time the Menominees to be in a bad situation as to their chiefs. There is no one we can talk to as the head of the nation. If anything should happen, we want some man who has authority in the nation that we can look to. You appear like a flock of geese without a leader. Some fly one way and some another. Tomorrow, at the opening of the council, we shall appoint a principal chief of the Menominees. We shall make inquiry this afternoon and try to select the proper man. We shall give him the medal and expect the Menominees to respect him." End quote, AGE. From Hanson's Lost Prince, or Life of Reverend Eleazar Williams, we make the following notice of Oshkosh, as related in that work in connection with the Treaty of Butte des Morts in 1827. Quote, "On August 7th, 2 young men were called in front of the commissioners, one named Oiskos, alias Claw, the other was called Charon. Colonel McKinney then addressed them and put medals around their necks. Oiskos, or Oshkosh, as the name is spelled in the printed treaty, was made head chief and the future organ of communication with the commissioners, and thus, by his instrumentality, the property of the New York Indians was given over to the United States. A short story, which Mr. Williams told me in conversation, will show who Oiskos was and what a proper person was found in him. One morning, at dawn of day, about a year previous to the Treaty of Butte-des-Morts, a young half-breed Indian, who was a distant relative of Mrs. Jordan, the mother-in-law of Mr. Williams, was paddling in his canoe down Hell Creek, a branch of the Fox River. It was still dark, so that objects could not be distinctly discerned. As he glided by the tall rushes growing near the bank, he observed them move as if some animal was among them. Supposing it to be a deer, he fired at the spot where he saw the motion, and then paddled through an opening in the reeds to see the effect of his shot. To his inexpressible horror, he found an Indian in his canoe, which was half drawn on shore, and drooping lifelessly over the side of his bark with a shot through his head. As the deed was accidental, he had no wish to conceal it, and putting the body in his own canoe, paddled down to Green Bay to the encampment of Oiskos, as the Indian killed belonged to his party. On landing, he went straight to Oiskos and informed him of what had happened, when Oiskos, who was drunk at the time, drew his knife and, plunging it repeatedly into his body, continued stabbing him till he was dead. He was arrested for murder, but as he was a man of great influence among the Indians, was acquitted. But though he had escaped the law, there was another tribunal of a different kind to which he was still exposed. There is a traditional institution among the Indians, very similar to the Avenger of Blood. Mrs. Jordan, as the relative of the slain, and a medicine woman, had only, according to the custom of the nation, to take a pipe and a war club and lay them down at the feet of any of the chiefs of the Menomonies and pronounce the name Oiskos in order to ensure a just and immediate retribution. When the day appointed for the council at Butte-des-Morts drew near, fearing that unless he was reconciled with her, his life might be taken, he proceeded to her house, acknowledged the murder, threw himself on her mercy, and implored pardon. It was granted, and the only punishment he received was the fierce invective which the eloquent tongue of an indignant woman can bestow. End quote. LCD. End note. The second article of that treaty is in the following words, to wit, quote, much difficulty having arisen from the negotiation between the Menominee and Winnebago tribes and the various tribes and portions of tribes of Indians of the state of New York, and the claims of the respective parties being much contested, as well with relation to the tenure and boundaries of the two tracts claimed by the said New York Indians west of Lake Michigan, as to the authority of the persons who signed the agreement on the part of the Menominees, and the whole subject having been examined at the council this day concluded, and the allegations, proofs, and statements of the respective parties having been entered upon the journal of the commissioners, so that the same can be decided by the President of the United States. It is agreed by the Menominees and Winnebagos that so far as respects their interest in the premises, the whole matter shall be referred to the President of the United States, whose decision shall be final. And the President is authorized, on their parts, to establish such boundaries between them and the New York Indians as he may consider equitable and just. End quote. The United States Senate, in its ratification of this treaty, took care to save the New York Indians by providing, quote, that the said treaty shall not impair or affect any right or claim which the New York Indians, or any of them, have to the lands or any of the lands mentioned in the said treaty, end quote, which was just equivalent to rejecting the second article of the treaty altogether. In 1830, Messrs. Erastus Root and James McCall of New York and John T. Mason, Secretary of Michigan, were appointed commissioners by the United States to effect between the contending Indians an adjustment of the whole matter. They arrived at Green Bay in August and immediately assembled the Menominees and New York Indians. 8 days were spent in council, and great exertions used by the commissioners to bring the party to terms. The Menominees were inflexible. Oshkosh, a powerful and influential chief, was at the head of the nation. He confessed to no knowledge whatever of the claims of the New York Indians, said as they were in the country they could stay during good behavior, but must be regarded as tenants at will, and in no sense considered as owners or controllers of the soil. Several of the other chiefs held the same language. The commission broke up, effecting nothing. Colonel Samuel C. Stambaugh, of Pennsylvania, was appointed Indian agent to succeed Henry B. Brevert, who had been removed. The new agent soon became acquainted with the relative position of the contending parties and espoused the interests of the Menomonies, traders, and whites in opposition to the New York Indians. He affected to have examined the several treaties and the whole ground of the claims under them, and told the Menomonies that they were without validity or force, and that duty to themselves and their children demanded an absolute denial of the whole claim. No advice could have gone further to place him in favor with, and in the confidence of, this tribe. The agent told the chiefs that no other tribe of Indians in the United States was so poor as they were, that with a wide waste of lands entirely useless to them, they had not a dollar of annuity, while many of their neighbors received annually $20,000 to $50,000, that, happily for them, he had been sent among them just in time to save them from the rapacity of Indian and white sharpers from New York, and that now they could, in place of giving away their country to the New Yorkers, sell a small portion of it to the United States and have heavy annuities for all time to come. It was unnecessary for him to repeat the argument. His plan was as much opposed by the French and traders as that of the New York Indians had been, but without the least effect. The Menomonies were for going to Washington and making a treaty to get annuities. Stambaugh applied to Governor Cass, Superintendent of Indian Affairs, for permission to take 10 of the Menominee chiefs to Washington that fall, got a flat refusal, to which he paid not the least attention, but left Green Bay with 14 Menominees on the 8th November 1830. Arriving at Detroit about the 20th, he was received with evident surprise and reserve by the superintendent. Prolific in excuses, he soon made it fair weather with Governor Cass, who sanctioned the proceeding, and added Robert A. Forsyth, his special confidant in all Indian matters, and John T. Mason, late Secretary of Michigan Territory, to the delegation. Mr. Williams and Daniel Bread, principal chief of the Oneidas, had followed up Colonel Stambaugh to Detroit, and were by Governor Cass also added to the party, all of which were now under Colonel Stambaugh as Indian agent from Green Bay, traveling toward Washington at public charge. The 11th of December found the whole party in Washington, and duly recognized by Honorable Mr. Eaton, the Secretary of War, and General Jackson, President of the United States. The occasion was one of intense interest to all parties concerned. John W. Quinney, one of the Stockbridge tribe, Hendrick having died 4 years before, was in attendance for the Stockbridges. Thomas L. Ogden, Esquire of New York, protected the rights of the New York Indians and, incidentally, the interests of the Ogden Land Company, who had not yet abandoned the hope of procuring the proper location and inducing several bands of Senecas to migrate to Green Bay. The Menomonies were formally presented to the president, and the chief speaker, Grizzly Bear, or Koshkononu, note. A Washington correspondent of the Baltimore Republican gives the following interesting anecdote of Grizzly Bear while on this visit to Washington. Quote, "We met Colonel Stambaugh today in the rotunda of the Capitol, and while we were looking at the representations over the doorways of the rotunda, the veteran Indian agent told us that in 1830, with a delegation of Menominee Indians, he visited the Capitol and explained the nature and design of the stone groups in the rotunda, when the chief, Grizzly Bear, turned to the eastern doorway, over which there is a representation of the landing of the Pilgrims, and said, 'There Injun give white man corn,' and to the north, representing Penn's treaty, 'There Injun give 'em land,' and to the west, where Pocahontas is seen saving the life of Captain John Smith, 'There Injun give 'em life,' and lastly, to the south, where the hardy pioneer Daniel Boone is seen plunging his knife into the breast of one red man, while his foot rests on the dead body of another, 'There white man kill Injun.' Though the representation relative to Boone is in fact without foundation, still the old chief's conclusions and sarcasm are expressed with sententious brevity and striking effect. Koshkononu, or the Great Speaker, was a man of great personal dignity. His name of Grizzly Bear was given him for convenience sake by Colonel Stambaugh. He died about 3 or 4 years after the Treaty of 1831, LCD End note. Kashkonanu announced the object of their visit to clear a friendly path between their lodges and the president's mansion, to cement a lasting and personal friendship between his people and those of his great father, and finally to give him a small piece of their land and to beg an annual remembrance of their great father in the shape of an annuity. In all this, not a word was said or an allusion made to the New York Indians, although they were present at the presentation. The president replied kindly to the speech, promised them every attention during their stay at the seat of government, and referred them to General Eaton, Secretary of War, and Colonel Stambaugh, whom he named as commissioners to treat with them, for an answer to their proposition to sell lands. The New York Indians and their friends watched the proceedings with painful, fearful interest. They saw their claims to the Menominee country were to be put on trial before General Eaton and Colonel Stambaugh as commissioners, one of whom, at least, they knew to be hostile to their dearest rights. They called separately on the secretary and made known to him briefly their position and the ground of their rights. General Eaton was really candid and well disposed to see full justice done them, and they were indebted to him alone for the meager provision finally made for them in the treaty. After several delays and much informal negotiation in which the claims of the New York Indians were thoroughly discussed, the commissioners and the Menominees finally met on the 8th of February, 1831, when the treaty, since familiarly known as the Stambaugh Treaty, was definitely concluded and signed by the parties. The New York Indians were not parties to the treaty. In order to a proper understanding of the subject, it is necessary to make copious extracts. The treaty sets forth the boundaries as claimed by the Menominees, taking all the lands east of Fox River, Green Bay, and Lake Winnebago, and from Fond du Lac southeasterly to the sources of the Milwaukee River, and down the same to its mouth. This tract was ceded to the United States. They claimed westerly and northwesterly, everything west of Green Bay from the Shoshkanabie, Escanaba River to the upper forks of the Menominee, thence to Plover Portage of the Wisconsin, and thence up that river to Soft Maple River, west to Plume River of the Chippewa, thence down the Chippewa 30 miles, thence easterly to the fork of the Monoy or Lemonweir River, and down that river to its mouth, thence to the Wisconsin Portage, thence down the Fox to Lake Winnebago. The first article of the treaty relates exclusively to the New York Indians, and is in the following words, quote, "The Menominee tribe of Indians declare themselves the friends and allies of the United States, under whose parental care and protection they desire to continue, and though always protesting that they are under no obligation to recognize any claim of the New York Indians to any portion of their country, that they neither sold nor received any value for the land claimed by these tribes, yet at the solicitation of their great father, the President of the United States, and as an evidence of their love and veneration for him, they agree that such part of the land described, being within the following boundaries as he may direct, may be set apart as a home to the several tribes of the New York Indians, who may remove to and settle upon the same, within 3 years from the date of this agreement, viz., beginning on the west side of Fox River, near the Little Kakalan, at a point known as Old Mill Dam, thence northwest 40 miles, thence northeast to the Oconto Creek, falling into Green Bay, thence down said Oconto Creek to Green Bay, thence up and along Green Bay and Fox River to the place of beginning, excluding therefrom all private claims confirmed, and also the following reservation for military purposes, beginning on the Fox River at the mouth of the first creek above Fort Howard, thence north 64 degrees west to Duck Creek, thence down said Duck Creek to its mouth, thence up and along Green Bay and Fox River to the place of beginning. The Menominee Indians also reserve, for the use of the U States, from the country herein designated for the New York Indians, timber and firewood for the United States garrison, and as much land as may be deemed necessary for public highways to be located by the direction and at the discretion of the President of the United States. The country hereby ceded to the United States for the benefit of the New York Indians contains, by estimation, about 500,000 acres, and includes all their improvements on the west side of Fox River, as it is intended for a home for the several tribes of New York Indians who may be residing upon the lands at the expiration of 3 years from this date, and for none others. The President is empowered to apportion the lands among the actual occupants at that time, so as not to assign to any tribe a greater number of acres than may be equal to 100 for each soul actually settled upon the lands. And if at the time of such apportionment any lands shall remain unoccupied by any tribe of the New York Indians, such portion as would have belonged to said Indians had it been occupied shall revert to the United States. That portion, if any, so reverting, to be laid off by the President of the United States. It is distinctly understood that the lands hereby ceded to the United States for the New York Indians are to be held by those tribes under such tenure as the Menominee Indians now hold their lands, subject to such regulations and alteration of tenure as Congress and the President of the United States shall from time to time think proper to adopt." End quote. After making provision for an extensive farming and educational establishment for their own benefit, which, by the by, proved abortive, the traders and Roman Catholics persuading the Indians to reject all its proposed benefits, they returned to the New York Indians again in the 6th article as follows, quote, "The Menominee chiefs request that such part of it as relates to the New York Indians be immediately submitted to the representatives of their tribes, and if they refuse to accept the provision made for their benefit, and to remove upon the lands set apart for them on the west side of Fox River, that he, the President, will direct their immediate removal from the Menominee country. But if they agree to accept the liberal offer made to them by the parties to this compact, then the Menominee tribe, as dutiful children of their great father, the President, will take them by the hand as brothers and settle down with them in peace and friendship." End quote. Thus were the long-cherished schemes of one of the principal actors, Eleazar Williams, finally crushed forever. Those of the Ogden Land Company were also nearly forlorn. The tract of land set off for the New York Indians was quite too limited and by no means inviting for agricultural purposes. But the greatest objection of all was the limitation of time to 3 years as the extent to which the tract would be open for occupancy. No reasonable hope could be entertained of getting the consent of the Senecas and other Western bands to whose reservations the Ogden Land Company's right of preemption attached, to remove in so short a time. The treaty was therefore regarded as nearly a final bar to the whole enterprise and given up in despair. The New York delegates, however, kept up courage and continued their remonstrances against the injustice and cruelty of the stipulation. They had the sympathy of the New York senators and politicians generally. Colonel Stambaugh soon found that he had overshot the mark, and that the treaty would likely be rejected by the Senate, and further, that his appointment as Indian agent at Green Bay, not yet confirmed, would be rejected. Acting under these apprehensions, he undertook a cure of the evil, a correction of his blunders. Accordingly, the Menominees having been previously instructed, they were again brought before the commissioners on the 17th of February, and the following supplementary agreed to wit, quote, "Whereas certain articles of agreement were entered into and concluded at the city of Washington on the 8th day of February instant, between the undersigned, commissioners on behalf of the United States, and the chiefs and warriors representing the Menominee tribe of Indians, whereby a portion of the Menominee country on the northwest side of Fox River and Green Bay was ceded to the United States for the benefit of the New York Indians upon certain conditions and restrictions therein expressed. And whereas it has been represented to the parties to that agreement, who are parties hereto, that it would be more desirable and satisfactory to some of those interested that 1 or 2 immaterial changes be made in the 1st and 6th articles, so as not to limit the number of acres to 100 to each soul who may be settled upon the land when the President apportions it, as also to make unlimited the time of removal and settlement upon these lands by the New York Indians, but to leave both these matters discretionary with the President of the United States. Now, therefore, as a proof of the sincerity of the professions made by the Menominee Indians when they declared themselves anxious to terminate in an amicable manner their disputes with the New York Indians, and also as a further proof of their love and veneration for their great father, the President of the United States, the undersigned representatives of the Menominee tribe of Indians unite and agree with the commissioners aforesaid in making and acknowledging the following supplementary articles a part of their aforesaid agreement. First, it is agreed between the undersigned, commissioners on behalf of the United States, and the chiefs and warriors representing the Menominee tribe of Indians that, for the reasons above expressed, such parts of the first article of the agreement entered into between the parties hereto on the 8th instant, as limits the removal and settlement of the New York Indians upon the lands therein provided for their future homes to 3 years, shall be altered and amended so as to read as follows: that the President of the United States shall prescribe the time for the removal and settlement of the New York Indians upon the lands thus provided for them, and at the expiration of such reasonable time, he shall apportion the land among the actual settlers in such manner as he shall deem equitable and just. And if within such reasonable time as the President of the United States shall prescribe for that purpose, the New York Indians shall refuse to accept the provisions made for their benefit, or having agreed, shall neglect or refuse to remove from New York and settle on the said lands within the time prescribed for that purpose, that then and in either of these events the lands aforesaid shall be and remain the property of the United States, according to said first article, excepting so much thereof as the President shall deem justly due to such of the New York Indians as shall actually have removed to and settled on the said lands. Second, it is further agreed that the part of the 6th article of the agreement aforesaid, which requires the removal of those of the New York Indians who may not be settled on the lands at the end of 3 years, shall be so amended as to leave such removal discretionary with the President of the United States. The Menominee Indians having full confidence that in making this distinction he will take into consideration the welfare and prosperity of their nation." End quote. End of section 28.